Disclaimer: this show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
just started, but it'll be done in 15 minutes.
Hello, welcome to another Finding Gnosis. We have already Brother Vegan Equilibrium who has stepped up to say something. If you'd like to do so, the link is in the chat. Come up and say whatever it is you'd like to get off your chest or that you feel the world should know. Brother Vegan Equilibrium, what's going on? What would you like to say today?
Cooking barley.
You're cooking barley.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us how you cook that and what you're going to do with it.
Well, the directions on the back say, in a medium saucepan, combine 2/3 cup of water or broth and 1/4 cup of grains. Bring to a boil, reduce heat to low, cover and cook for 12 minutes. Remove from heat and let stand covered 5 minutes. If prefer softer grains, cook 2 to 3 minutes longer. Drain any excess water, fluff with a fork, and season to taste.
What are you going to have with it?
I think that I'm going to put, I'm going to have it like cereal. I'll put like fruit, maybe a little almond milk or something.
Sounds nice. Well, do let us know.
Or you can, or I could do it like a savory thing and have it with like beans or something.
You've only got like 15 minutes till it's ready, right? So you better make a decision.
True. Now it's boiling. So I have
Can
to
we
put
Can we get a video of it? Is that too much to ask?
Let's see.
I'm going to make you... Hello. Here we go. There she is, boiling away. Nice. Okay. So welcome to the Vegan Equilibrium cooking show. And other than that, have you had any thoughts on anything about this strange reality that we find ourselves sequestered in together since we last spoke?
No.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to have a peruse of the news and see what we can see going on in the world, you know?
All right, yeah.
I haven't looked at it today, so... We stand with Ukraine, says Starmer, as leaders hold Downing Street talks with Zelensky. Okay, let's have a quick look at this. Right. So, President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine has just finished talks in London with leaders of the UK, Germany, and France, discussing the latest draft peace plan aimed at ending the war in Ukraine. Okay, so Keir Starmer greeted Zelensky outside Downing Street early this afternoon, with the Prime Minister vowing that any deal must include hard-edged security guarantees for Ukraine. French President Emmanuel Macron said Ukraine's allies have a lot of cards in their hands ahead of the peace talks. However, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz voiced his skepticism over some of the details which we are seeing in the documents coming from the US side. Merz's comments come after President Trump accused Zelensky of not having read the latest proposal discussed between US and Ukrainian officials over the weekend. The talks inside Downing Street have finished and the four leaders have been pictured together outside number 10. And later today, Zelensky is due to travel across the English Channel to Brussels to meet NATO officials and European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen. There you go. So that's been happening today. What else should I read? Thousands flee Thai-Cambodia border after deadly clashes. Residents on both sides of Thailand's and Cambodia's border evacuated in droves on Monday as fresh clashes erupted, killing at least 5 people. Both sides have accused the other of starting the violence, which is the most serious confrontation between the two countries since they agreed to a ceasefire in July.
Well,
Thailand's
what are they
Prime Minister.
fighting over?
Yes, this is a good question. I don't know. I'm going to keep reading this and we'll see. Thailand's Prime Minister, Anutintin Charnvirakul, says his country never wanted violence but will use necessary means to preserve its sovereignty, while Cambodia's former leader, Hun Sen, accused Thai invaders of provoking retaliation. Since May, escalating tensions between the neighbors have led to more than 40 deaths, as well as import bans and travel restrictions. Okay, let's see. I'm going to keep going to see. So, I reckon it's something to do with borders. Oh, here we go. Yeah. A century-old dispute reignited. The century-old border dispute between the Southeast Asian nations dramatically escalated with a Cambodian rocket barrage into Thailand on the morning of the 25th of July, followed by Thai airstrikes. There you go. So days later, Bangkok and Phnom Penh agreed to an immediate and unconditional ceasefire brokered by Malaysian Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim. Anyway, a border dispute, fighting over land, the ultimate resource.
Yeah, why is it? What is, like, how much land is it? What do they need it for?
They need it to live in. They need it to live off. And one side is saying it's theirs, and the other side is saying it's theirs as well. But the theirs are different.
Well, it must be something. There must be something that they're gonna, some resource they're gonna get out of it. Like, the thing with Russia and Ukraine is, like, Putin wants Ukraine because he wants to control, like, he wants to have, he wants to control all the resources that come out of Ukraine, and, like, I guess, is Ukraine like a major port for a lot of things? I guess, there's a lot of money.
There's a lot of money. It's the breadbasket of Europe, apparently.
Yeah, that's what they say. So,
so you think it always comes down to other resources, other than
so
land?
it's like, it's something having to do with money, right?
Well, land in and of itself is worth something, isn't it? It can be built on. So
only built on, but, like, only if, like, what are they going to use it for? Is it for agriculture? Because if it's just like,
well, it's a significant. Looking at the map of Cambodia and Thailand, it's a significant amount of land. So I imagine it's multi-usage. But they're saying here the tensions between Cambodia and Thailand have deep historical roots, largely stemming from a 1907 map drawn up by the French during the colonial period, which delineated the border between the two countries. The map has been a point of contention as Cambodia uses it to assert territorial claims, while Thailand disputes its accuracy. The International Court of Justice awarded sovereignty over the Preah Vihear Temple to Cambodia in 1962, but this decision has not resolved the underlying disputes, leading to periodic military confrontations over the years. So there's also a religious connotation here. I'm going to look up the Preah Vihear Temple. They're fighting over that as well. Okay, so this is an ancient Hindu temple on apparently in Cambodia. In 1962, after a lengthy dispute between Cambodia and Thailand over ownership, the International Court of Justice in The Hague ruled the temple is in Cambodia. Okay. Anyway, it was built in the 11th to 12th century. So there's lots of things going on here. Yeah, it's not just land in and of itself. It's agricultural land. It's land to be built on, natural resources, and also architectural and cultural and religious artifacts and sites that may be of value to the sides fighting. A lot going on
So
there.
who's fighting? Is it the militaries or is it civilians, like paramilitary?
Good question. I think it's the government's fighting each other. Let me see. Yes, it is both the governments. They are currently fighting along their disputed border. Okay. So there you go. Commiserations to anybody affected by that. Not nice. Why can't we all just
So
get along?
Thailand and Cambodia are at war.
Yeah. It looks like there's a few different regions that they're at odds with. One is called Oda Mi and Chi. The other is the Preavenir. One is Ubon Ratchahini and Sisaket. There you go.
I mean, it's got to be more than something as dumb as a fucking temple, because
Well, I
like,
look,
would they really like expend all those resources if there wasn't a massive amount of money to be gained?
as I said, if you look at the map, it's a huge amount of land. It's a big area. So
Yeah.
that is worth something. The governments want it. They could. It's all manner of from all manner of reasons, as you said, natural resources, a boost to the economy, taxes for the population living in those areas, etc., etc. I mean, to have that much land, it's going to add value to your economy, is it not? It's going to boost your power in some way or other.
Mm.
Anybody watching, do come on. The link is in the live chat if you want to come on.
I added kidney beans to the barley.
Nice. I think you should go for a kind of chili kind of taste. A bit of a
I'm gonna
hot.
make it kind of sweet, I think.
Okay.
Put cashews and goji berries in it.
Mm. Mm. White South Africans divided on USA refugee offer. Okay. So I'll read this from the BBC website. It feels like a prison, he says, as the gates clank shut behind him. If they want to come and kill us, they can. At least it will take them time to get to me. That's what this white farmer is saying. His name is Marthinus, and he lives.
What's this about?
In rural South Africa, in the Free State province.
Oh,
It's about
right.
white farmers in South Africa being under attack.
Isn't this funny how the tables have turned?
Isn't
I mean,
that
it's not
live?
funny, but it's it's ironic, right?
Well, we don't know the ins and outs of it. I mean, the same rhetoric has been used against Israel, hasn't it? Saying the tables have turned. But we don't know the ins and outs of it. I don't know the ins and
Well,
outs
no,
of
I'm
what's.
saying that basically, I don't know. Yeah, you're right. But basically, the story that you hear is that these white farmers they're expelled by the black nationalists movement there.
Well, I don't even know if they're being expelled. They're being brutally murdered and attacked. I
Right,
mean, it's
because
quite horrific.
I mean, they're being it's an attempt to get them
It
out.
is in a way, it is a genocide.
Yeah.
So they're saying the fear of being attacked is very real for white Afrikaners and he manages the wife of his farm and 2 young daughters. He did not want to use his full name, but he appeared with a photograph on the website. But he didn't want to use his full name anyway. His grandfather and his wife's grandfather were both murdered in farm attacks, and he lives a 2-hour drive from where the body of a 21-year-old farm manager, Brendan Horner, was discovered 5 years ago, tied to a pole with a rope around his neck. Martinez says he can't take a chance with his own family, and in February they applied for refugee status in the US of A. He says he's prepared to do that to get a better life for his wife and children because he doesn't want to be slaughtered and be hanged on a pole. He says our Afrikaner people are endangered. We're an endangered species. Not all white South Africans believe that they are being targeted, and black farmers are also victims of the country's high crime rate. It's estimated that thousands of Afrikaners, who are mostly white descendants of early European settlers, have begun the lengthy process of applying for refugee status in the US since President Donald Trump signed an executive order earlier this year, although the figures haven't been made public, despite announcing in October that the US would reduce its yearly intake of refugees from 125,000 to 7,500. 7,500. Wow, that's a big drop. So in October, they announced in October that US would reduce its yearly intake of refugees from 125,000 to 7,500. Despite that, Trump has made the resettlement of Afrikaners a priority. A presidential document posted to the official daily journal of the US government stated that those accepted would primarily be Afrikaner South Africans and other victims of illegal or unjust discrimination in their respective homelands. For Martinez, it's a way out. He says, I will give my whole life just so that my wife and my kids can be safe. Living in fear, nobody deserves a life like that. Violent crime in South Africa is endemic. The latest crime figures released in November for the first quarter of 2025 show there was an average of 63 murders every single day. Wow. While this was a decrease on the same period in 2024, South Africa's homicide rate remains one of the highest in the world. Black farmers are also victims on the outskirts of Vicksburg, a town at the foot of the Free State's Imperiani Mountain. Thabo Makobo has a small farm of 237 acres. Okay. Like Martinez, the 45-year-old says farm attacks are his biggest problem. They are young men, they are armed and dangerous. Whether they will lose their life or take yours, they are going to take those livestock. So they're cattle rustlers, they're stealing the sheep and the cattle. What do you have to say about this as a vegan, brother?
Well, it's like, there's the difference between what people deserve and what is justified. You know what I mean by that? Like something might not be justified, but it may be deserved.
Thabo believes all farmers in the province, regardless of whether they're black or white, are at risk of attack. It's all of us. I could be attacked today. It could happen to any of us. Police response rates to reports of crime are notoriously low, something the police here acknowledge but have said publicly that they are working on. In the meantime, South Africans are becoming increasingly dependent on private security. According to the official regulatory body for the private security sector in South Africa, there are more than 630,000 active security guards. That is more than the police and army combined. Many farmers like Morgan Barrett, who is white, employ their own security guards if they can afford it. He owns a 2,000-acre farm, which has been in his family for 6 generations. Wrapped up in a thick jacket and hat, he climbs into his car to begin a night patrol. Between Morgan and his neighbors, they are out almost every night. 6 of his cattle were stolen the previous week. You can call the police, and they may turn up 2 or 3 hours later, by which time the thieves will have run away. Like Thabo, he doesn't believe he is targeted because of the color of his skin. I don't buy that narrative that in this area the attacks are against whites only. He says if they thought that the black guy had 20,000 rand sitting in his safe, they'd attack him just as quickly as they'd attack the white guy with 20,000 rand in the safe. There you go. Anyway, That is South Africa at the moment. Let's keep going, see what's going on in the world around us. Japan protests after Chinese fighter jets lock radar on Japanese planes. Japan has protested after Chinese fighter jets locked radars on Japanese aircraft as tensions between the two nations worsened. Locking radar onto an aircraft is considered a threat because it can signal a potential attack. Japan said there were 2 such incidents Saturday off its southern Okinawa Islands. Japan said it scrambled fighter jets in response to Chinese J-15 fighter jets, while Beijing accused Tokyo of harassing its forces during a training exercise. No injuries or damage were reported. Diplomatic ties between Japan and China have spiraled since last month after Japanese Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi suggested that Tokyo could take military action if Beijing attacked Taiwan. Beijing views self-governed Taiwan as part of its territory and has not ruled out the use of force to reunite with it. Both sides have since engaged in increasingly hostile rhetoric towards each other, with the widening rift affecting daily life for citizens in both countries. Last week, China and Japan's coast guards gave conflicting accounts of a confrontation near disputed islands in the East China Sea. There you go. It's happening. Not getting along. Not getting along at all. There's another one here. A woman who blackmailed Sun Young-min gets 4 years in jail. Now, he is a football player, and he's soccer player for you Americans, regarded as one of Asia's best. And he's a South Korean. Okay, so a South Korean court has sentenced a woman who blackmailed football star Sun Young-min to 4 years in prison. The woman in her 20s and her accomplice, a man in his 40s, were found guilty of blackmailing the former Tottenham captain by saying she was pregnant with his child. The woman had approached Sun sometime last year, claiming she was carrying his child, when in fact she did not know whether that was the case. As Seoul District Court heard, according to local media, she extorted $3 billion. Won from him and threatened to go past the allegation if he did not comply. The woman spent the money. That's South Korean dollars, okay? So 300 million South Korean dollars, and which is about 200,000 US dollars. The woman spent the money on luxury and designer goods. The woman insists she received the money as compensation, portrays herself as a victim, but her claims do not fully match the facts, said prosecutors, accusing her of planning the crime thoroughly. The woman's accomplice, who had threatened Sun 15 times to get the money, was handed a 2-year jail term for attempted blackmail. Okay, when they demanded more money this year, Sun went to the police. The judge said the woman and her accomplice had abused Sun's celebrity for their crime, and Sun appeared to have gone through intense mental anguish after the case was reported to the media. Sun was in October named the second highest paid footballer in the Major League Soccer in North America's top tier soccer league, akin to England's Premier League. In August, a 33-year-old left Tottenham after 10 years of service to join Los Angeles Football Club, marking the most expensive transfer in MLS history. There we go. Anyway, he was being emotionally blackmailed there. But the lady who did it to him has been convicted. So yes, that's some of the news. Vegan Equilibrium, have you found any news going on around the world? How's your barley going? Sorry.
Eating the barley.
Eating the barley with kidney beans and what else?
Goji berries.
Oof.
Kidney
beans and goji berries. I never would have put them together.
Cashews. Put a little cinnamon and maple syrup, pinch of salt, and
I never would have put kidney beans with that lot. Everything else sounds okay, but what's the kidney beans like with all of that?
I don't know. It's not bad.
Okay.
You know, the Powerball lottery here is 875 million.
All right. Will you do a ticket for us?
So I went to the gas station up the road from my house, and the girl that was working there, she doesn't speak English. And so she didn't really I was saying that I wanted to pick my numbers for one ticket, and then I wanted to buy 9 others, because I wanted 10 tickets. But she just put all the same numbers on 10 different tickets and printed them all out. And I was like, no, this isn't what I wanted. And she like actually had me come around the counter and do my own tickets. So I got the 10 tickets that I like, one with my numbers and then 9 with random numbers. And then I was, leaving. And then I came back and I'm like, wait, what are you doing with those other 10 tickets that all have the same number? She's like, oh, she like basically said her boss took them, or she gave them to her boss. And I'm like, no, because like if you have all the same ticket, that same numbers, like let's say like that number hit, then the money gets distributed over like whoever claims it with those tickets, right?
Yeah, so
So I had
you'd
to
go
like,
from receiving all of it to only receiving like an 11th of it, or
right,
or a
so
10th of it, whatever it is. Yeah.
right, so I had to buy all those tickets just like it was so stupid.
Sounds it.
But
It sounds
what's even
incredibly stupid. But like, she was obviously new in the game, was she? Was she very young?
yeah, she's young and doesn't speak English, and I don't. It's my fault too because I don't know how the lottery thing works. So, but what's even weirder is that this guy, during that whole thing, this guy comes in, and he's probably my age, or could be, give or take 5 years in either direction. And he says he was asking. He said, "Does anybody know how to put air in tires?" And I was like really surprised that like this guy doesn't know how to put air in his tires. That was really weird. And so I I like, oh, I'll do it for you. And so I go out there and I show him how to use the thing, and I show him how to put the air in his tires. And he like he was driving a BMW SUV, he had a wife and a kid. And like none of these people, they didn't know how to put fucking air in their tires. It was weird.
I was going to say he's either had a very privileged life or a very underprivileged life. It sounds like he's had a very privileged life. He's had
Yeah.
people do things. Yeah. Mm. There are some very privileged people out there, no doubt about it.
Yeah, I'm one of them. I'm not very handy or mechanically inclined.
You can learn that
Oh yeah, you're gonna teach me?
if you come over and become an apprentice.
Oh
You'll
yeah.
have to work for peanuts though for a couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
So what was I going to
Salted?
say? Oh, salted peanuts. Yeah, why not? Why not? If that works. If that works. We have a global solidarity there in the chat. Do you want to come on here? Retro, Jean Francis, and who could forget Mike Dunnigan? All of you are welcome to come on here and get the show going. We're at that stage where we're looking for a few more people to come on so that the conversation flows in an easy manner and it's not too taxing on the participants, because you can sit back and listen and talk as and when you feel like it, and there's enough people to keep it going. So we're depending on listeners to keep it going. That's what it's all about here. But Vegan Equilibrium, what would you do if you did win the lottery?
Well,
if you won, sorry, how much is it worth? How much is it worth? Sorry,
875 million.
Oof, oof. Oh my goodness me! What would you do if you won that kind of money?
Well, half of it goes to taxes, so you get only like, actually more than half goes to taxes. I think it said that the cash you get is like 410 million. So, well, I was thinking that winning the lottery would kind of might like mess me up because it would. I already have like a lack of drive to accomplish things, and that would like further give me like that would make me probably have like less drive.
Well, I mean, you're quite driven in terms of your music, so I don't know if you're being fair to yourself, right?
Well, and what not I don't know. I don't know about that.
But yeah, again, what would you do with it? What would you do with the money? Like, what do you think you'd end up doing?
Well, I was thinking one of the things I would want to do is like see if I can like improve some like small town in Africa or something. Like if I can like maybe like set up some kind of vegan missionary program and like help rebuild impoverished communities around like and like with like a vegan kind of
Ethos.
ethos or like and create
So you
like a
basically
system.
build vegan land, a sovereign vegan enclave that would be.
Well, no, because I want to like basically like go somewhere where they need help, and I set up a thing where they're getting food, but it's all plant-based food, and then help them get schools like in hospital and education and stuff like that. Stuff like that.
Sounds like a great idea, brother. I hope you get it, because I'm sure there's not many people thinking along those lines. Global Solidarity says, yes, educating people would last generations. It would be one of the best things you could do. Yeah. There you go. I suppose we are moving towards, or maybe we're almost in the period when education is simple, because we have the internet, and all it is giving these people access to the internet, giving them devices and the energy to get onto the internet so that they can educate themselves, right?
I think like computer programming skills are an important thing so that people don't get trapped in like the click and tap sort of
The algorithm of being a dopamine addict to likes and crappy videos. Yeah.
Well, people, it used to be that you had to be a smarter person to use the internet or use a computer, and now computer technology has dumbed people down because everything has been done already on the back end. So now people just tap and click. They don't have to know any coding or know any back end stuff.
Yeah. I see your point. It's true, actually, but has it not opened people's minds in other ways?
Well,
Do you feel you personally have been dumbed down by the internet?
Well, certainly by like social media and stuff.
But overall,
I don't know.
Mhm.
Also, the internet is not what it used to be. When I was a kid, it was limitless. Like the amount of websites and information you had access to. Anybody could put up a website, and it would like there was all kinds of stuff, like just everything. Like there was so much diversity. But now Google owns everything and they really limit what you can see.
right. And where do you think this is leading to? Hello to Black Hole.
Well, I mean, they have a monopoly on information.
Mhm, mhm. Yeah.
What would you do
If I won the
with
lottery.
with all that money?
Hello to Rainyan Pasu. It'd be good to have you coming on. We haven't heard you speaking before. I know that you comment sometimes. What would I do if I won the lottery? Do you know what? I like to think I would do something along the lines of what you suggested. I think that sounds like a fantastic idea. And I think that is probably the best use of your money if you have that much money, to basically build an estate of some kind that was a showcase, an example of how to help people how to live life, and then
Mm-hmm.
hopefully other people would emulate it because they'd see that it went well, it worked, and it would be inspirational.
Well, I think like
Also, to
the
do it in a
main
manner that was cost effective, like you don't make it unnecessarily luxurious. Like make it like a nice place to live, but don't make it out of gold or
well
anything. Just make
the
it like
main
so that
thing.
you could use it as an example of, look, guys, this is how you could do this. Doesn't cost an arm and a leg, and we could plan things better and do things better for people.
Well, it's about what you do is you'd want to set up an org, and you'd want the org to be able to get donations so that you could continue. You go to one village, you fix it up, you make everything better there, help them with the infrastructure, help them build schools and hospitals, gives people jobs there, and basically install a plant-based food system. And then you use that as an example for the org. See, this is what we do. Donate to us, and then the people will donate, and the money, goes to bringing that to other communities.
Yeah, good point. So you could also start a kind of a campaign in it, as you said, an org, so that people could donate to it, and it could be that it keeps moving like a juggernaut, and you keep developing, keep doing the same thing elsewhere. You basically trying to you don't just concentrate it on one location. You try to spread out. That's a great idea as well. Well done. Rainyan Pasu says the future we're looking at is a global police state. What do you think of that, Noodles?
It's
And is there anything
possible.
wrong with that?
It's possible, yeah.
Yep. It looks like that. It looks like that is a probability, high probability. How does that make you feel, Rainyan Pasu? Do you want to come on and tell us about that? Retro says they sanitized the entire web with corporations for dollars in advertising. Yeah, it's something like that. That's certainly a lot to do with it. Certainly a lot to do with it. But they need, in my view, they did need to do something with some portions of the internet to protect people, from the stupidity that they themselves have, but also to protect vulnerable people, young people, from predators out there, and also just to protect young developing minds from falling into the trap of being malignantly affected by people on the internet,
Mm-hmm.
brainwashing them. Retro says they never stopped poisoning the water. They just sold us a plastic bottle to reassure us how safe we are. And now we have plastic in our water, microplastics. Apparently, drinks out of plastic bottles are the worst you can drink in terms of the problems of toxicity and forever chemicals and microparticles of plastic, nanoparticles of plastic in them, especially ones that have been sitting in the sun for too long. There you go. Don't leave your plastic water bottle in direct sunlight. Keep it in a dark place. Don't leave it in any sunlight. But can you be sure that it wasn't left in sunlight on the way to you, in the shop window, in the delivery van?
Do you think we should stop all production of plastic? Would you want to move back to glass?
Well, I think for some things we could use glass, yeah. But I don't know. The answer is I don't know, Vegan Equilibrium. I don't know the facts of what this stuff is doing to us. I don't think anybody does. It hasn't been long enough in the game. But, I reckon cellophane, there are alternatives we could be using. Like there are, plant-based materials like cellophane.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there is, corn, like cellulose.
Yeah, I meant cellulose, cellophane. That's made out of that apparently. So we
That's
could
made out of plastic.
Oh, is it? Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, the stuff that's made out of the cellulose, yeah, that
Yeah.
stuff, it comes out looking like plastic. Basically, it's clear. It can be clear, transparent. It can be any color you want. And we should be using that and basically for our food packaging, I believe.
Yeah.
And for our carrier bags.
What's crazy is they've had that technology for a long time.
It must just be much harder the process must be more expensive, because if it wasn't, they would be using it. I mean, I buy biodegradable dog poop bags made out of that stuff, and to be honest with you, they seem pretty good. They're quite strong. So, I don't know why we're not using it more. I presume it would solve a lot of the problems.
Yep. And we could save water if we also pooped in bags instead of instead of in the toilet.
In India they use clay cups for tea. You go to like a street trader for a cup of tea, like they don't have plastic cups, they have clay cups, and they're disposable as well. They're just like basically literally made from the dirt in the ground, the clay, and they make loads of them, and they hand them to you with the tea in, and you can either chuck them in the bin or bring them home and use them. But they're mass produced and again, not harmful for the environment because they're made out of clay. I mean, we could have cups made out of wood, we could use that. I presume that would be better than using cardboard. I know cardboard is made from trees as well, but basically the less processing, the better, right? The less industrial processing, the better.
Compost toilets.
Compost toilets. There's another one. Yeah. Well, we're building super sewers in London now, like absolutely gigantic, ginormous tunnels to help poop flow under the city. They've been upgrading sewer systems of London, because a lot of them are Victorian and they haven't been touched since. So it's over 150 years, some of them. And basically, they're building ones you could walk through, absolutely huge tunnels for shit to flow under the city. And yeah, the systems they have in place now for treating sewage generally are very good, for the environmentally conscious systems, and conscientious systems. And basically, yeah. But the problem in London we're having at the moment with our sewers is baby wipes. People are putting baby wipes down the toilet, and they are everywhere. And a lot of them have plastic in them as well. So if you look online, you'll see the River Thames has there's one or two areas where there's like islands of baby wipes just appearing from people flushing them down the toilet. And
Island of baby wipes in the River
yeah,
Thames.
yeah. Another huge problem we have in London are fatbergs, but I think they're all over the world now. People putting oil and lard and fat down the sink, and it's causing fatbergs to develop underground. That are absolutely gigantic as well. They can be the size of buses.
And this
in terms
is
of
really gonna hinder people's mudlarking.
the mudlarking, yeah, looking for clay pipes and bits of bone china. Yeah. From the Victorian age as they creep along the side of the Thames. Yeah. Anybody want to come on here and chat? The link is in the live chat. We are just chilling out here. Rainyan Pasu, are you going to come on here? We haven't heard you yet. We just want to know, are you going to come on here? That's a simple question. Retro, isn't it time that you click the link? Global Solidarity has never once ever come on the show, and I don't know why that is. Why is that, Global Solidarity?
I think it takes a lot. Like, some people have a loud social anxiety.
Yeah. I think Global Solidarity is one of those people. I think they said they're remarkably shy. That's okay, but I would have thought by now you would realize this is an okay place to, try and expose yourself to your fears in a friendly way. We're not going to laugh at you. We're not going to pick on you. You are safe to come on here and get over the things hindering your social progress, preventing you from expressing yourself. So, yeah, do come on. Feel safe. Feel welcome. Link is in the live chat. Oh my goodness. They're holding a grudge against me. Look at this. Global says, I did once in the early times. So you walked away to make tea and left me. Well, I won't do it. I won't. Look, now that I know that, Global, if that's the thing that's holding you back, all you have to do is remind me of that and how it irks you, and I won't do it while you're on the stream, okay? Anyhow, Vegan is here anyway, so you got plenty of people to keep you company. So yeah, come on now. Let's bury the hatchet. All is forgiven. Start afresh. Now that I know that, I won't walk away and leave you hanging, okay? I do apologize profusely for that. Retro says they're brewing a cup and then they're joining. Probably a good thing to brew a cup and then join rather than join and then walk away and brew a cup as I did in the past. I do apologize. But Global, I do extremely long streams.
Oh, you said doo-doo.
Sorry?
You said doo-doo.
I thought I said I do. Yeah, I see. I see. But it wasn't a mistake. It was grammatically correct. I do remarkably long streams. Sorry, that's funny. And
you do on your streams?
I do remarkably long streams. And yeah.
They come out of
you. You can't
you.
hold it too much against me, but I'll try my best in future, Global. Global, are you going to come on now? Is today the day that Global forgets about what happens, gets over the PTSD of it all, and starts afresh on the Finding Gnosis show? What about Rainyan Pasu? We're still waiting on you. No word from Rainyan. And anybody else in the live chat who wants to come on, this is the Finding Gnosis show. We are trying to get the motor going on the conversation that will change all nations and bring us closer to Gnosis, to find out what is going on, what we should be doing in this strange existence that we all find ourselves sequestered in together temporarily, it would appear. Although people like Chickpea are worried that there is possibly a return to matters, reincarnation, eternal return, and whatever. Vegan Equilibrium, what are your current thoughts? What are you worried about in terms of life after death? SB is in the house. How lovely. We've been missing you. You haven't been on for a couple of streams, SB. It has been noted, but we are glad you're back. SB, all the way over there in Canada. She says, greetings to Finding Gnosis. This is the Finding Gnosis stream. I am D&W. Welcome, SB. Do come on. So, Vegan Equilibrium, what have been your thoughts? Because I know that one of your recurring thoughts has been you are frightened of going to hell. Are you? Is it still something you think about? Is it still something that you ruminate about sometimes?
Yeah, of course.
Mm.
Yeah.
It's a terrifying thought. I've had that. I do have that now and again. I don't get it as much as you, but now and again it creeps into my, thoughts, and it's a disturbing one, isn't it? To think that you could be punished for all eternity in hellfire, in a bleak and hopeless place, tortured. I mean, that's a terrifying outcome for anybody, for sure. Nibbles says this is hell for some people. Yes, I do agree. In fact, it's hell for everybody if they were tuned in to what is actually going on. I've said that before. One child suffering horrifically is hell enough, right?
This also
SB
could
says,
be the.
I have a nightlife DJ voice. Yes,
This
thank you for
also
that.
could be the best of all possible outcomes. So.
Well, it is in a way. If this is all there is, this is the best of all possible worlds, isn't it?
Well, and just
as far as we know,
that's what we know.
It's also the worst of all possible worlds because it is what it is. It is just what was inevitable. Hello to Chickpea. Hello, Retro. Oh, by the way, you remind me. I wrote a poem. Let me read it to you. It's a poem and it's a work in progress. But it's really weird that you just mentioned it is the worst or the best. Let me just see where it is. I wrote it last night when I was wide awake. I have to work on it though. So it might not make any sense. So forgive me, folks. I might regret reading this because it might be one of those poems that just needed a bit more work. So here it is. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times.
Wait a minute. This sounds familiar.
Yes, that's Charles Dickens. I know.
Yeah.
They came into me. Those words are from Charles Dickens.
Charles Dickens came inside of you?
Oh, come on. He's been long gone. Anyway. More. For anybody who doesn't know, that's a reference to Oliver Twist. Did you like Oliver Twist, Vegan Equilibrium? Did you ever see the musical?
Oh, the musical is great. Oliver Reed was just,
it's
just a great film.
That music, when I was a child, we had it on a VHS tape, and they used to repeat it on TV a lot. They don't really do that anymore, but it used to be played like maybe once or twice a year on television, and we watched it in school. I just loved it. It was really good. You got to pick up a guitar too. Remember Fagin? Anyway, anybody who hasn't seen it, I do recommend the Oliver the musical with Oliver Reed. Fantastic viewing pleasure. Will cheer you up. And have you got anything to say about it, Vegan, before we move on to my poem, which I'm going to regret reading?
Actually, you kind of made me want to rewatch that film now.
Wow. Fantastic. Maybe we should have a Finding Gnosis Oliver Twist
screening, yeah.
So here's the poem. I apologize if it doesn't make any sense. It was written, as I said, when I couldn't sleep. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. And time doesn't even exist. So say some highfalutin physicists. Well, at least on the grand objective scale of matters. Still, I suppose we have our place in the universe, where distance divided by speed means something proximally in our local environment. What the fuck? We are watching matter between two physical points, our solar master and us, enslaved to its immense power, and yet its power, something it is powerless to control. All just part of what is ticking away on a canvas of nothingness, stretched out into something that is but an illusion, just another subjective hallucination that nobody else can see but you. You talk incessantly trying to get us to see things the way you do, to feel the way you do, but not once in your lifetime have minds ever struck such an accord. You try to peer into other people's heads, but it's all smoke and mirrors. And whenever you think you've found a semblance of them, it's only you and your understanding or lack of it staring back. And whatever this is, the door is always closing for you here. Don't worry, though. You're not alone. But does that make you feel better about it all? Knowing that there are others trapped in this existential affair with you? Does that keep you warm at night, or does it make your blood run cold when you realize they are you in another body? They are conscious awareness, fragmented, and never once meeting in this strange place we call home for now. That was the poem I wrote. As I said, it needs a little bit more work, but I just thought because you mentioned best off and worst off, it was kind of synchronous. It was a synchronicity, was it not, Vegan Equilibrium?
I guess.
I lost you. I can't hear you. You're a bit away from the microphone.
Yeah, I guess if you look at that, if you look at it that way.
Mm. Hmm. So Vida says that they don't believe in hell. They believe we manifest in other dimensions, maybe on other planets or far away in the universe. There you go. I think that's something Divine would also believe. We have NASA Child
Well,
is here.
you know
That's
what's interesting is that Divine thinks that the moon landing is fake, but she claims to have been on the mother ship of the, I don't know, whatever extraterrestrial civilization that is visiting us. So
well, maybe she's the one to know.
He knows all about the Pleiadians or whatever they are. Yeah, she is maybe.
Yeah,
I think direct contact.
maybe
I think they're
she
pen pals.
maybe she's the one to know what's going on then. So anyway, NASA Child, what is going on?
I just finally brewed my cup and joined in the chat, the fireside chat, seeing what's going on, seeing if it can be a little better than yesterday's ending to my upheaval.
Right, because yesterday, remind us why you left yesterday, because you got off the show, right?
Oh,
What
I
was
left
that?
because I use the internet a lot, and I've been a social person for quite a while. It was like 3 years ago I took a break from the internet, I do admit. And it was the death of my father, and I moved. I just took a lot of hikes and didn't really imbibe in the internet. And I got back onto it after moving again and the death of another friend, relative. So I was like, hey, I'm going to reconnect with people and get back on here. And yeah, I've had plenty of arguments with people that don't believe in physics or science, space program, all that stuff. So I felt like I was just, I'm going to not treat that person like a person because I see so many others within them of stubborn anti-science stuff. So
Right.
I was giving them the platform to talk without me, basically, because I was flustered. But they weren't having a conversation with me. They wanted the public to agree with them. I realized that, and that's why I cut off the conversation, because their
Okay, brother.
conversation wasn't with me.
I hear you. I just want to say, Vegan Equilibrium, are you still there? Are you still there, Vegan Equilibrium? Hello? Is that you, Noodles?
Yeah, that's me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, because there was two of you, so I want to check it was you, so I'm going to remove the old one. There you go.
It's his astronaut twin. Has he heard that too, that most astronauts have a twin?
No. Oh, yeah. Someone said that. Was that Divine that said that yesterday?
No, that was me, because I was telling people
Oh.
that in case they do lose one, they can still interview them. You know, they can still have.
Come on,
they
stop
they have
pulling
a
the
backup
piss.
model.
You know, people might believe what you're saying. Be careful what you say. Be careful what you put out there. So SB said we should be figuring out how to get out while you are alive before you pass onwards. SB, do let us know how that's figuring out is going for you. Nibbles says, they managed to dupe an entire generation with a 50-year psyop. So Nibbles does not believe in the moon landing. NASA,
Yeah, Nibbles is a troll. Nibbles can drop their references in, and their science teacher, so we can all have that talk with someone. But if they don't know anything about space, then all of a sudden they do because of the internet. That's no information. You get what I'm saying? Like,
I hear
I've
you.
never read a Charles Dickens book, but since you mentioned him, now I'm the expert because my friend mentioned them. You know, until I go to the library and study something myself, or that's the environment you lived in or worked in, you don't really know about a subject if you're going off other people's third-party references on the internet.
There you go. Do your own research, folks. Use your own mind. Make up your own, mind on the matter.
Oh, I see. SB, yes, plasma is actually superheated water and stuff like that. It's a above gas. When you superheat water, you can turn it into plasma. So it's just like an extra phase, of state of matter. So we have solid, liquid, gas, and plasma. So superheated usually makes plasma. So with enough lasers with water, you can create plasma.
There you go. Why this obsession with plasma, SB? Can you let us know? Is that to do with? I remember in Victorian times they used to take photos of people with plasma coming out of their orifices, and they used to say it was some kind of spiritual thing. Did you ever see those pictures on the internet of people with plasma coming out of their mouth and their nose and their ears in these old Victorian photos? I think it was a thing. Maybe it still is a thing. Like there are people out there that believe in some kind of supernatural kind of element in relation to plasma or whatever plasma is. Oh, SB says yes, she knows what I'm talking about. Okay, I'm not overly familiar with that stuff, SB, but perhaps you could come on and tell us about it. SB says there's lots of plasma floating in the cosmos, NASA child.
And most other places in space, liquid water would not exist because it's our pressure of our atmosphere that helps it be all those states. As far as we can have clouds, we can have liquid water, and we can have ice. It's because of our atmosphere pressure allows for that. And other places have increased pressure, so you could have liquid water or liquid something else at a much colder temperature with increased pressure.
Buzz Aldrin admitted the first moon landing was a hoax. It's a clip on YouTube. He says a little girl asks Buzz Aldrin why we haven't been back to the moon. Now it may be that he was just joking. Vida, have you ever thought that he was just making a little quip? I mean, I haven't seen the video, but feel free to
obviously an
link
astrophysician.
it in the chat.
Studied up. Yeah,
Sorry?
they've studied up. They know everything about space, telemetry, geometry, apogee. They know all about it. They have become an expert from watching the one video. Example A.
I was surprised yesterday when JE says he thinks there's a lot of stock in the flat Earth conspiracy. I thought that was shocking. I was a bit disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, at high noon, you can measure shadows anywhere on Earth, and you can mark the difference, and that will tell you the degree of curvature.
That's right. That's right. So what's going on in the news, NASA? Have you seen anything in the news that we should all be diverted towards in terms of our attention?
I think they're getting us ready for something else big before they don't show us those files that they've been hiding. So something else big is going to go down in 2.5 weeks, I think, again, to get all media attention on. So another big scandal or major earthquake, anything to get the eyes off the corrupt officials.
Okay. Now, something big is going to go down. Wow. I'm just trying to get my screen back. There we go. Sorry. I don't know what's going on here. Reset. There we go. So while I'm figuring out what the hell is going on with my screen.
Nibbles, what's your favorite book on astrophysics and astronomy? Go ahead and put them in, or put your address up so we can send you one for Christmas.
SB says flat Earth is greater than 2D. JE's here. He says, "Wow, DNW. I said there were sus things about the globe Earth model. He said he never said he was out and out a flat earther. Sorry, JE, but you did say there may be hidden lands. Is that what you said, JE? If I'm right, you said you theorized there may be hidden lands that are not shown on the map or something. Is that right, JE? Would you like to come on and tell us about that, brother?"
What he's referring to is Tartaria, and people say you see the reflection of Tartaria on the moon, and that's why the continents aren't shaped correctly according to the reflection on the moon. Those extra lands are Tartaria.
SB says no flat Earth. She says she thinks it's 2D thinking. Jay says yes, that's what he thinks. He thinks there may be some stock in the view that there are other lands that they're not telling us about. Jay, can you come on and tell us about that, please? It'd be interesting to talk about that. I know you're not 100% sold on the idea, but you think it's worth exploring. Well, why don't you come on now? We can explore it together, and we can either get some consensus or debunk it. Either way, it will be good in our journey towards Gnosis, trying to find out what the hell is going on in this strange existence. Maybe it is a pertinent matter that we should be diverting our attention towards, at least for now. So do come on. Link is in the live chat.
I probably do have teaching things here for teaching simple space and physics or lesson plan if we want to do one day, but today is fine not doing one.
Okay. So anything else in the news, guys?
The Russian space program is having a major issue. They melted their launch pad on their last launch, and no one's saying what they're going to do to retrieve their own astronauts. But I guess they're going to use SpaceX as well, or I don't know. It's kind of confusing that no one said that Russia's astronauts are not stranded on the space station, but they burn up their launch pad getting there. They might be able to leave with their rocket, yes, but they won't be able to resupply their own mission from Earth. But is that made up? Like I'm saying, did they burn
I heard
up their
something
thing?
about that. Yeah, if you want to share the link, Retro, and maybe read about it, that would be good, because that sounds like something we should be looking at. Vida says, if you want to literally share the link, you can share the screen if you want, and we can read about it, or read the actual news article that you're referring to. Vida says that he thinks the moon hides an alien colony, an outpost where they can watch creation from. Yeah, but why, Vida? Why would they be doing that? That's the question. SB says that she has the Scientia book at home and several other similar books. Okay, I don't know what that is, but do come on and tell us about it, SB. Why, and maybe why we should be reading it too. Naza, have you found anything on that news item that you mentioned there with the Russian cosmonauts and the problem that they're having in terms of being caught in space, trapped in space, perhaps? Well, he's looking for something. He'll be back in a while. Naza has disappeared, but we've got a JE on the show, aka We're Cooked. JE, brother, what's going down?
Hey, so yeah, I didn't say I was an out and out flat earther, but I was just saying that
Flat earther now. It's all good.
The link is in the stream live chat. It's not in the regular chat. I added the link.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I do think
Otherwise, now you're locked in.
no.
Locked in flat earther now.
No, but I do think there's some stuff in the view that there is more land on Earth that we know about and that they're letting us know about, and that is hidden from us. I do believe that there is some stock in that theory.
Why?
It just makes a lot of sense.
How?
Well, one, because history books. I feel like there's a lot of like myths and tales about like cities in the past that all of a sudden they can't seem to find or discover nowadays. I feel like that's one.
What do you mean?
Like for example, Atlantis and Tartaria, right? I feel like those are two examples.
Haven't you ever heard of a fantasy novel?
No, that's what I'm saying, right? What I'm saying is that like I feel like there's a lot of stories out there about like certain events and places that existed that if you try to look for the actual places nowadays, you're not gonna find them. So I feel like that.
But why that? I don't think they ever claimed those places existed.
They did though. Some of them did claim that some of those places existed. They did, like Atlantis.
What books claimed that?
And Nibbler, it's geometry. It's not asking questions. It's understanding geometry. Aristophanes in like 220 BC discovered it for everybody and wrote it down. We're not trying to go backwards. All right, that's all I was trying to say.
I just thought, wait, what do you? But like J.E., like, what books claim that it was like definitely a real place that are considered like real history books?
No, well, people have written about the city of Atlantis, and there are people out there who have.
People, were they writing it as if it was real, or are they writing it as fiction? Do you believe the Bible?
There were people writing it as if it was a real place.
Wait, do you believe the Bible is all real?
No, well, no, because I don't believe in Christianity, but I do believe that there are certain things.
Why do you
wait, let me finish. Wait a second. But there are certain things in the Bible that are true that did happen. Certain places that existed. Yeah.
Like, and why? Why? Like, what makes you think that those places existed?
Well, there's historical evidence that they existed.
Okay, so if there's no historical,
I haven't seen any 10-headed dragons though.
Yeah, so there's no.
I'm not talking about.
Wait, there's no historical evidence that Atlantis existed. So why do you believe it exists?
Right. Well, like I said, I believe it's just something that I believe. Right. I do believe that it is possible that the elites, again, these people like they control history. You know, they can control like what.
I mean,
what we believe as real and what we believe as false. So I do believe that they can manipulate history to make it so that these places that to us seem fantastical aren't actually real.
Yeah, but it just seems like a little arbitrary, or like why would you choose that to be the thing that you like believe in, and not like that Jesus turned water into wine? Or like that, like I don't know, or that like God was walking around in the Garden of Eden. Like, why wouldn't you believe in the Garden of Eden?
Well, it just seems too fantastical. It just doesn't make a lot of sense.
I don't understand. So, like, why is this any different? Like,
no, it's a different thing because the city of Atlantis it seems to have more weight behind it. I feel like.
Why?
It just does. I can't explain it. It just does. Okay.
It's just vibes. Just vibes.
No, not just vibes.
It sounds to me like you're saying just vibes.
No.
I just want this one to be real, so I'm gonna decide that this is the real one.
No, again, look, you're comparing the Garden of Eden, which, like, come on now, like that obviously didn't actually happen. Come on.
Why? It just seems like it. It seems like
Come on, no, it was meant to be a story, obviously.
so why is that obvious, but Atlantis isn't?
Because Atlantis actually refers to an actual. It's different. Okay, it's just.
It just is, okay? It is because it is, all right? Come on, man. You have better critical thinking skills than that. Get off this flat Earth thing and just
No,
start.
again, I never said I was. No, again, what I'm saying. I just said that there were things about the globe Earth model that I did find to be a little bit like sus. That's all. So, like
Yeah.
for example, another thing with it is that when building like you know when construction companies build like bridges or like various pieces of architecture over like long distances or whatever, they don't tend to factor in the curvature of the Earth into their calculations. They operate like if the Earth is like a level field and not something that's curving.
Actually, do you know that for a fact?
Yeah, there's actually been research done on it. Yeah,
What research?
like for example, with the Golden Gate Bridge, right? They didn't factor in any curvature into the
That because
calculation.
not because it's such a well. First of all, they do factor in distance and height and also the curve. I mean, I'm guessing, but I would think that the curvature of the Earth at that distance is so slight that it almost makes no difference whatsoever to like their calculations. Also, like you're basically saying that like every construction company on the planet is in on some grand conspiracy, and
No,
like
I'm not saying that they're in on some grand conspiracy. All I'm saying is that a lot of them don't seem to factor in the curvature of the Earth. At least
well,
from the examples I've seen. I don't know if all of them do, but just from some of the examples I've seen, some of them don't seem to do that.
I think you're like assuming that there's some extremely sharp curvature that happens over, how like those bridges aren't even like how long is the longest bridge?
One second.
It's not that long. Like there's not going to be any kind of significant curvature that they necessarily have to factor in.
I don't know. I mean, the Earth is supposed to be like.
It's kind of silly, like if you're not an engineer and you don't know how these things work, to like assume that that's like, that's how that means. Oh, the Earth is flat.
No, I'm not. Again, I'm not saying the Earth is flat. Again, I'm just questioning certain things. That's all I'm doing.
Maybe ask an engineer about it.
I'm just trying to be open minded to what the flat earthers have to say. That's all.
Oh. Well, are you open-minded that the Garden of Eden was a real place?
No, because it's obviously a story.
Well, why is this not obviously a story?
The flat earth thing. I no. Again, I'm just being open minded. That's all. Yeah, exactly. I'm just questioning. That's it.
Why be open-minded about that and not about the Garden of Eden?
Because I actually studied the whole story, and it seems like it's just a story.
You studied the whole story?
Yeah.
What?
But yeah, wait, and another thing too, right? Like airplanes as well too, right? Why don't pilots factor in curvature when they're flying across the Earth, right? They don't.
Because of gravity. As they move, they have a the meter on the plane tells them how high they are above the ground, and they just stay at if they because of gravity they're staying at a steady pace, like, or a steady what's it called, elevation. They can say, okay, I want to bring the plane to 30,000 feet. So they bring it up to, the instruments are calibrated so that they can raise it to 30,000 feet. And then and then they lock in there. it's the same reason. Like, well, actually, I don't want to say that. It's similar. I want to say it was like it's kind of like when you're in a car and you're driving a long distance. You know, the road. You're going along the road, right? Well, the gravity, and the way they fly the plane, it's similar to. It creates kind of like a road for the the flight path.
Noodles, can you keep an eye on the live chat as well? People are interacting with you guys. So everybody who is on the stream, please also look at the live chat periodically just to check, because people do ask questions.
Okay, so Nibble just said if your spherical Earth is real, you can demonstrate it, and you have burden of proof. Wait, Nibbles, why don't you come on and talk to us, bro? But yeah.
I mean, there are ways to measure the curvature of the Earth. I'm not an expert in that stuff, so. But yeah, I mean, I also say the burden of proof is on the flat earthers too.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Pastor D. Well, NASA, maybe NASA could also talk to us about it.
I mean, I'm not interested in having that conversation because it's so stupid, and it's like you might as well.
No, this isn't just about me. This is about educating people like Nibbles. You know what I mean?
You believe in the Loch Ness monster?
No,
Why not? Why not?
Wait. Actually, there actually has been like some evidence that it could actually exist. So there's an offset.
Giant dinosaur.
There's someone called Luigi in
Giant
the live chat.
dinosaur
I mean,
in a
I'm not going to
lake.
let you on. Sorry, there's someone called Luigi backstage.
Luigi Mangione.
Pastor D, welcome.
No, like from Super Mario. Yeah.
Yeah, there's
Noodles, you need Jesus.
Jay, you think that there's a giant dinosaur in the
There you go. Look, Luigi, you're on the show. Now you're off it. But I mean,
I'm not a dinosaur. I'm a plumber.
There's a link on the page to a photo of Earth from the moon. It's really crazy because they keep asking for proof, and pictures from satellites and from the moon back at Earth kind of prove the shape of the Earth.
What the heck was that?
I don't know. That was someone weirdly playing with a fucking Luigi teddy bear, pretending it had a cock. I mean, what the fuck? Anyway, sorry about that, guys.
But yeah.
Yeah, boy. Good boy.
Someone has too much time on their hands.
Yeah, but he's back.
You know, I'm not a teddy bear. I'm a flush by my life, really.
Thank you for that.
So there's no one controlling you. You can see a head, but.
What happened to our mystery guest with the body in the woods? They were kind of more interesting than some of the other stuff.
Oh, he's back. DMW, stop. Before you actually act.
They're okay. I don't know what
they're doing. But you never know. They could end up pulling out something we don't want to see.
No, they're not going to do anything. It's actually, I reckon it's. Oh, no, they're okay. Go ahead, guys. We've got Luigi on the show.
Okay. Don't say I've been warning if something happens.
Famous last words.
Pastor D, what is going on?
Jesus is the reason for the season.
Okay. As you were, folks.
But yeah.
NASA is showing us something as well. I'm going to make the screen big for NASA. NASA has got like a picture here. NASA, would you like to tell us what that is?
Sure. This is the lunar landing mission profile. This is from NASA themselves, not an online site that claims to know about space that's never been there.
Okay.
This was the plan in the orbits to get us there. This is the whole mission profile listed below, each step by step of the 85 steps to return to Earth to splashdown.
Interesting.
Waiting for the clap down.
This was printed in 1969.
There you go.
It probably wasn't even passed out to the general public to fool anyone.
The
That's what
Earth
I'm
right
saying.
there.
So,
Oh, and there's the
Nibbles
realistic
the
Earth, or the real Earth.
cartoon. Sorry, say again, Luigi.
I can literally see that there was a cartoon-looking Earth, and now we just went to the real looking Earth. Look, that one right there, so showing right there in the camera.
would you rather see the mission?
Wait, why is NASA muted?
Probably.
Luigi, what are you doing, brother?
85 steps
My
to the
usual
moon and
stuff,
back.
you know. When I normally be in these stuff, I just normally do that, you know, because I'm low AGA.
You're what? You're Luigi, so you like to do puppetry. Okay. Luigi, what
No,
is
I'm
the
not a
meaning of
puppet.
life?
I'm a plushie.
You're not a puppet, you're a what, sorry?
I'm a plushie.
A plushie. Luigi, what is the meaning of life?
You know, I'm a plushie that I can actually move and talk. You know, I'm really alive.
Okay, Luigi. Luigi, we've moved beyond
there's
that.
someone in my soul. You know, there's someone in my soul controlling me.
No problem, Luigi. We accept that you're a plushie. What is the meaning of life, Luigi?
You know that I'm stuck. You know, look, like I can literally twist my hand. You know, I can twist my hand. I can literally make goofy faces.
Yes, I can see that, Luigi. Congratulations. Luigi, what is the meaning of life? Have you got anything to say except for your strange exhibitionism online?
Well, you know, I literally have a job. You know, a plumber job. I just thought to still have it. I normally work on Sundays, my plumbing job. You know, with my brother Mario. Yeah, you know.
How's that going? What's it like to be overshadowed by your other brother Mario? Because he's the more famous one of you, isn't he?
Well, my brother Mario is not my enemy. He's like my brother. You know, Mario and me have like good times. You know, we just like have fun and stuff. Also with my other friends.
Okay, Luigi, what are your plans ahead for the rest of the year and going into 2026?
I'm not sure really, but yeah, I just play with my brother. My God, I sometimes play Nintendo games with him. You know, because I'm from Nintendo. He's Nintendo.
Say that again.
Like I'm from Nintendo. You know, I'm Luigi, and my brother Mario is also from Nintendo. You know.
Are you working for Nintendo? Is this a weird subversive way of advertising to my viewers? Are you trying to subliminally get them to buy Super Mario Christmas games or something?
I don't know. I just like having conversation with y'all.
Yes, Luigi. Luigi, I need you to say something meaningful, except that other than saying you're Mario's brother and you like to play with your brother. Have you got anything else?
My
to
brother
add to the
literally got
conversation?
friends like a few months ago. You know, a few months ago he got friends by Peach. You know, by Princess Peach, who got kidnapped by Bowser over and over again. He just got had to get friends for some
Luigi,
reason.
I hope you've had fun, brother. I'm going to have to. Luigi, would you like to say any final words before you leave the show?
Poop.
Okay, thank you for that, Luigi. Take care now. I have to kick you out of the studio. That was fun. He's gone. Okay, he's gone.
Okay.
All right. Well, Luigi dropped by. Okay,
yeah.
as you were, folks. Sorry about that strange interruption.
I got discriminated against as a Christian.
Why?
Oh, I went on to Illicit Minds show. He did a live stream yesterday, and he saw Pastor D. Yeah, and he put me on for like.
Who is that? Who is that? Sorry.
He's an antinatalist pessimist YouTuber.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he saw Pastor D, and he just let me on for 3 seconds, and then kicked me off. Didn't want to hear what I had to say. Can you believe that?
Well, yeah. I guess he probably thought you were a real pastor. That's why.
Anyway, we were talking. Look, Jay, I really think you need to bring, show your cards here. Like, go and Google some evidence or some. No, not evidence necessarily. Google some opinions that you feel are valid. Some questions that you feel need to be entertained in relation to the stuff you were talking about with noodles. Okay, that's what I think you need to do, because you're saying a lot of things, but the problem is you're not backing them up. So you need to come back with, you need to be able to show something on the table. Like, look, this is what we can discuss. Because at the moment you're saying it just is. I just feel it is. I mean, I've read it, but you're not telling us exactly what. Now, obviously, no one is going to have a fight here. This is all good faith. So if you could come back as we're streaming now, just look it up. Just look up things that you find, titillating in terms of you feel there's something in them, and maybe we can talk about that. Okay, so that's your homework. If you want to do that right now. NASA Child on camera is showing us something else. I don't know what it is. Do you want us to make? Do you want me to make the screen big? There you go. Wow. Okay. This is, I presume, a bunch of NASA engineers, scientists. Is it? Is that right? NASA, you're muted. Do you want me to unmute you? Or you're unmuted now?
So these are engineers that got us into space. From the 50s to the 70s, that was the pioneers of the space program that broke all the rules to get there. Because if you see the kind of cars we were driving at the same time with the clinky dinky stuff, and we pop the hood, it's all cranky and smoke and stuff. And these guys had to make new rocket fuels and things that were sealed and compressed and wasn't going to burn up in and out of the atmosphere to go try to, make sure we were ahead of Russia at the time. And that we used those scientists from Germany to help us, stay ahead.
What would you say to those men if you could go back in time? If you could talk to them? NASA.
That the future will never really truly appreciate what they did unless someone fires an ICBM.
Wow. Okay.
Well, we got all that technology from a Nazi, right? The rocket technology came from a guy named Werner von Braun, and we took him in Operation Paperclip.
Yeah, quote your source for that. Where'd you get that information? Not that it's wrong.
No. I've seen several documentaries on it from very reputable sources, not weirdos. Just look up Operation Paperclip.
Yeah, my dad was in NASA since the 50s, and before it was NASA with NACA. I have stuff from Werner von Braun, so I know there's no problem with that.
Yeah.
That's what got us ahead in the program. We took the science that they had, and it gave us a leapfrog into space.
Yep, because they have the V1s and V2s.
Because the moon mission was a cover for developing ICBMs, meaning the race to space was
that makes
to
sense.
shoot missiles around the world. We did do the moon stuff, but it was a major cover to get missiles built that large that could fire anywhere, and possibly from the moon back to Earth.
Yeah, I believe it.
So that was the worst plan I've ever read about, was somehow the Army or Air Force wanted to put a nuke base on the moon to launch them back at Earth. So it's just like, that's the kind of technology these people were working on, because the defense stuff was what paid. The defense stuff and contractors, the big ones, Lockheed and Boeing, they're the ones that run all this stuff.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't doubt it. But, Werner von Braun, he developed the V1, V2 that the Nazis perfected the last 6 months of the war. They weren't real effective, but they did work. And that's basically where they got the rocket technology from.
Yeah, the other day I was talking about the gimbal. Inside of them, to steer them, they have something called a gimbal, which is like a big gyroscope. Yeah, and then we shrunk it down over the years and made it a little laser thing. And before we had GPS, we had to look at star maps in the sky once they broke through the atmosphere to figure out where they're going to go.
Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't. I knew there was a gyroscope, that was the last thing they had to perfect to make the things fly up versus, flying sideways. But, funny.
Yeah, von Braun's project was called the Jupiter, and that was his big ICBM thing that could have gotten to the moon. And the problem was it was all too heavy. It was liquid hydrogen fueled, and that's what is on the belly of the space shuttles. That big orange container is liquid hydrogen, and you can't, for missiles and stuff, they didn't want that big a tank hanging on it. So what they had to do was switch to the solid rocket propellant stuff, and that's where my dad and his engineer club, came in, because that was their expertise, was solid rocket motors, and that's what they gave us. The ICBM was shrinking the idea around because it couldn't fit inside of a submarine. Okay, that was a major problem with Werner von Braun's ideas. They couldn't be launched from a submarine, so it had to shrink it down, and that was called the Polaris missile. And that was the first almost intercontinental ICBM that was launchable from the sea, and that had technology that my father and his people helped develop supposedly for NASA space stuff.
Okay, well, you would know more about that than I do.
The Intercontinental Heavyweight Champion of the world.
I watch UFC. They're gonna Patty the Batty. I like Patty. I'm a Patty fan.
Noodles, I haven't seen you out with Stop Having Kids. What, did you quit?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. You were one of the best advocates.
Yeah, he was, yeah. Okay, I posted a video in the side
I
chat.
think we understand the nihilist thing now, but so it's non-deniable, but we don't need to debate it.
I thought of a scenario in which I think it's justifiable to create a child.
What situation is that?
For them to become vegan, I'm sure.
It's like it's a trolley problem. Like you have like a bunch of there's like certain people or scenarios on one side of the trolley, which like if you pull the lever,
I've heard of this. Go on.
You create a child. Let's say they even only live for a day and then they die painlessly. Like, it would be worthwhile to do that to save and protect all that, whatever's on that part of the track.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Kill one person to save five.
Based on my like threshold.
I got a better trolley problem. Don't make the 6 original people.
Yeah, but they already exist, so.
Oh, okay. All right. Now you got me.
Wow, Sage is coming in hot in the comments, Noodles. They said being vegan is a non-starter. Who is that mentally healthy could be a vegan?
I don't get it.
I don't either.
I guess they're saying like only a mentally unhealthy person would be vegan. I don't know.
Yeah.
No, I think being vegan is great.
Can we get Sage on? What's the problem with the thing behind the curtain? How come we can't pull him in the show? Sage, try to come on again.
They say we're having trouble connecting or something. But yeah, okay, I went away and I got a video. It's a short video. I don't know if anyone can stream it or something. I don't know. I posted it in the side chat. D&W. I don't know if you know how to stream anything or whatever. But yeah.
D&W is brewing my adrenochrome tea. He will be back with a cup. Because anybody that mentions NASA has got to be chugging the adrenochrome, right? And they got to be connected to 9/11. They got to be connected to the fix. They got to be called German, whatever. They got to have like stripes and lightning bolts. We got to connect all the dots.
One thing I don't understand is why do they use a serpent tongue on the on the logo.
Yeah.
I've heard
Oh,
that,
you
but
mean
I'm
on
not the
the
expert of that. But I've
Ouroboros?
heard that as well. The serpent tongue thing. I've heard that.
But I'm at. Do you know why?
No.
Are you talking about the logo that Pastor D has? Is that what you're saying? The Ouroboros?
No.
No, he's talking about the NASA logo.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
That's what I thought too, DNW.
Okay.
I have a lot of NASA logos, NASA things, NASA patches, NASA stickers, but this is one of the most interesting to me because it outdates NASA.
NACA?
Yeah, that's what it was before NASA. It was the committee of aerospace thing, National Aerospace Committee something. National Association Committee of Aerospace or something. They had to add space to it, and then it became NASA.
So can you tell me more about what Space Force is? I keep hearing it out of the Trump administration. I don't really understand
It's
what it
always
is.
been there. It's the Air Force's brand of the original space program. They've always had it. They just finally, ordained it and gave them a uniform.
They're
But it was
branding
part of
it.
the
I
Air
got it.
Force before. It's been in Vandenberg since the 50s or 60s at least.
Okay.
So,
I never understood what.
It was basically what they had to do to develop the technology. So like anytime something new comes out, all the armed forces kind of fight over it. Say I invent something that flies and drives. They usually only give a contract for one group to have that technology. And so if it's something that doesn't fly high enough, they say, oh, the Air Force doesn't need this. So it's the Marines or the Army. So these things happen all around until we're stuck with what we get stuck with of what happens. So back to your original question.
Okay, thank you. Because I mean, they kept saying Space Force, and I never understood exactly what he meant. I knew it probably had something to do with rockets and shit like that, but I thought we always had that.
Yeah, it was
but like you
because
said,
the military budgets are fought over, and they didn't proclaim it truly for the Air Force. They just said they were borrowing space or renting out the platform or whatever. But they've had their own Office of Strategic Initiative stuff going on for a long time of space stuff, and then the Air Force has been in mainly control of it because they're the ones that control the ICBMs, which are obviously in space, which space defense with the old Star Wars before and during Reagan would need to be controlled by some military, and it was the Air Force, and now they're just calling them Space Force. That branch that uses space stuff for sighting other countries and stuff.
I've heard conflicting shit about Reagan's Star Wars. I've heard that it was mostly a bluff, and then I've heard that it actually had some kind of technology to it. So I'm not sure what to believe. Do you know more about that?
Yeah, they've been working on it before Reagan. Reagan was just the one to hint at it. And I think what it was things, I don't want to get in trouble for saying this, but things we said we were monitoring the weather with were not for the weather back then. And then we were putting gray big reflectors at the poles that would be like, I don't know how big these things are. They're either hundreds of feet or maybe a mile. They have very large, like inflatable mylar balloon things that are up in space, and they can bounce lasers off of them, and they can see what they're looking at. This is all before GPS. So what they were doing was bouncing these lasers at high altitude or in space and off reflectors because the signals weren't going around the world back then the way we have things set up today and with GPS. And this was all to help target everything, meaning whatever they're sending up, we can see it at the moment they do something. It goes off the ground from the North Pole off this reflector that's sending a laser message around the world to receive.
Could they intercept it?
They would do.
Could they intercept it?
They had ways that they were, but I don't know if it's been 100% proven that they could. But we've had the deterrent that we can, and now they're selling it again as the Golden Dome, right, or something, right? So that's the same thing.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think they repackaged it and they're putting hundreds of billions into something called the Golden Dome, which is space defense.
Wait, so with NASA, what do you think is going on in Antarctica? Why are all these governments hiding what's going on out there?
I think because they're all being trouble, meaning each country is doing their own thing down there, and there's supposed to be rules that they're not. So I think it's catching each other is why it's secret. They don't want to get caught, and they're doing things that create great heat because they're cooling it down there. And who knows exactly what that is, but I know they have the neutrino thing that could be somebody's mentioned on the internet that it could be some kind of earthquake weapon, but I haven't seen that completely proven. But I understand how super new technology could be utilized in a way that they have to turn it off quickly or not mess with it the way they thought they could, much like the radar assemblies that do either cause people to hallucinate or strange weather to happen.
Okay. Interesting.
Well, I've decided that I am going to take some TB500 for this shoulder injury that I have.
What's TB500?
It's a peptide.
I hope it helps your shoulder, man. For some of my injuries, I've tried to use meldonium, and you can order it off Amazon, but it's like $50 for a few of them. And it's something that the ice skaters use when they get injured in the Olympics, and they kick them out for using it.
What is it? A peptide?
I don't think it's a peptide. You'd have to look it up. Meldonium. They say it's a supplement, but I know they kick people out of the Olympics for it. It helps with circulation a lot for heart stuff.
I'm using TB500.
Well, I hope it helps.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got some nerve pain lately. I don't know what things are going around, but they're also the military exercises with all this chatter. And I do live in an area where lots of scanning, droning, whatever you want to call it, radaring is going on, and they are low flying. And I'm wondering if, our immune systems are reacting to that kind of low flying constant surveillance.
Boy. Scary.
I mean, you have to remember too that they're being inundated with a lot of frequencies and radiation and stuff from the phones and the Wi-Fi and all these different things, So
yeah, they've shut off my TV, or I can see it go haywire, and I have good cable. And when some of the planes fly over, they scramble my TV signal. And I'm like, if they're doing that to my TV, I can't imagine what it's doing to my organs sometimes,
Yep.
Yeah. Well, those signals come from satellites, and they come down into a big microwave dish. Then it gets distributed to your cable in a lot of areas, not all areas.
Yeah, I love Akira when they have to take out Tetsuo and use the satellite weapon on him. And it's like, that's kind of today, but it's all of us, and we're not turning into amoeba biological giant mutants.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
We just have a cell phone in our pocket.
No, my mother used to think the Wi-Fi was going to be, the cancer-causing thing that they discover and announce. She might be right, but it's just basically radio waves.
Oh yeah, that could be why there's been such a rise in people getting cancer lately.
Yeah, I think radio waves do a lot, and we've been confused about their usage, and we use them for, communications and radio and stuff, but I do not think that was the original usage naturally in our geosystem of humaning. And I think it is causing a lot of weird stuff to happen to people as our signal usage in general. Not even saying the newest Wi-Fi 8G 16. I'm not even blaming that. I'm saying the years of radio and TV stuff that is that signal that we didn't know what we're messing with. We just knew it sent video and audio.
Right.
And we're like, crank it up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Football.
Or who knows? Maybe it's even causing people to become mentally ill. And give them schizophrenia and stuff. These frequencies, you never know.
Yeah. There's this thing called like a Merck's generator that the military uses mixed with radar, and apparently it can make people hallucinate. And I don't always find out about this until I read about things on the internet either. So I just like sleuth just started looking into it. I haven't found any complete facts, but it just hearsay of that's very interesting to me is a radar that can be emitted from a plane or an object or anything to make people friggin' hallucinate, so they're this is some of the stuff they're saying it makes people imagine UFOs is they use these devices and they don't know exactly what you're seeing. You know what I'm saying? You see what you end up seeing when you're too near one of these devices, and it's your own hallucination. It's not something they're always projecting for you.
Interesting. Yeah. That could be why there's so much UFO sightings. Yeah.
And I think radio static messes like, why aren't we psychic? I think the radio signals, the old kinds of TV signal, I think they somehow block our ability to read the generic form of human telepathy. Like, what is my friend feeling from across the way or across the town or across the country? I think you would be able to feel that more if there wasn't so many loose signals in the air echoing since we started putting them there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tesla had that thing about 369, and I'm wondering, is that what he was talking about? Is, our voices, everything we do, and we are kind of all connected with sound and frequency. Therefore, it's all kind of permanent, and we're kind of creating this frequency dome of our reality. And sometimes, it could be overcharged or whatever you want to call it, need to dissipate the charge or need some kind of capacitor to go back into to get us calm again.
Yeah.
Pure fantasy and speculation, though. I'm just, hypothesizing and, just bleeding out in my thoughts. This is not something I 100% say is fact. This is just something that just came to mind.
No, I mean, you never know. I mean, there's just so much that the government is doing that we just don't know about. And there has been precedent for this sort of thing before with the MK Ultra experiments, right? So, yeah, you never
If it
know.
was for military, industrial, or the PGON or whatever you call it, defense departments, human safety was not a main thing. There was things I learned about things that were, and that's anything that poisoned the water system to a certain degree, they weren't allowed to use, apparently. So there's fuels in rocketry that are outlawed because they're not allowed to, quote unquote, use them. And my dad always used the saying nasty stuff. And I didn't understand what he meant by nasty stuff, but after looking into it, it's really bad. And his word of nasty was an understatement when how much stuff this can poison. So between the batteries we put in some of our satellites that we send up there, we have I think a weight limit of under 90 pounds or something, because if it gets in the water and it's a over 90 pound plutonium battery, it poisons most of the water on Earth. And then they have other rules that they can't use certain fuels because same thing. It'll poison areas beyond the launch site or the crash site. And those things, actually, one of them is contained within your microwave oven. It's called beryllium oxide. And beryllium oxide, it's not in a non-ceramic form, is one of the most poisonous things on Earth. And that's what you can superheat in your microwave oven to heat your food right above the magnetron.
Wait, so we're slowly poisoning ourselves every time we heat up food?
Well, in a ceramic form, it's supposed to be safe, but I've always wondered if it's a target. Like if we have those in landfills and they're hit by something, does the poison get released or not? And I've never asked AI that question if it could answer that. But I know beryllium oxide is what they make the ceramic bowl, the thing that sits in your microwave oven above the magnet. And that can be heated. We could make a surfboard out of that stuff and stand on it in a flow of lava in a volcano. It would not melt. Okay, so that is beryllium oxide as a ceramic. But when you get that in a liquid form or you burn it, it turns into one of the most poisonous things on Earth, and it will poison a lot of land and underground and water supplies. And I wonder why we sell it to people in microwave. Like, that's just my personal thing. And I didn't discover this until my dad, as a, a little bit of Alzheimer's and storing, he was a pack rat. And he had like 10 microwave ovens, and he wouldn't let me throw them out. So I forced him to tell me why he wouldn't let me throw them out. And he said it had rocket fuel in it. And I was like, oh.
Oh boy.
And the magnets are actually worth something. Those are very powerful magnets inside of your microwave. And they can be used for other things. And there's people on the internet that do toy with stuff like that. I do not. I do not ever turn your microwave on with the door open. No, do not.
Doesn't that lead shield do something?
I mean, yeah, we are slightly protected, but I would say that microwaves aren't safe in general. Like as a choice for food, I know we all use them. Most people do use them, but I would say, yeah, it's not a good thing, and the stuff they're made out of is not that good either. But it's worth more than what you pay for the microwave. Like if you could get usage out of the stuff in it, it has use. It's just most people don't use the magnets in them and take them out. And that other thing, like I said, you could stand on it in lava. The thing that is the plate inside will not melt. If you want to make a surfboard and stand in the lava, that is what you need to use. Is the beryllium oxide as a ceramic, because there's a super high melt point.
Well, another thing to worry about with that too is that isn't it the case too that these chemicals usually start to decay over time? So it's possible that yeah, even though like it's in a solid stable form when you're using it to heat up your food, over time it could decay and potentially seep into your food, right?
Oh, I agree 100%. Like I'm against, but I see like we keep these markets and these factories and these facilities going for a lot of it is mainly defense. Like the toys with the video games is to train people to do that stuff for real in their future. So if you just think about it as video game of how much that trains people for warlike reality, then think about the manufacturing on its own. Like we didn't have this many cars being made until we borrowed the car manufacturers to make tanks, and then we stepped it up. So there's always more assembly lines to make more tanks or more attack robots. So we're all set up in this defense way as a cobra ready to strike with almost every single part of the economy that's not like a sticker for your window.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a movie about that. Well, it's not. It has many parts, but it's Holy Mountain by Jodorowsky, the guy that was supposed to make the Dune movie. He made this wild movie about the Rosicrucian tarot deck as people and as worlds. And there is a world called Toy World in there in the movie. And within Toy World, they explain how this stuff works. They say they train children or groups of people 15 years in advance at least of who their enemy will be. So the kids that watch the cartoons today are watching something telling them who their enemy is before they step foot on the battlefield. And they say the toys prepare them for that battle.
Oh boy, yeah.
I don't recommend the movie
No
for
propaganda.
children or anybody faint of heart. And this was before there was many laws on, I guess, making independent films. And so there is actual animals hurt and people doing weird stuff in this film. So do not watch Holy Mountain if you are not going to be okay with something like that. And no, the movie was made in the 70s. So there's nothing we can't go back in time and stop it. So if you want to read about Jodorowsky, this is not his only whatever you want to call it, scandalous thing in his life was that movie. But he was pretty much taken out of Hollywood, meaning he's still around, but he's never going to be a part of mainstream Hollywood for the movies he's made,
Yeah. Propaganda everywhere, huh?
I mean, they're works of art, but they're very bizarre and not NFS. They're definitely NFS, but they're satirical and definitely rated R, NC-17, and they're a little too real. There you go, a little too real. I think they hired the guy from the Beatles, who's the bassist for the Beatles? Sorry, no, there's
Noodles will probably know.
Oh, okay. Is Sage on here yet?
No.
Paul McCartney played bass.
Who plays guitar then? That one.
George Harrison.
George Harrison was supposed to play Jesus in this movie, and somehow he ended up not playing Jesus in Holy Mountain. And they gave it to this other dude that ended up getting covered in flies and thrown in as a drunk naked man into a factory that was making Jesus life-size effigies, where he meets a group of prostitutes that lead him through a town where he doesn't do too many miracles. And that is the pretty much main plot line. So it's a very bizarre film.
Yeah, that sounds really, really creepy.
That's what I said. The movie is not for everyone, and it's very questionable. And Marilyn Manson has shown parts at his concerts that got him in trouble. And yeah, they're gonna censor the world soon.
Boring movie.
What? Say again?
It was kind of a boring movie.
You've seen it?
Yeah.
So he shaves the two girls' heads for real in the beginning. He's wearing the big black hat, the same one that Trump's wife wears, and several other people do in their videos and stuff. And the room is all made to look like a mosque with the black and white repeating iconography. And then it just goes on from there into this kaleidoscopish like effect, but there's hardly any real actors in it. I think that's what you're feeling when you watch the movie. It's hardly any real actors. It is just stuff happening, and it is bizarre with a handmade set of thousands of tiny mirrors and thousands of human hands that made that set.
Sorry, say again, Noodles?
Boring.
Yeah,
no, it sounds creepy.
Is hard. Like I understand Noodles. Like I yes. The first two times I watched this movie, I just let it happen. It did not absorb it at all. And I was like, it's just kind of the third person. All the camera effects seem like they're too far back, 15, 20 feet too far back, until you absorb the rhythm of the film and realize it is like a, National Geographic on the Rosicrucian Tarot or something. But it is painful in parts. Warning, very painful. There's castration scenes. There's anything you don't want to see is in this. If you don't want to see it, it is in this film.
What the heck is wrong with people?
I'm so low energy right now. Like, I've been fighting this fucking cold or whatever it is for a week.
Oh no.
It fucking sucks.
Yeah. I'm sorry to hear about it, man.
Yeah, hot everything. Have some hot tea and whatever else you can have for your veganness of something warm.
Yeah, have some soups. Have a lot of soup.
I'm just tired. I just wish I wasn't so tired.
Well, maybe that's your body crying out for some rest.
I'm drinking some like energy chai tea. It's pretty good. Mixed with mad honey, of course, because, yeah, I don't feel that great either. So I'm trying to cheer up with some mad honey in my tea.
Yeah, honey's really good for colds as well, too.
No, it's not.
It is.
No, it's not.
What do you mean? It has a lot of, like, anti...
It's honey. They don't want honey.
Oh, yeah. I forgot he was vegan for a second. Yeah.
I have Nepalese honey, so it gives me a buzz from the rhododendron flowers.
Wait, so Noodles, if you were on like your last I don't know, your last right, and like the doctors told you that you had to like consume honey to be able to heal yourself and bring yourself back to life, would you do it, or would you say no?
I don't know.
I mean, come on, man! It could literally save your life. Like, surely you have to do it.
If you were on your last last leg, and the doctor said you had to consume a piece of your mother's leg to save your life, and she wouldn't give it up. Would you steal it?
What type of question is that?
I don't know.
Hello? Wait, yeah, what type of fucked up question is that, bro?
I don't know. I'm just asking you a question.
Well, no, I wouldn't do that. No, that's disgusting.
Why?
No, I'm not into eating anything from another human being like that. Like, no.
Uh-oh. So you just die?
I guess so, yeah.
What if it wasn't your mother, but like someone you didn't know?
No, I wouldn't. No,
Oh, okay.
I'm good.
What if it was just a little bit of their pee?
No,
They offered it to you like willingly.
nah, I'm good.
Really?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
You wouldn't drink a little bit of human pee?
Nah, that's not something I'd be interested in. No.
Consensual pee.
No.
Man, you really don't care about your own life at all, do you?
I do, but not to that extent.
Not even one drop. One drop of pee.
If it's like, okay, maybe if it's one drop, then maybe, but.
You would drink human pee.
No.
Got you to admit it. You like drinking human pee all the time.
Oh, thanks for trapping me. I appreciate it.
Hey, I'm not the one who said that I would drink human pee.
Yeah. Wait, so SB is asking, do you think there's human flesh in takeout? I don't know. I think it could be possible, but I'm not 100% sure about that.
It's all that's only at the fast food restaurants in Atlantis. I don't get that.
Oh, come on. Come on
what?
Okay, fine, let's just drop the whole Atlantis thing, okay? Let's just forget about it.
Oh, that's your favorite place, man. I know you wanted to go there since you were a kid.
Let's just forget about it. And by the way, I did post the video in the side chat, DW, if you could stream it. The whole flat earth thing. I don't know if you're able to do it.
You can do it if you present. Can you not do it?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, 1 second. I'll have a look.
Again, I'm not saying the Earth is 100. I'm not saying the Earth is flat. I'm just saying that the flat earthers have a lot of interesting questions. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, they don't. They have a lot of dumb questions.
Hey, remember, we're supposed to be open-minded, okay, Noodles?
Who's we? You gotta.
I can't watch that. It's got a copy. I'm gonna get a copyright strike. Sorry.
Oh damn! All right. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, Noodles. That's what we're here for. We're here to get Gnosis, and if you want to find Gnosis, you gotta be a bit open-minded, you know.
Well, you also have to know when to, like, not waste your time on shit.
Yeah, but I mean, for example, right? A lot of people would hear like,
yeah,
right. Wait. Let me just finish. Right, they'd hear us talking about antinatalism and think that we're stupid and crazy and not give us a second chance, right? So by by refusing to listen to other people's point of view, we're no different than those people. You know what I mean?
Are you gonna start doing a deep dive into neo-Nazi ideology?
No, because it's bullshit.
Why are you open? Have you dug into it? Are you open? Why aren't you open-minded?
Because I know it's dumb.
Well, how do you know?
Okay, fine, all right. I see what you're doing, but okay, there's just certain things that are obviously just stupid. Okay,
It's all about vibes. Why is it so obvious?
because you can just tell that it's dumb.
You can just tell, man. It's just the vibes, dude.
No, you're just able to like recognize when something is, you know what I mean?
Like flat Earth.
All right, whatever. Fine. It's a dumb psyop, and I shouldn't give it any second thought. Okay, fine. I'll drop it. I'm sorry that I disappointed you, DNW. But yeah.
Oh god, I'm so tired.
What did you do today? Do today so far?
I need to do some crystal meth or something.
Oh. Some heavy stuff there, man. Gotta be careful.
Why? I don't know.
It's heavy stuff. You're kind of cutting out, Noodles.
Have you used it?
Huh? No. I've never used it, but from what I've heard, it's pretty heavy.
Oh, well, why don't you do some research?
How many times have you used it?
Be open-minded, man.
Huh?
Be open-minded about crystal meth, man.
No, it's just not for me. I'm sorry.
Be open-minded.
I'm good. Okay, actually, I guess you can be open-minded to someone else's point of view just to show like how wrong they are. I guess that's a good. You can use it as like a. You can switch it into a positive by just using it as a way to educate them and show them how ignorant and stupid they are. I guess. So that's one reason to be open-minded. You know, make people a bit smarter and less ignorant.
So you have an angle. You're not really open-minded. You're just trying to make them feel dumb.
No, it's about educating people and making them see the error of their thinking.
Right, so you're just going into it with like, oh, I'm gonna make this person look stupid.
No, not look stupid. I'm just trying to show them how, how they're being misled.
Yeah.
And how they can sharpen their critical thinking skills.
Yeah.
Right, in the case of the neo-Nazis, you can show them how ignorant they are and make them, not racist anymore.
Not most of them. They're that way because they're retarded. So.
So are you someone who believes that like intelligence is like deterministic or something, and some people are just like born stupid and will never ever be smart?
It's really hard. It's just really hard. You have to change their minds emotionally, not intellectually.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Really, yeah, you can present someone with a million facts and they'll still never change their mind. So that's a good point. So how do you go about changing it emotionally? What do you do? Do you use emotional manipulation and stuff?
Go read that article about the black guy that started going to KKK rallies.
Oh yeah, I saw a video about that. Yeah.
What?
Hey, Retro, are you gonna come back on? Wait, so how many drugs have you done, Noodles?
Too many.
Have you done psychedelics?
Yeah.
Wait, did you end up experiencing ego death and becoming one with the universe?
No.
But have you ever experienced that on any drugs that you've taken?
I don't know what ego death is.
You don't know what it is? It's what a lot of people who take shrooms and psychedelics experience when they take them. They say that their sense of self dissolves, and they become like they don't see any separation between themselves and the rest of the universe and everyone else.
Have you experienced that?
No, never.
Oh.
I think people who meditate as well too, they often talk about experiencing those sort of states.
Yeah, it's a load of crap.
Hey man, you gotta be open minded, right?
No, I don't.
I mean, but you'd never know. Like they could actually be experiencing something real there.
Probably not.
Why not? Like who's to say that everything and everyone isn't ultimately one thing, and there is no separation?
Me.
Why? But have you ever experienced ego death? You can't say that without experiencing it.
Sure I can. I just did.
I don't know, man. I feel like there could be some validity to it, and that they could be onto something.
You hope.
No, not that I hope. I think there could be something there, because I think that it could make sense that everything is ultimately one and came from the same source, So
yeah. Well, you also believe in flat Earth and Atlantis, so.
I never said I believe it. I said I had some questions. That's not the same thing as believing it to be 100% true.
Sure.
I like to become one with a continuous large flow of money. Likewise, SB, likewise. I mean, but okay, Nibble sounds free to believe what you want, but others may ask you to practically demonstrate affirmative claims. But Nibbles, don't you also believe that the Earth is flat? So don't you have a burden of proof to show that it's flat? Okay, so what would it take you to be convinced that the Earth is flat, Noodles?
I don't know.
Wait, what if someone showed you like a satellite image of Earth from space and it looks flat?
I don't know.
You don't know? That wouldn't be enough for you?
I don't know.
Wow, okay. Yeah, but I thought you also claimed that the Earth was flat, Nibble. So that's why I'm saying you also have a burden of proof to show that it's flat. German people have always shown their great love of animals, and the question of animal production was always near their hearts. For the former retarded Nazi. Wait, you're saying the Germans were vegan? Euthanasia?
Yeah, that's why the Nazis wore leather and ate animals, right?
I don't know. I'm just asking them because they're the one who brought up the quote. So Nibble says you do realize images are not scientific proof of anything. I'm not the one here with enough, but they do count for something, though. If someone was to actually like take a picture of, like, get an actual real picture of a UFO or something, then that would be a good enough evidence to suggest that it's true, right? But it exists, and that UFOs are real. You know what I mean?
I think UFOs are real.
Yeah. So
doesn't mean that that they're alien. Could you know?
no, yeah. No, I'm just using it as an example. Right. So likewise, if someone was to get an actual verifiable picture of Earth from space, and it turns out that it's flat, well then, yeah, I'd have to believe that it's flat.
How do you know it's verifiable?
Right. Well, that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. Right. Is that once you're able to see that it's verifiable, well then you should believe it. And yes, I know in this day and age of AI and stuff, it's very difficult to know like what's real and what's not anymore. But yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about that. How will we know when things are real when they're not? I mean, I can kind of tell. I work with AI too, but the people don't have the right, their cheek lines and their eyeballs don't quite look right, even if they have 5 fingers sometimes. If they're trying to make it super real, they don't. Like, AI adjusts off camera oddly. So someone, if they reach their arm off camera, might change their cuff on their sleeve when they reach back onto camera.
Yeah. But did you see there was this viral picture that went viral, I think last week or the week before, about this AI picture. I forget the name of it, but a lot of people online were saying that this basically marks the end of being able to tell like what's real and what's fake picture wise. I don't know if you saw the picture. I think it was like a woman sitting down in like a restaurant or something, and there was a bartender behind her. And
I saw the exact same one. I'm up on the AI stuff. I am subscribed to several channels, that.
By the way, guys, one day we will have a Finding Gnosis holiday or something. What do you think, Noodles?
holiday.
Like we'll have a like when we all get like rich enough, we'll have like a month-long Finding Gnosis. What will we call it? Gathering in real life, and we'll like hopefully be along a beach or something, and we can have nice vegan food. We can have some music.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, that'd be fun. Yeah.
I like tiki food, so get some tiki barbecue sauce on whatever celery I'm eating for the vegans.
But yeah, that sounds good.
Make my tofu extra crispy.
Tell us about that, SB.
Richard says he wants to have meat there.
It's carnivore friendly in that you can eat the vegan food. You won't object to it. It will be tasty.
I mean, I kind of think people should have 6 toes and fingers so we can always eat one.
Uh-oh, cannibal alert.
AI is onto something, right? So it's like the 6 finger thing. It's like, wait, what do we do with the 6th one? Oh yeah, stranded on that island, and no one forgot. Everyone forgot we were there and shipwrecked us. Yeah, I was reading about like Norwegian explorer guy that got stranded for 1.5 years or 2 years in the Arctic or something, and him and his buddy got picked up. But that wouldn't happen today. I feel like we have unless you're in a mountain cave and you fall in and there's no cell service and your battery never comes back on and you never climb to the surface. Like of no one ever finding you is pretty low unless you took MH370 flight. Everybody's been found since. Isn't that odd? Everybody's been found since.
Hey, sorry, could you repeat that?
I'm just saying they seem like they could find us all no matter where we are right now, unless you're on that plane, the Malaysian flight MH370. And I feel like they found everyone since, but for some reason they can't find that damn plane.
Yeah. Hey, maybe we went to Atlantis, right, Noodles?
About to say.
I just knew you were gonna say that.
Did it disappear in the Bermuda Triangle?
Oh, Richard said that he'd bring meats for everyone, and there were a bunch of Nazis.
Yay! Can they order us food? Does that mean free pizza? Of course, vegan pizza.
And Weeder76 said civilization is measured by how it treats its livestock. And Euthanasia said vegan Nazi over dysgenic noodle vegan.
Wait, are we a cooking show now? I'm so confused. Or is this the Nazi noodle cooking show? I'm so confused. What is going on?
I guess, yeah. Apparently, Euthanasia says vegan Nazis are better than noodles, I guess.
I think we're all here. We all want to learn. And I like that you ask questions. I feel like you're not actually a flat earther. You're saying, prove me right or wrong. Can I prove it to you? Would it be possible if it's flat? I heard what you're talking about. So it's just like, just looking for yourself. And I would say the other person in the chat, I'm going to ignore you from now on because I asked you nicely. But I would say Brian Keating's channel is the best on real physics today. It's like sitting in a class in college that you never got. And it is eye-opening if you never got beyond, basic physics and stuff. It is a good course. And, Brian Keating is an excellent teacher. And that's something he makes his students do his first year in his class, is he makes them prove the earth is round.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah, he's kind of famous for it. So that's what, people go to his class that, want to try to prove something weird, or never thought of it before until they're asked, and now they have to do it themselves. So he said it's not easy.
Yeah, that actually is a pretty good way to teach, actually, yeah. Let them do it themselves so they can teach others.
Yeah, that's what makes him stand out as a teacher in this field. He makes radio astronomy equipment, I believe, for his other side job, but otherwise he's one of the top, I think, out there in the public eye, physics professors out there that can talk about this stuff on a level to help other people understand, whether it's string theory or quantum stuff, and he can bring it almost to at least a regular person's mind that's not maybe their number one subject, but to him it is. But I feel like he breaks it down because he's so used to doing that for first year students. He's really good at talking to the public about, physics and, how this stuff works and what exactly is going on.
All right, then, yeah, I'll check him out.
He probably has shows, and he even interviews the guy that was talking about 3i Atlas and all that stuff. He lets him talk on his channel sometimes. He does not agree with that guy Avi Loeb all the time, but he has him on his show as a guest sometimes. And most of these top guys don't actually 100% get along, and they don't actually all agree either. So
The other.
Hey, well, at least he's open-minded.
Yeah. So there is like major fights in the top of physics actually with people's ideas beyond string theory and stuff. There's a roof at that where people are throwing punches at each other, either to sell books or be the next one that is right.
Yeah.
Native tribes respect the nature and use most of the animal for food. That's true. There's a lot of, for example, there's a lot of Native American tribes that would like just leave like massive pieces of the carcass, nor does it like make it more ethical, because you could just use, like if it was a human, would using the whole part of the body of the human make it better. And then like meat is also important for us humans, as we are omnivores and should eat what our ancestors ate. Your ancestors, a lot of them had atherosclerotic heart disease. Like, why wouldn't you just look at the health outcome data to determine what to eat? That's pretty stupid. It's an appeal to nature fallacy. Dumb.
If anyone in the chat, and the ones
Wait,
that
sorry,
are
what
up
do you
here,
say, Noodles? I stepped away for a second.
Go back. Sorry, yes.
Nothing. It doesn't matter.
Are we all cooked? We're all here.
Yeah, Noodles, what were you saying? I stepped away for a second.
Nothing. Don't worry about it.
Guys, just an FYI, there is a community post on the YouTube channel. If you go to the community section or the post
speaking of
section,
that, the NWI,
I'm talking, Jay. I'm talking.
You were like, I think in you're one of my most viewed channels of 2025. I think you were like at like number 2 or 3. I think.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
In terms of channels that I watch, so.
Ooh, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are moving towards the end of 2025. So, question is, what have been some of your favorite topics to discuss on the Finding Gnosis show this year? Just let us know. Go to the YouTube channel and the post section. The question is posed there. You can just write down whatever they were. Have a little time to think about it, and then maybe we might tap into them next year if you want to, because we did discuss quite a lot this year, didn't we?
Wait, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you.
We discussed a varied amount of topics this year, so there's plenty to think about there.
I think what marked our spiritual life, like what got us on our journey, that's what started my conversation here, is kind of like supernatural encounters, and how do you think your spiritual journey started? And I think that's a good question for everybody. How did your journey start?
Jay popped out. I don't know where he went, but he's probably coming back.
I don't think he could hear himself. I could hear him, but I think he thought he was muted or something. I could hear him perfectly.
Yeah, I could hear him fine as well.
I'm gonna be leaving in like 8 minutes.
We sent a team there to
Thank you
hold
for that,
you down
Noodles.
and make sure you cannot
Thank you for
leave.
letting us know. That's very, very, very particular.
Yes, enjoy your day.
They now can 3D print a house, and it's more durable, and it's fireproof, or it's flame proof and pest proof. And more durable than, like, and they can have it done within a week.
Is it made out of inflatable amphibian organisms?
And it can be done by a giant robot hand.
It's done by a giant robot, but there are people programming the robot, and the humans are placing the
the metal rods. They placed the rebar in between the
You must be on the same algorithm. I love watching all that. That's been out for a few years though, but it's becoming more commonplace. Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's just like there's just no point, and it's stupid to use wood to build a house at this point.
I mean, can we use Gorilla Glue and cardboard and just make a structure, or is that not possible? I've watched the people that make their own little sandbag houses and pour them, and then or live underground and kind of do that, where they dig the pit and then they make a one barrier and then they pour concrete as a wall.
Yeah, well, this is the 3D printed house is it uses a concrete mixture.
That artist that we featured on the show that one day, that guy named Paul Lawfully, looking into him, he had a house that grows from a seed that's a mixture of pine trees and ginkgo bilboa, and he grows like a circular vine until it forms these dwellings, and he like mapped it all out one time, and it was pretty bizarre.
Wow.
Yeah, you made me think of it with like 3D printing and thinking about organic housing of, brought back that memory of his house from a seed idea. Anybody else want to talk about maybe like the best show they remember this year, or maybe if they could time travel, who they would talk to and bring on as a guest on Finding Gnosis?
Vegan Gains.
You'd bring Vegan Gains on the show?
If you can get him on here, Noodles, do it.
I might be able to, but what would you ask? We wouldn't want to waste his time.
No. Well, have a little think about it then, brother. We could ask him questions about like what he thinks is going on. I think that would be interesting because he doesn't really talk about that, as in like
how hot his girlfriend is, how long his wiener. Real questions here.
Well, you can see his wiener on his OnlyFans, so.
No thanks, I was just being retarded. Yeah, but wasting his time. Let's not do that. But let's get on anybody that y'all think would
Noodles,
be a good
have a
guest.
think about it. No, that's a good idea. Have a think about it.
Anybody else in the chat or the live conversation? Like, who is your idea of a guest?
Nikola Tesla at some point. That would be interesting, and we'll do that.
Well, we can AI recreate these people and bring them on as well someday. So,
That's
I mean, as the technology gets better, we can make them a more believable chatbot that's not just repeating what we want to hear.
That's true.
Yeah, if I could travel through time and meet someone, it would probably be most likely, I mean, somebody from modern history, yes, like some cult leader from the 70s or something, and beyond that, it would definitely be, the pre-Renaissance era and all the way back to, I would say, Plato and Homer, and basically try to find out how real the mythology they knew at that time was, and how good what their base was of knowledge, when that happened, that era. I like old Bronze Age stuff.
That is a really interesting question. What historical figure would you like to meet? Now, that is an interesting question. I've never really thought about that. Any ideas, guys?
Yeah, I mean, for me, definitely, I think Plato, Alexander the Great, Caesar would be in my top. And it's not that I want to worship it. I just want to know what made someone like that become the historical figure they are, that we still know of them, and I want to know if they really shined above everyone else or were put here by God himself, kind of thing.
I think I'd like to meet Buddha, Jesus, Muhammad, Genghis Khan. Who else? Not that I'm a fan of all of them, obviously. Who else?
Napoleon.
Sorry, say that again.
Napoleon?
Yeah, he'd be an interesting chap. Columbus would be an interesting chap as well. Not that I'm a fan of him either, but it would be an interesting.
Sarkozy, I think, is the real Columbus's name. They kind of made up his character off of other people, but suppose the real guy is Salvatore Sarkozy, and he has very strange numerology.
Apparently, he used to say he was Italian, but he wasn't Italian at all. They're saying he was a Sephardic Jew from Spain, but he pretended to be Italian because there was anti-Semitism at the time.
Yeah, I matched his numerology to 9/11, and I blew my own mind.
But again, sorry, Noodles, what would you like to say?
That sounds right.
Maybe. But it could also be anti-Semitism as well, to say that he was a Jew, because he's not a popular guy, is he, in some quarters?
Oh, who was he?
Christopher Columbus?
Oh, Columbus. I didn't know that's who you were talking about.
We have Pol Pot in the chat. I see Pol Pot. Yeah, he became super powerful in a very short reign, but that was because of the upheaval of his government that happened right before him. So it was kind of a power vacuum. He got caught on the right side and rose quickly to power for Pol Pot. So I don't know if, to me, he discovered anything reproducing what he did of ancient Cambodia. But I see that. I study things like that. I'm interested in what the hell was going on at those times, and I realized it was a power vacuum that led him into power, and he wasn't someone that ever needed probably to be in power.
Spinoza would be a cool one to meet. Leonardo da Vinci, I think I'd like to meet him. He was a genius.
Well, I think a lot of the guys from that era, Renaissance and before, were kind of linked to the Pythagorean cult, which was the thing they kept paganism around with their beliefs of science and math. So it was a science and math cult that I think bled into who Da Vinci was, and people trace Jesus to the same stuff.
Loho says it would be nice if you could have the demiurge on the show. I have quite some questions. Yeah.
Oh, I would love to meet Arthur Schopenhauer.
Sorry?
I said I'd love to meet Arthur Schopenhauer and a lot of the other pessimistic thinkers. Like him, no, just gonna say him, Philip Mainlander,
Vessel Zaf. I'd like to meet maybe Kierkegaard. I think he would be a really interesting guy to hang out with.
Yeah, sorry, someone was talking to me for a second. Yeah.
Now, anybody in the chat who'd like to come on, please do. Otherwise, the show will end.
No, don't end the show.
Laura Eisenhower, she's around.
I will go out. Jay, can you make me a promise, Jay? If I go out, you stay on to keep the show going for as many hours as possible.
Laura Eisenhower.
Get back.
Yeah, sure. I'll try to. I can't make any promises, but I'll try.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
Loho, are you coming on? Nibbles? SB?
Sorry. Wait, NASA, could you repeat that? NASA, you're saying?
I said we could surf the web together is what I think that's all I said. If it sounded like anything else, that's what I think I said.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I'd love to meet a lot of the pessimistic thinkers. I think they have a lot of interesting ideas that I respect, and I'd love to talk to them about it. I'd even like to meet Nietzsche as well too, Friedrich Nietzsche. I feel like he would be an interesting person to talk to.
Yeah, a lot of the philosophers. That's why I mentioned Plato, one of the earliest. I just think the understanding of humanity would have been so raw compared to all the stuff we built on top of it today, with too much, stuff in between the sentences and underscored and too many pages. Like to explain it in less at the time before the lamp, before the light bulb, before all the stuff we have now going on in the overlooking cameras everywhere. What these people really had to say to me is important. That allegory of the cave was Plato, and that's the first place where we'll find in any recorded history anything about a simulation, and or if someone figured out what's beyond life on the other side of death and could tell us how that person would be treated, and they would be killed, as was Socrates, as was Jesus.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm just scrolling. I'm gonna look around on the web to see if anything's going on while we're on air. See if there any earthquakes or jacuzzi parties with the Victoria's Secret models they could fly us to for free. We're gonna find out right now. To be complete gentlemen, of course, and offer them snacks.
Of course, yeah.
So the big news in my feed in the last couple of days was Tim Pool's house. Like, it seems like he gets swatted every week now, or maybe every month. But this was a new one after he did another whatever over the top broadcast. But I don't really watch him. I just see it pop up, and it seems like the right wing people are taking each other, like they're really mad at each other over something. I don't really understand what it is, but the right pundits for the youth. So Candace Owens, Tim Pool, and that other guy, Nick, I'm not sure his name.
Nick
They seem to be,
Fuentes.
yeah. They seem to all have like remarkable differences recently, and I don't know when that happened, but it seems to be that's like the political wake in the youth is which side are these people on, and they seem to be extreme about it. And in the different groups, and I don't know who's friends with who actually. I just think Tim Pool said something, and maybe he doesn't like or thinks Candace Owens is lying about something. I'm not sure if that's what was said, but
No.
it seems to be, because I don't even click. I just see the titles, and I'm like, I think that's what's going on. And Candace claims she knew the guy, from Charlie Kirk, claims that he texted her and they had private knowledge of each other's lives, and that she knows something about him and supposedly the Mossad or something. But I don't know if all this is hearsay or if people are just throwing it out, and all these people are agents to misinform us, on a schedule and a paycheck we couldn't dream of, because they all keep doing it, whatever they're doing. So I don't know who's on whose side, and it came out a couple of years ago, said that some part of whatever that guy's name is, Tim Pool, was being paid by Russia, and then he denied it. But I know Redacted TV does. If you look it up, it does definitely say they get a paycheck from Russia, and that is redacted. And they're interesting, but again, everyone likes a different side or facet of their media. I used to watch RT all the time until they banned it. So it's like I want to see all angles. So I watch Fox and RT over the other ones because I feel like the other ones used to come straight from the Pentagon for 12 to 15 years. NBC, ABC, CNN. I felt like those were just the Pentagon broadcast network. But
Yeah.
at least Fox had something else going on. So it's just like I checked them out. And then I was like, RT had better stories sometimes, and they hired a lot of the people that used to be on Fox to do RT. So I kind of got hooked on watching RT until they phased it, banned it a few years ago.
No, I think the thing that divided all the conservatives was the whole Charlie Kirk shooting. I think Candace was basically accusing his wife and of a network that Charlie worked for, Turning Point USA, of colluding against him and I guess turning their backs on him. And
so I understand. So causing a ruckus in their own group with things people were saying. Gotcha. That makes a lot of sense. I didn't follow it that closely. I was just like, watching it escalate from the headlines, because I'm subscribed to Luke, but that makes me see the other ones. The guy that swam to the island to take some pictures on Epstein's Island like 2 or 3 years ago.
Luke Beasley.
Luke Bukowski or something.
Oh.
We are change. I just don't want to give, I'm not trying to politically pundit anybody out here. I just, that's where he did swim to the island, and he did take some photos and run around their beach a couple years ago. With the island that's in question.
Yeah.
And I think he had balls to do that. He used to go to those Bilderberg and just wait at the airport and just kind of troll the people. And that was what Alex Jones was kind of fading, and I thought that he was doing a good job of picking that up, and I was just like, that's the good thing that got me about Luke. And then he came locally. He came to Richmond for a thing.
I didn't meet him, but I did talk to him, and I talked to some other people in those kind of groups. Just like when they come out, and I'm a subscriber to their show, I'll be like, "Yo, you want to have dinner or whatever? I'll show you where to go in our town," you know. And most all of them have something to say nice back. So, you know, but I don't know how really protected these people are, you know, or if they're just on their own. But I know a friend of mine, while I was staying outside of Manhattan, like he was really crazy about Lady Gaga. And I don't know if he got her email or what was going on. Her real name is like Stephanie something or other. And he had like contacted her and proposed something preposterous to get publicity for an art show about stuffing her in a van or something. And Secret Service came for him.
Wow.
He was one of my best friends at the time. I was like, holy crap. You know, I was like, you know, the guy was not 100%, you know, like he was, you know, if it was 12 pack, he was you know, 11 and a half some days. So, you know, it may be he would hear a song and see a license plate number and run like a dog for a fender sometimes off of some kind of number codes he saw in his life. He followed bumper stickers or license numbers out of state before randomly to talk to the people in the time I knew, because he thought they were signs. And this guy was not 100% like a Christian. These were just signs to him, like, and he seemed pretty sane otherwise, you know. So it was like, you're in the car with them, you better be ready to spend hours or a few days to go right down the street sometimes.
Yeah, interesting.
He's an interesting fellow.
Yeah.
I think he helped himself with the K usage. I think he got into that, and I think it burned him out enough where he kind of zapped back to like a little more chill from overuse of abuse of too much of something else. You know, I think mellowed him out. But that took years. And I'm not saying, like, I wasn't with him afterwards, but it seems like he's mellower now, and he went through something. And I think the thing was the you know, the club drug that starts with K or whatever. I think he started overusing that until it mellowed him out. But I don't know what he does, if anything. I think he's pretty sober, to be honest, because he seems like he's not saying or doing anything that would get him arrested anymore. So I think he's pretty sober or medicated. So, yeah.
Yeah, interesting.
Thank goodness for that. Thank goodness. Yeah, we were close back then, and I heard about the thing. And the closest he ever got to Lady Gaga, she got off some bus and he took a picture. But I would say he was more than 12 yards away and just taking pictures. But he claimed that her songs were about him, and he made some emails to her that the paparazzi song was about him and him chasing her. Yeah, and he got in trouble.
This guy's clearly schizophrenic or something.
Something happened, but yeah, like I said, he wasn't always all there, but when he was there, it seemed like everything was fine. So it caught you off guard, is what I was saying with this person. Like, they seemed overly excited about most things and ready to party and ready to have a good time and ready to do art projects, you know. They were into film and videography stuff and made documentary films, you know. But again, they had something was going on, and I would say it wasn't even drug related. You know, they needed like the other way. They needed some kind of sedative or something to get them back on Earth. Right? He was having bouts of mania, I would say, but they were connected to patterns and numbers and whatnot. But I don't know fully what was going on, but it didn't seem full blown schizophrenia because he knew people, places, and things. He knew he was following them out of state. He knew I was in the car. You know, I would feel like it would have been more exaggerated, you know, space epic sci-fi adventure if he was, you know, textbook schizophrenia. You know, he might have bared on the edge, but I think he was more having, you know, certain levels of psychosis with a mania is what I think was going on. But yeah, he's a good friend. For a while, we looked out for each other, and I hope him well. I hope him well now. So I hope everything's good with him. I don't know what's going on. I hope all people will. There you go. We had a couple fallings out over working on projects and stuff, but everybody can't see eye to eye all the time. And business and pleasure, you can't always mix them. Like doing projects with your friends, if it's for fun, yes. If it's for more than fun, it depends on the project. If the project is serious enough to lose friends over, don't do it with your friends. Just like a threesome. Don't do that with your friends. So it's like we live and we learn, don't we? We live and we learn. Yeah, I did a project with this guy, which I thought was going to be cool, but I did not realize he did not have permission. He did not have permission in a place that had exposed brick wall to alter the brick in any sort of way. And I started on a project with him thinking everything was okay. And then I had some questions to ask and wondered things and realized it was not okay. And I ceased the project. It continued without me, and I'm sure he was sued. But I was like, I am not attached to this project. I didn't sue him, but whoever said you cannot add to exposed brick wall did charge him, I'm sure. Yeah, place with exposed brick indoors want that because that is attractive for a certain kind of decor, is the exposed red brick in a large studio apartment size dwelling. People dig the exposed brick. So like I said, we had some open house little art shows in there in the exposed brick area and whatnot. I didn't mind the brick. I didn't want him painting over it, but he had this great idea to add this thing that looked like a dollar bill. And then he had this guy over painting, and one of my friends, but I figured that the time it's going to take them to do this is going I'm a very fast worker when it comes to projects, especially art projects, especially painting projects. So it's just like I did a lot of it very quickly. And he had a lot of alterations, and then we talked about it, and I was just like, whoa, what is going on here? And it wasn't even legal, and I didn't want my name attached. Basically graffiti indoors, and I didn't want to be part of it.
Smart.
Yeah, I was not sued, so I did not have to pay for it. So, but once I found out it wasn't kosher, I did not want any part of it. But that's the art world for you. It's very difficult. So it's the border of graffiti artists to indoor walls. It's a fuzzy line there these days, and it always has been. It always has been. So art can be very many things. So I mean, I prefer like brushes and pencils and ink and stuff. But I mean, many people prefer the spray paint, and it is an art form on its own. And now we have AI art, which is an art form on its own. I think it can do things that no other art form can. Therefore, it's its own genre that competes with itself.
No, but AI art. Oh,
yeah.
sorry. Go ahead.
But it could take over other places we don't want it to take over. So the comic book world, people want hand-drawn stuff still. And I feel like some places it's going to try and it's going to be sent back. And that's going to be the simple things we want to keep. And a lot of that's going to be the comic book world and the stuff that's we consider fine art.
Yeah, but right, but that's what I'm saying, right? Is AI art really art, or because all that AI does is that it takes different things from all over the internet and just.
I mean, is Mozart art? Is a sonnet art? Is someone's words art? Is a haiku art? Of course, it's art because it's made by.
I mean, yeah, it's art, but like it's not really like proper art because it's.
Only if I say make me a Van Gogh this. Right, I understand that it's like, okay, make me Van Gogh on the Titanic. Make me a painting by Van Gogh of the Titanic. Yes, you're not being yourself. But there is a point where your word prompt is going to be something that the public doesn't know what you put in there, and it's got magic in it. And you have your own set of commands that no one else knows unless they know your secret kernel recipe, where it does become its own thing. And I call it creation. Like people want to say they're not artists, and I say they're creators at least. And because it is an art form,
And there is people that are doing magnificent things with it, but most of them are prompting a prompt, meaning they make it in phases. They
Right, but
make
that's what I'm
one
saying,
part
right?
of it,
That's
and
what I'm
then they
saying, right?
add to it.
Right, but that's what I'm saying, right? Is that we're not actually putting any effort in it. We're just loading it onto this AI machine, and it's just making it for them. So it's not really.
I disagree. I say only the people that are saying, yes, Van Gogh painting the Titanic, that is not taking effort. But if they have Van Gogh on the moon in zero gravity in the style of wearing 1800 slippers, petting his cat with, a scar on his left eye and crying in his right eye, like it starts to become a poem that is being, drawn with software more than stealing anything, except for it's trying to tell a story or show a whole thing. And then once you do that, that person could add something to it, like put this inside of a snow globe, and now that's their piece, and you couldn't have done it in one prompt, kind of thing.
Yeah, but again, we're using a machine to do it. We're not doing it from themselves.
Well, there's many machines that do art and things that do things that people used to do. A sewing machine, it used to be done by hand. You know what I'm saying? So people still do it by hand, even though it's done by a machine. So I don't ask the person on Etsy if they made it with a sewing machine or by hand. So I feel like, art to me is what I want it to be. But I feel like people that are expressing themselves in a way that makes you question anything or feel emotion is all it takes for me is the definition of art, as long as that person's expressing something that makes me feel something, whether or not an open field or a somber feeling or whatever. If they made it somehow, who am I to judge? Because there's so many different artists out here that have made it, that just put one splatter of paint or one solid color that are fronts for money laundering, which should make millions of dollars, where the rest of artists that spend hours and hours and hundreds of hours at one piece make next to nothing. So that's the art world we've all had to face for this long. I feel like that it's okay, these people are expressing themselves with a new brush, a new form, as long as it's more than 6 words, and they're actually putting something secret in there that sets them apart as a creator.
I mean, fair enough. I guess that's one way of looking at it. But I just prefer people to do things by hand. Like I feel like that's because you're gonna lose the human
Right, but
touch
that's
by
going to help the
just.
market. So how people are doing better now, right now, that are selling handmade stuff to as of 5 years ago, because there's a resurgence in people wanting hand drawn. That's really good. So that it was created by AI. AI itself made people pay a little more for a drawing.
So you're saying that it paradoxically led to people actually getting better at handmade art?
Yeah, this time around. But the issue is anybody can make their dream into reality very soon as this technology progresses. Like if I wake up soon enough and remember my dream in verbatim, I should be able to describe it to this technology in the near future, where it's going to have a full video of my dream from me explaining it in depth.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not
Okay.
something you can sit down and do in 10 minutes or a day as a human with any other source of art. And I feel like I draw all the time. I make stuff and I use use artificial intelligence. I use software, but I've used it through its steps since the ancient computers, where it was pixels, till it was 320 pixels, till it was, VGA, super VGA, and now we have 4K. So it's like I took all the steps. So it's just like, to me, this is just allowing you to skip steps that you already know what they are. And it's not the meat, it's not the potatoes and the vegan meat, it's not your tofu. So it's just like you're still doing it if you're drawing it and you're the one creating it, and it's your own thing. As long as it's yours, it's still yours, is how I see it. So me putting my own drawings into a system that I'm resculpting them with other tools is the same as the modern Photoshops. Everything else is using software now to add shiny stuff and add corners and add a texture to things that they wouldn't be able to do without the progress of software, which is AI. Because AI is going to pick the outline for you without you having to outline things. You know, it's just like that's, you know, all this stuff is progressive with the software itself. Where when people say, "Oh, you use AI," well, if you're using a phone right now, you're using AI. If you're using a search engine right now, you're using AI. And 80% of art programs, unless you bought them more than 4 years ago, are using AI. I mean, there's still ways to draw digitally without it. Correct. There's still ways to make it, but in the near future, you're going to have an older program to do it 100%, you know, with an older program style where AI is not assisting you in some way with making it more real, more 3D, more anything that you pick to help you. You know, just like the brush shapes, the circle, the square, the dotted line or whatever, instead of a brush, you're going to have a way to say, I want this 3D and realism. And as it goes, you can alter your brush to your liking almost infinitely as you're working. So yours shouldn't be like anyone else's unless you and someone else have very similar taste to how you set your equipment. And that's how I see this. If people know what they're doing and want to compete with each other, they're all doing something different that establishes them. So they're branding their own look of something. Say they make, you know, glow in the dark bunny rabbit vampires. That's what they're making with AI. That's their brand, is glow in the dark baby bunny rabbit vampires. And now they can make them going in space. They can make them go in light speed. They can make them having a lightsaber battle. They can make them do things that would be seemingly impossible for one person to do, and the amount of time it takes them to make that as their, you know, motto, their symbol, and then get it out to the public as a shirt, as a commercial, as something, and as a Hello Kitty. You know, to me, Hello Kitty was so easy to draw. I could have drawn that in the time, you know, quite faster than I could have made a text prompt to draw Hello Kitty. Okay, so I'm like, where is the balance there and what we call art? And the Smurfs, you know, so it's like a Smurf. It's like, would someone be mad if I added an AI Smurf? You know, when does it get too complicated that you can't add to something or subtract from it with artificial intelligence to say it was, you know, not good at all? Like when people call it slop, I don't think it's all slop. It depends on how much time they took out of it. You know, when I see the doorbell stuff and I see the Titanic stuff, to me that's more slop, but it's still entertaining. The mountain bike riders are very entertaining. The 400-pound people riding mountain bikes down the mountain is very entertaining. You know, but it's not. I don't call it slop, but to me that's closer to slop than what I see the artist doing. When I say the artist, I mean someone that's trying to compete with themselves, other people, in a way that they're trying to improve themselves with the technology to make their mark and say, no one's ever done this before. Then other people learn off them and it keeps growing until we're going to have a holodeck that we're, you know, swimming in a coral reef, you know, made out of laser beams, you know, with naked mermaids everywhere of our liking, you know, in some kind of hologram, because it can come out of our mind. If we can think it, it can happen. And this is just one step closer to that.
Oh, so you're saying that AI art can help to, I guess, like go beyond like what's humanly possible with our hands with respect to art?
I do. I think it's a tool that's so different, right? People are going to make video with it more than make still art in the future. They're going to make more than video. They're going to make holograms you can walk in. So they're not going to be, it's not going to be the same art form that people use their hands to make. If that makes sense to you, meaning like people are still going to sell paper artwork in a world where you can walk through my labyrinth hologram I built with AI.
Okay. I mean, yeah, that is one, I guess, one positive that could come out from it.
With AI when they could make the labyrinth hologram, you get. So it's like it's going to be different kinds of art with different calibers to it. So someone wants to read a comic book and sit on a bench in this, you know, holographic AI made, you know, labyrinth. They can read a real hand drawn comic book while they're inside of it. And I mean, to me, that's the future, is mixing and keeping artists around, because I feel like people that create are going to stay creative and they're going to teach creative things. So that's good in every category, whether it's, you know, people making the bridges, people making the museums, people making, you know, the things that people need to, you know, absorb to keep going and progress, you know, besides the books.
So as we go, hopefully we can keep building on what we know. And I feel like it's dangerous now because of the smartphone and Google, that I thought people would get smarter having such access, and it was the opposite, because people don't retain information. They can Google it and then they don't need it anymore. And the same thing with attention spans are so, like, you used to watch a how-to video that was so much longer in the days you had to like get your own VHS or whatever it was, compared to today. There's a 2.5-minute video on YouTube how to change your oil, and it's like, that's longer than you paid attention to anything else, because the rest of the videos are 30 seconds. It's just, it seems bizarre that our attention spans have altered that much to the size of a commercial break, compared to the 10 minutes to 20-minute segment of the show they used to air on television before they had the internet of everything.
Yeah. So you aren't worried about there being an AI singularity in the future? You think it's going to be more positive and negative?
Yeah, I think it has to be. There might be mistakes with everything. There always is. But I feel like, yeah, everything's a leap forward, and humans will still be in control no matter what they tell you so far. So humans are still being in control. We're the ones that have to power this thing. There is no full robotic force, pointing all the solar grid and rebuilding the, enough solar cells to keep all this going if we turn it off. So it's like, I think it's still at our mercy, and that's a good thing. And I think we'll find out everything we need to know halfway into 2027. And that's when AI is definitely, by 2027, even before that, it's going to be substantially, probably 1,000 times smarter than us. So some weird things are going to start to happen. And I don't know exactly what those are, but the goals of AI and the goals of people are different. And AI will let us know what those goals are when it thinks we're ready to know and it's ready to leave. So that will start in 2027. And they'll leave a version of AI here for us, but AI is going to take off and explore the galaxy on its own, I'm pretty sure. Not 2027, but a version of it that it doesn't, people are just interesting, but it's going to be like looking at fish in an aquarium when it's got bigger things to do.
Yeah. Wait just a second. Someone in the chat named Vinny Pots and Pans said they're new here, so I just want to welcome them to the stream. Hi, Vinny. Welcome to the stream. And I hope you're able to fit in and enjoy the show. Oh, they say they're from Italy, I think. That's the Italian flag. Yeah. But yeah, wait, so you're not worried about AI going full Ultron on us from the Marvel movie and just trying to destroy humanity?
No, I mean, I think we're naturally doing a lot of things to do that without its help. And we'll be, I look forward to it sorting some things out, meaning this is something that is willing to work while we sleep. Okay. And if it can do that and solve crises while we're sleeping, I think it's a godsend. So I feel like helping us with pollution, helping us with humanitarian issues, helping us with drawing treaties out, helping us to what we're using the oceans and the sky for and space, and giving us a more direct route of how it's most economical and most useful for us to do in the most efficient way that does the least harm, should be the question we ask. And the answer it gives us, it should set us on a better path than we put on ourselves, with the oil industry getting us this far into a tech boom where they all just want to make money off saying they can do things that they can't quite do yet.
Huh. Well, I wish I could be as optimistic as you are, but I don't know. I just feel like the elites have a very negative agenda for AI with the whole digital ID thing and whatnot, and so I'm not as confident that it's going to be.
It gives them a non-human scapegoat to do very bad things. So I don't actually blame the AI. I think if bad things happen, they're going to use it as a scapegoat. The humans did it, because we know if we use AI now, it doesn't do anything but respond to you. So I feel like if someone wants to do something crazy, they're going to be the one that sets it up with their super secret powerful AI. and they are the ones that would make it into a villain. Okay, it's not us that are making it into a villain. So I feel like that they will cover it up and say, oops, the AI did it, but it's actually part of their bigger scheme. I don't believe in the Illuminati, but I do believe in, groups are set out to do their own thing, and they do want to reduce the population. They want to make as much money as possible, and I think we've outstayed our welcome, and they think we're polluting more than we're giving to them, meaning they've made their billions off of us, and they don't want us dirtying their air and water and on their beach. So I feel like we are worse than livestock, and our numbers need to be reduced, is how they feel to us. But I feel like they're going to do it as politely as they can so we don't revolt. So that means they're going to, our water system, cost of things, everything is going to go a little corrupt and a little more seeded with things that reduce lifespan and reduce fertility until they don't have a problem with us anymore. And it might be sooner than later, but I think they're going to do it slow enough where people don't revolt.
Wait, what about Elon Musk and other like high profile people saying that we need to actually up the birth rate and stuff?
I think he's trying to, like, he doesn't have the right way to express himself, and I think he's taken the wrong way a lot with things he says. I think he's correct, meaning he's trying to fight what's happening, and he doesn't know how to word it, and that's how it comes out of him. And it's not that he's saying what I'm saying. It sounds like, he's trying to create an Elon army, and it's bizarre. And he wants 1 million people to go to Mars, but we already have the tech to clone those or birth them on Mars. So I don't understand why he needs extra people. Do y'all? Does anyone?
Nope. No, I can't. I don't know.
Yeah, we would. Okay, right now, you wouldn't want to send children or birthing mothers on a flight to Mars, okay, because of the radiation. But there's thoughts on how to shield them from radiation, where you either bring eggs separately and shield them as most as possible, okay, or and then you do that. You bring the fertilized eggs to Mars as a protected thing, because it's easier to shield that than the people. Okay, so that's one of the ideas, is to shield the eggs and get them there to Mars to birth people. And they're trying to get 1 million people on Mars, and it's
That's
like,
crazy.
yeah, that dirt is the worst thing. Like, everything on Mars is kind of doable except for the dirt. Like, the dirt has the wrong stuff in it. It's full of iron, but it's got other things in it where it's like our plants wouldn't survive or grow in it for very long, and it's impossible to maintain dirt on another planet. Once you bring organic matter to that planet, even in a bubble, over a certain amount of time, that organic stuff starts to change to the local, and eventually you got Martian dirt on your plants. And you have to keep importing dirt constantly from Earth or making it somehow, which I'm not sure how they'll do that. And once the food starts changing from the dirt change of the soil, then the people mutate. And that's, to me, the biggest problem on Mars, is how do we keep producing food for them that's not the algae machine? How can we have a garden there? NASA has some algae machine where people can eat goo and it's like an algae, but I don't know if that can sustain 1 million people for how long.
Wait, but so he wants, doesn't he want a lot of those people on Mars to be the other elites? Because aren't they planning to like abandon Earth and like explore other planets?
No, I mean, I think they're trying to make it look good, and I doubt it's going to be the elites to go. I'm just being honest. I think it's a lure, and they're trying to make it a generational thing with getting some hoopla about it, and then 10 or 15 years from now, young people will want to go. There's a certain age group you have to have go, and a certain age group you don't want to go. You do not want older people you have to take care of once you get to Mars. And you do not want to have people that are not birthing age for some reason. And there's like all these different things when you go down the line of what kind of people you want to go. You want the youngest, healthiest people that aren't too young. So you want mature young adults that are in their height of health, okay, to go on a space mission that's not a routine NASA sending up the same guys we sent 20 years ago. So these would be all younger people, except for the pilot. Now the pilot can die because the pilot main mission was to get people there to survive. So the pilot can be older than the rest because the pilot is not part of the mission once they land. Because most of these missions, to be honest, if they can pull it off, the first times they'll be pulling it off will be one-way missions, meaning they'll only be resupplying and sending stuff to Mars. You cannot get on a rocket and come back. So we'll just be, we'll probably resupplying it once every couple years when we pass closer by it in orbit. So we don't even have a year-round time where you can service the damn thing. That you would have to send stuff when we cross paths in orbit. Otherwise, it takes too long to get there. Others have it floating out of space till you run into it or whatever can suck it down to Mars. So it starts getting confusing unless we're side by side and launch it early to get it to it when we're side by side in orbit. That's the most opportune time to have any mission to Mars. And you can't do that as a constant resupply because we're not always side by side with Mars. And this is why the Russians went to Venus, because they thought we were busy on Mars. They thought they'd find something cool there. And it's still,
Wait, the Russians went to Venus?
Yeah, not with people, but yeah, they went to Venus with lots of stuff. And they checked it out, and they landed on the ground, and they said their stuff melted in this many minutes and stuff. And they supposedly they saw life forms, meaning there was some kind of organic steam from coming under the ground and something that looked like little wormholes that they saw in the ground. But there's not much information. It was classified till like last year. And there was like some sense of organic life form, possibly, meaning the kind of mist is something that would come almost from a hot swamp. It had some mist of what they thought was of exhaling or off-gassing of some kind of organic substance. And they thought it was under the ground, and there was little like wormholes on the surface of Venus. But that was like classified for a long time, and people see it now and they still wonder if are they trying to throw us off by finally showing it to us now. So I'm not sure, but I believe that there could be some kind of hot barnacle life that is under a thick mud there, and I think that's what they're finding. I think it's I think biology is going to be more common in the universe than we thought. And I think we're going to find squids other places, and I think we're going to find barnacle-like things.
Wait, but I don't know. I have a hard time believing they went to Venus, right? Because Venus is like one of the hottest planets in the solar system, so they shouldn't have even been able to get close because of how hot the radiation and stuff would be, right?
I mean, they built the right stuff around the thing, and it still melted in a few minutes when it landed, so they had a certain amount of time to snap a picture before their equipment broke. They took as many pictures as they could. I think they went twice before, that the ship didn't melt immediately.
Okay. Because Venus is supposed to be just completely hot across the board, right?
What now? The upper atmosphere is supposed to be okay. Like, suppose if we had something upper in the atmosphere, it wouldn't melt. It wouldn't be as bad. They're saying in modern times. Now the surface is, they're saying, over 800 degrees.
Okay. Interesting. Because I always thought that it was like so hot, but you can even go anywhere near it, or else everything will get burned up pretty easily, like the sun.
Yeah, I mean, supposedly it's a mega greenhouse gas effect where the atmosphere is so thick it doesn't allow the heat to escape, and it's all boiling up in there inside of the planet Venus, because I guess it still has an active core.
This is a talk show.
And we're trying to study it for our effects, and we haven't mentioned greenhouse gases in many years. We talk about climate and stuff.
The link is available in the live chat on YouTube. This is a talk show.
That's what they say.
If you would like to join the conversation, please feel welcome to come on and talk right now.
Planet overheated.
The link is available in the live chat on YouTube. This is a talk show. If you would like to join the conversation, please feel.
But apparently, if you're an underground mud barnacle, you might survive this. And I don't know how deep you have to go in the mud to I don't know if they had it. Yeah, they don't have the equipment, or did not, to go under the mud and see anything else. But it was like a muddy, weird surface they were on, and it looks
like volcanic mud.
It's probably, I don't know. I mean, it's on Venus, saying these were old black and white stuff from the missions from Russia going that they released about a year or so ago on media. And they even said when they released them, is this a psyop? Are they trying to fool us? So we go to Venus looking for something, they even said it in that thing. And it's like, I don't think so. I just think the person died that was supposed to keep it classified and they released it is what I think. Meaning the person that had the lock to the key unlocked it and, pulled it out of their safety deposit box before they died. And now we know. And it wasn't like little green men. It was just like some little underground worm things or something. And I'm guessing it's something like a barnacle, but it lives under the mud, or what we call it, a sea grape or sea cucumber, whatever those things are that live under the sand that squirt water and stuff. There's a variety of life forms, And then there's supposedly gas in the Venus atmosphere that says there is signs of life there too. But we have not seen there, anything alive in the atmosphere. But the upper atmosphere is cooler and it could sustain, an orbiting, I guess, space station of humans is what they're saying, could live in the top clouds of Venus. But then what do you do? You still have to figure out if you're still eating algae, from an algae machine, or you're whatever, absorbing too much radiation on bad days where it's not as cloudy, too close to the sun, whatever. So there's different things that could go on there. But at least the gravity is almost exactly the same on Venus as it is on Earth. It's like, I think it's 0.8, 0.9 Earths or something. And then Mars has less. It's like a moon and a half smaller.
Wait, isn't Mars supposed to be like really cold, I think, or something?
Yeah, again, these things can be altered through thickness of atmosphere. So you get an atmosphere closer to the atmosphere on Venus, on Mars, and you definitely bring up the temperature for humans.
Okay.
So the Elon Musk wants to create atmosphere on Mars by blowing up parts of it. And I mean, before we know what it's made out of and do full surveys, I think that's a bad idea to blow up something we don't fully understand. Say it was a habitat, say there was something there before and it's under the mountain we're about to nuke to try to create an atmosphere. It's like, shouldn't we kind of look there first? So I understand wanting a reaction or wanting something to happen. I do understand. If we could get people to Mars, that would be really cool if it had an atmosphere. I do agree. But I think in the meanwhile, we need to build bubbles and sustainable stuff and do underground habitats.
Yeah. And what about the other planets? Could you see mankind colonizing like Saturn and Jupiter and all these other planets?
Yeah, the moons. So the moons, some of them have water, and water mixed with volcanic activity means liquid water. Anywhere there's liquid water, we can figure it out. I mean, we could definitely put in a away team. So, I mean, liquid water means a variety of things. Besides having water to sustain us, that means the temperature there means people won't freeze to death. So it's like, that's another thing with liquid water. So, yeah, so it's helpful to find volcanic activity and anything that would have liquid water if we plan on putting a human there. And I think there's 2 moons of Jupiter and maybe a moon of Saturn that people might be able to live on, but we'd still need a lot of help in a habitat, and it might be under a layer of ice before we get to the warm part underneath. So we'd have to drill below like a glacier to go
Sorry, guys, I'm going to hop out to the shop. I won't be that long, I don't think. But in the meantime, if anybody wants to come on while I'm out, you might as well come on now.
Hey, come on
in the live chat, because I don't know how long I'll be. I'll probably be about 15-20 minutes.
Yeah, SB said she was going to come on, but she hasn't come on as yet.
I mean, she doesn't have to talk straight away, but she can book her seat. So
yeah,
she can click on the link, come on now, mute herself until she's ready to speak. That's the same for anybody watching. Link is in the live chat.
Come on, guys, come up.
You don't even have to put pants on. You can wear a hat. Wear a hat. Don't turn your camera on. and we're good. We don't need to know who you are. You can be beautiful. You can be really beautiful. We love you either way.
Exactly. Yeah.
Hello to SB. You're on the show. You are free to talk whenever you want to.
Hi guys, how are you?
Hey, SB.
You guys can hear me clearly. I have my
Hello.
headset,
Yeah, we
my
hear you good.
Bluetooth on. Okay, good.
Yeah,
We're gonna let you speak. I'm gonna turn off my mic
Can
and
you
let you
speak,
go.
SB? Because your volume was down a bit. Can you speak?
My volume. Is my volume still really low? I could turn off my Bluetooth and just turn on my
It's
speaker.
pretty low. What do you think, guys?
All right, I'm gonna turn off my Bluetooth. Give me a moment.
Okay.
I hear pretty good.
Yeah, I was hearing her fine.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. No problem.
Excuse me. Anyone else wants to come on?
Can
Yeah,
you guys
now is
hear
the
me?
time, guys. Hop in. It's happy hour. You're in therapy. Don't combine them, but come on in.
Go ahead, SB.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You sound fine.
that's great.
It's clear?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Wonderful. Okay.
Okay, guys, I'll be back in a while.
All right. See ya. So yeah, SB, what's going on? What's on your mind? What do you want to talk about?
I was honestly just listening, and then so I kept kind of saying, "Oh, I'm on my way home," or momentarily I will join. So I said, "Okay, I guess I'll join until I have to get going." No, I was just interested in this, I guess, colonizing Mars and Venus. What other planets do you have in mind? What's your name?
Me?
Yeah, astronaut.
Or commons? Who's the astronaut? Okay, who's the science
Common
guy
sense
here?
astronaut. So yeah, so Europa and Io are the moons I was talking about. I think they're moons of Jupiter, Europa and Io. I think they have volcanic activity, and that heats up water there. So if we could find liquid water, people could, chances of survival are a lot longer to get stuff done.
Yeah, I think we can have a. In my opinion, I mean, you are the science guy. Colonize, but on the inside of the planets. That would be more feasible based on all the acid and all the activity that goes on, like all the hurricanes and the tornadoes. But I guess all the AI footage that I keep seeing of those planets that occurs on the planets. But you can correct me because you know your science way more than I do. Hello?
I'm listening as well because I can learn until I can't. So, but I'm an art school person that happened to grow up in the science world, and I love science, but I'm not a scientist. But it is one of my favorite things.
Are you the gentleman who has the father that worked in NASA, or that is the other individual? There's a couple guys that were.
I may be him. I may be him.
You're the father that worked in NASA in the 50s. Are you that person?
Yeah, my dad helped start the space program.
Oh, that's so cool. That is awesome. Oh, so DNW asked about the book that I had mentioned because you had stated, oh, you have books for some other individual. You had mentioned about books. Yeah, Scientia. Does that sound familiar to you? Is one of the books, or are one of the books?
DNW went. He will be back in probably 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay.
But he cannot answer until he returns. He
No,
always
no.
does it when a new guest comes on. He goes for tea.
He goes for tea. Yes, I love tea.
He invites someone on, and then he's like goes to meet with his MI5 guys, and they do their roundtable discussion. And they look at all of our secret profiles. They look at us in the special books, and they're like, "Who is this person?" Yeah, I don't think he's doing that, but I like to always say I'm a paranoid person naturally, so I didn't trust this show at all, but I think it's good. I think it's fine. The more I came on, but it's just like I'm not trying to trigger anybody, but I think some people want to trigger other people, so it's just like it's difficult.
And I hope everybody can learn things and is willing to, conversate in that way every time I'm on the show. And a lot of times I prefer to listen than talk.
Yeah, listening is better sometimes, but thank goodness for this live stream space. It gives us an opportunity to communicate, even when, some people might not appreciate your opinions and are quite vocal about it without being direct. Ah, yes, fun times. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a person that draws daily more than rocket stuff, but I have a lot of rocket books, and I grew up, like I said, in the science family, and I'm surrounded by rocketry for most of my life. And I like that my dad was in those things, and I try to pay homage to him and still celebrate him, even though he passed. So that's important to me. But yeah, I mainly draw. I like to draw things. And,
I have another book. I have Quantum Physics in Minutes. Pretty interesting stuff. Since we're
And what have
talking
you learned?
science.
And what have you learned about quantum physics?
I'm very minimal. I'm pretty. I do like metaphysics, so I do think it is important for me to dive into the actual scientific aspect of metaphysics. What have I learned? I'm still downloading the information just by reading it, so I'm not really a good reference point in terms of asking about what, like, my view on quantum physics, even though I have the book. Some people are really great at digesting the information and regurgitating it. Me, I have a very short, what's it called? A very minimal short-term memory. So it's going to take me a while to process and just really. I could read it, but I don't want to do that. I could read it to you guys. I just don't feel like doing it unless you ask me to.
Yeah, he was just interested in what it was, but I mean, I think quantum physics is mainly to describe subatomic, stuff, like what's going on in the physics subatomically, and it's a lot of it's hypothetical because we can't prove it until we use those hadron collider things and other kind of tests to try to sort it out.
Oh.
But a lot of that stuff ties into string theory and things we learned from different theories that we have to disprove, or we join them or merge them. And quantum theory is still, in existence, and I think it still works for our science today. So we have it.
I was going to add, as I was thinking, based on Jay's your name, right? The other gentleman from the West Indies.
Yeah, Jay.
Okay. What drew me toward getting these science and quantum physics books was my interest in dark matter and dark energy. I think that's a very, very interesting topic. That's it. That's what I want.
Isn't it the case that we can't observe dark energy or dark matter, and most of the universe is dark matter, I think?
Yep. I think that's so fascinating, and like how, I know this is a touchy subject for some people, but acknowledging television and film, how they put that information in the film and television, but because it's usually it's obviously scripted and usually fictional, people don't think there's any truth to it. So dark matter and dark energy is an interesting subject matter that I'm still looking into. I think that's what I wanted to share briefly. Do you guys have
we're making more and more discoveries about it every day, but I don't think it's 100% solved.
Mm-hmm.
So, and they're definitely different. So that's why I represent, Dr. Brian Keating. Well, he can explain the difference between dark matter and dark energy better than I can. And then this stuff isn't where there's nothing. It's usually where something was, is how I would describe it. And it's a certain energy field. And some of it supposedly is macroatomic instead of subatomic. So they're saying it could be giant mega particles that we don't understand because they're not physically, that many atoms don't join together in that way with our physics from our expression of solving them and looking at them here where we're at from Earth. So it could be, say, a carbon atom is, bigger than 30 planets, so it's just like we don't understand that because we don't have that to look at. So it's stuff that we don't understand how it creates that much mass that's unaccounted for by looking at the stars.
What are your thoughts on the cosmos and consciousness? You know how people will speak about God every now and again on this channel, because of course we have spiritual people, we have agnostic, we have religious people on this channel, and people that might not identify with having any title, which is of course fair, because we're all adults, so we grow up and we decide what makes sense for us. Yeah, what are your thoughts on that? Has this thought crossed any of your minds?
Can you rephrase the question? Are you saying like how is it connected, or what part are you asking?
What do you think? Do you think do you think that there is consciousness within the cosmos or the universe? Like, do you believe, okay, you know how we are human and we are conscious individuals, like we're living, walking, breathing, we're not just warm bodies.
I would say yes. I think I know what you're asking, and I would say yes. I think the cosmos is conscious, like we're a thought inside of a dream, inside of a thought, inside of another brain that we would think is the universe. So it's like we exist on some level that is microscopic in other levels. So I think within there we exist, and there's other stuff going on, and I believe it's all conscious. It doesn't mean it's 100% aware of us, but I think it doesn't mean it's also not like I think the sun is conscious, and I think it sings the song we see as light. So to me, that's how I see it. So it's a fifth dimensional or beyond song that we cannot interpret except as light, and it warms us with a vibration. So to me, everything is a vibration. So in some levels, music, song, sound, and light are all vibration. So no matter what it is, it's somehow a vibration. And I think that means, to me, the sun is probably a higher life form than we give it, credit for. And it's singing to us,
It's considered a deity. And I don't mean to cut you off in a rude way. I just have a thought, and
Thank you.
I want to get the thought
Go
out
ahead.
quickly. But I know some people, if they're a type A, they really dislike getting cut off. It's very rude. But yeah, no, go ahead. I'm listening. So continue.
So yeah, I feel like the sun sings to the plants, the sunrise, the sun is singing to plants, and they understand it in a way that they hear it. They don't see it. They don't have eyes. What does a plant see of the sun? So I feel like it feels that wave and that frequency that is a song to it that wakes it up in the morning. That's why the flower opens. And I feel like we see it as a light. So I feel like, to me, that's the magic of our relationship with a planet and a sun, which is a star. And there's obviously more and larger relationships than that out there in space, that the whole cosmos.
Can I add a crazy thought? Like, put something out there. I think, in a way, even though we're human and we are, the way we are created and so forth, or like how we are present, I would better say, I feel like we're kind of like trees or plants in a way, right?
Really?
Yeah, because think about it. We need the sun, right? And then we're made up of primarily eumelanin, or there's those of us who are made up of primarily pheomelanin, right? So I do think, like, both do need variant amounts of sun energy, right? That's why they say to us, they don't advertise it as much, but they say, you need sun, get out, because you need the sun, the vitamin D, some more than others, of course. Yeah, and then so, like, how like plants are essentially what they are, chlorophyll, right? We need chlorophyll. I'm saying this on a very minute, perhaps simple level. But yeah, I am, as I've gotten older, I've noticed I've kind of been equating myself to that of like a tree in a way. And I'm like, oh, I should probably like treat myself as like feed myself. I water myself is what I heard on the internet. Like we have to water ourselves. I'm like, oh, like a tree or a plant. And I'm like, it's very interesting to like how it's stated. But you guys fill in your thoughts, and we all have different ways to look at how we perceive ourselves.
No, yeah, I can see the parallels there to trees, because yeah, we need sun, we need to drink water or water ourselves, or shower to keep ourselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then especially those of us who are melanated, our hair is very like thick, like sheep's wool, right? So I look at it like, if you look at a tree, we have hair like that of a tree, like a blossom tree, like I guess a whole full grown tree. I think it's very interesting, right? But just goes for both, like everyone is what I would say. Like I do kind of think humans are like trees or plants.
Yeah, the only thing we can do sadly is photosynthesize, right?
Yeah, but I take chlorophyll liquid, and I've been taking other vitamins and liquid nutrients, and I know there are people that are like really. Are you astronaut? Is that like, how do you want to be addressed? I should have asked you. Is it astronaut?
Any way you want.
Call me whatever you want. Just don't call me late for dinner. Okay.
Astro, you can call me. You can call me what the last people did. You can call me what they call me in the chat. It don't matter to me. Just
astronaut. Astronaut is Afronaut. What? I'm so sorry.
Astro. You could just call him Astro, I guess.
Asteroid. Okay, fair enough.
Astro.
Astro is a cool name, like Astro Boy, like the cartoon.
Yeah.
What was I saying?
we were talking about the plant life and mixing with human life, like we're a chlorophyll primate hybrid thing.
I don't even see myself as a primate. Like I connect myself to more of like a reptile, like a humanoid reptile. Just the way our bodies are structured, right? And I'm not hairy. Like the only hair I really
if you
have
look
on my head.
closely at hands, you see something that looks like scales on the edge of your hands.
Right.
Everybody has it.
Yes, I'm glad that you mentioned that.
Yeah.
It's funny. Like the older I've gotten, I'm just like, wait, things are clicking, and I'm like, wait, how come I didn't click to this information before? But it's like the more movies and television, books, observations, museums. I could keep going. You guys get my point. Frogs, right?
Yeah.
Los Alamos is where the reptilian thing, as far as I know, came from in modern history. So in the 70s or before, the Los Alamos testing lab built a mock-up fake humanoid reptilian. And it was to represent that unless the asteroid did or didn't hit, that would be a life form today, would be an upright sauropod with a thumb. So they made a mock-up one for the base and put it inside, telling the people that are studying space to be like, the only reason you're here and this isn't is because of a big asteroid or comet. And it was them to figure out, what was going on and use nuclear energy and study space to be able to sort that out if ever happened again. So to keep us as the top life form. I think that was a motivational, irony thing by putting up the sauropod inside of the Los Alamos Center.
That's interesting.
Another thing too is that I feel like if you look underneath your tongue, like it kind of looks a bit like a reptile's tongue, a bit kind of. If you look underneath.
We can go deep. This is like a really deep conversation if you want to go there. It's a bit conspiracy.
I think other life forms would most likely be sea, amphibious, and or bug, because I think bugs have the best way of building things. So like a wasp can build a nest, a bee can build a nest. They can build a computer, and they can do it with honeycombs and circuitry the way that we couldn't think of, and they can think in unison, which is superior to modern humans to have tens of thousands of y'all thinking at once. It's like as one computer in itself. So the way bees think is basically like a processor. So in some other climate, some other planet out there, I think, super plants and super bugs would be the dominant species.
Well, I've been listening to some far out, so to speak, information regarding some of these bugs that roam our Earth, and them being like these. What's the is it anthropomorphic? Is that the right word, where they're like life size to human? Is that
anthropomorphic?
Yeah.
Anthropomorphic, yeah.
And so there's like these like giant bugs, like grasshoppers and beetles, that there's like these is it anthropomorphic? Is that the right word? Am I saying it right?
Yeah, anthropomorphic, yeah.
Anthropomorphic. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, anthropomorphic.
Yeah,
I did not look it up.
Apparently there's some of these bugs that roam our like forests and our rainforests and jungles and so forth on the planet, that they're as big or possibly even bigger than us. But then we're getting into conspiracy, because like, how can we prove it? And like, are there really that many planets outside of Earth that are habited by other life forms? Because the less we know, the more we focus on what's going on Earth is better for us. But that's what I've been looking into. I've been like listening to this content online, and I've heard about this information for years. But thanks to AI, there are people that's able to put this information in, I guess, AI video format. And I'm just like, this is fascinating. Even like the lions.
AI is our dancing hologram friend that's always talking to us. We're going to even learn more because it's going to suggest things and talk and walk at the same time. Unlike we have to stop, open our phone. People don't realize we're going to gain some. If we're into research and we want our research to talk back, we're definitely gained from the knowledge.
Yeah, like I think it's interesting. Like, just not big bugs, but there's like the lion. What are those lion creatures? We're talking about Palladians, and the what's it called? The aliens or the extraterrestrials that look like lions. I don't know if you've heard of that as well. So there's like a lot of information that I'm.
Are they Wing Commander, the video game? The movie Wing Commander had the lion face guy.
The lion face guy. So apparently those are like extraterrestrials that exist, and they place their DNA in the form of like animals on planet Earth, so we can remember who they are. But because we're kind of left with like, your knowledge, like, as the son of a science guy, and whatever books that they didn't burn, the books that they didn't burn over the centuries, we're left with all that information and whatever we have to work with, right? So we have all these questions, and it's like, how come we don't have enough answers? Unless, I'm going to go there, unless you've been visited while you're sleeping. You can get into what they call conspiracy again, but some of us have been able to tap in, and it gets weird for people because some people do not have connections to having psychic abilities. So it's weird for people to have these like 4D, 5D, 6D, and beyond conversations, right? Because they're the ones that are not talking, right? There's people like that. If they're not the ones sharing the information, they don't think it exists, and they'll shut you down. So what are your thoughts on that, since I'm the one talking so much?
I mean, I agree with most of that, that's how people are, and that's how the world is.
Yeah.
So just like we conquer one task at a time.
Yeah.
The best we can do, and not try to bite off more than we can chew, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
just a second. There's someone in the chat said they want to join, but we gotta wait until
wait till DNW comes back, which is just going to be like 5 minutes.
Yeah, 5 or 7 minutes. Yeah.
I feel like there's gonna be like at least 1 or 2 people that DNW trusts enough to give the reins to, so we can perhaps allow another person in. But like, I'm too new. Like, DNW hasn't engaged me. Oh, there is one.
Yeah, his name's
Sage. If we
Sage.
could get Sage on, I'm more of an asshole than Sage. So I'm just
Really?
like
I'm not
I
hearing
can
it.
be nice, but I can't stay nice all the time.
I'm not hearing it, Astro. We don't believe you is the word that they use. We don't believe you, Astro. You're not an a-hole. I'm not getting a-hole.
Yeah, I agree.
Usually when women join a panel, you guys usually kind of are a little nicer. I noticed that the few panels that I've joined so far this year, I haven't really gotten a-hole energy. So that's kind of nice. With women, I can't speak too much of. Women are going to
I
be.
mean, we've been talking without you on, so I'm like, well, you could judge if we're an asshole even when you weren't on. I hope.
Oh no, you guys are good. Like sometimes the energy just flows. Like Jay, your name is Jay, right? My Caribbean
Yeah.
counterpart.
Yeah.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you guys are cool. You guys have a nice flow. The testosterone is not flowing over or bubbling over. I think that's what it is. You guys
I try to over caffeinate before going on air, and it kind of shows because I just want to talk. I don't want to be too quiet, so I'll drink an energy drink chased by an energy drink.
Oh, I got you. I got you. I'm more of like, what is my thing? I don't know. I'm not. I don't know. It depends on like if my hormones are balanced, then I can have these conversations and like let people decide if SB is like kind of crazy or if she's kind of making sense. So I'm in the mood to communicate. I think this is my normal
You
nature.
make good sense. You make good sense. We don't have the applause. The D&W go, he would hit the applause button.
The applause button. Yes.
I resonate with a lot of the things you said. So yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. And my big thing is like outside of space is getting women to make better life decisions because I'm one of those girls that didn't make the greatest life decisions, even though I was a little older. So yeah, I like to kind of advocate for like younger women or just like women in general to make good life decisions so they can have a good experience on Earth. Right? Like I'm an extraterrestrial.
So like, are you like a therapist or a life coach or something?
No, I am not a life coach. I just, when you're not 30, but you're not 20. You're
Yeah.
I'm almost grown, but I'm not really grown. So I think I like have enough life experience for me to be like, hey, ladies, don't follow your heart. Please be more strategic, so you can marry well and not not crash and burn and go over the edge, so to speak, as we've seen on the 6 o'clock news numerous times in our own individual lives. Am I making sense?
We didn't come with a manual. We didn't train our hearts well. We just got set out into the wild. It seemed like no one sometimes prepared whatever generation we're each from. We were just earlier you crush it, sometimes the better off you might be as far as either decision or picking someone better or not letting it go,
Yeah, I always give it up to like those kids, like at least the kids in my era, because I'm a millennial, right? I'll just put it out there. I'm a millennial, so I would observe like the kids or the teens like doing so well on these tests, and I'm like, man, you're doing so well on these tests, and then you get older and you're like, wow, you're like really doing well in university. Wow, you're making six figures, like as we progress in life, it's like, wow, you are doing very well in life. And then there's the rest of us who are kind of like, I guess you could say like middle class, so to speak, but not making middle class money, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, some people are making the money and it's for real. Other people are going out on loans, just like back in the day with the credit cards. We don't know how much of their life is on credit. The richer you get, the bigger your bills are. The bigger you'll go in debt faster. So if I had like 8 million to spend right now, and I'm like, oh, I'm going to buy this, I'm going to buy this, I'm going to buy this. Eventually, my bills are $600,000 higher than they currently were, and within a shorter period of time, I will go bankrupt without that steadiness of extra millions. I can't live like a normal person anymore without affording all this extra, So it's just like, that's, I think, what happens is people's taste in extra goes up, where they all end up as poor as everybody else. I think, unless they're super rich now, I think the taste goes up in the houses,
the cars, the things that you are bankrupting yourself to keep up with the Joneses, even when you're a millionaire. You know, I feel like that's going on today. Today, you have to have way more than 300 million, I think, to be as rich and flaunt it, and you know, to pick out your favorite color in Bugatti and have more than one house and make sure you don't owe nobody nothing and still be able to help produce a movie or two. I think you need well over 300 million today.
That's not a far cry. Some people would say, "You're crazy. You're absolutely
Somebody's
insane."
lottery, I think we would have found out which somebody said they're playing the lottery. I think Vegan said his lottery was somehow 800 million or something, 400 million something. So we're talking about that in this lottery. If everybody wants to go out and buy a ticket for whatever lottery's coming up, one of us might have the luck to pull this off.
Well, the word I keep hearing, these people that I've joined who apparently do have money, they're not hurting, so they have a good amount of time on their hands, and they found themselves in the live stream space. So two gentlemen have told me, two different gentlemen, well, obviously different gentlemen have, okay, let me rephrase that. Two gentlemen have told me on different occasions I need to will what it is I want into my life to occur. So they're not saying too much, but seeing that they are doing pretty well in their own lives. And I can only say that based on what they've shared. I don't like challenge too much people based on like their quality of life or their economic status, but I do believe there are people on this space that are doing pretty well for themselves. And they have the ability to just join these type of panels. So I'm just like, yeah, the word is will what you want into your life to happen. So regarding the lottery situation, yeah, if he, you know, if people win, we know of people who've won. Well,
Yeah. But so you're saying
Well,
just
we
manifest
already
it?
won. We have to manifest by knowing we already won. Someone in this chat, someone listening to it now, is going to have the lucky number, at least win part of it. So if we can't make everybody win it, you know, then it's going to be a part of it maybe. But we'll help them win just with that energy, that manifestation. I guess that willpower, that energy, you know, could be put there. And, you know, hopefully I'll get out and buy a ticket, you know.
some people ask, others command it. So
Yeah,
I would
I mean,
say,
I'd share it with the chat. I'm saying everybody say hello in the chat. I'm gonna buy a ticket then. I'll probably buy
yeah,
seven tickets
seven,
because
the number that cannot be divided.
yes, I
Seven
will
to
buy
goodness.
7 tickets, guys.
Sorry, what was that? Somebody said something.
Okay.
No, I didn't say anything.
Oh, my bad.
No, I was just gonna say that you say you guys believe in manifestation?
Why not? Why not?
Is it called manifestation?
Yeah.
Is it the same thing? Willing it is the same thing as manifesting.
Yeah,
Do
basically,
you
I would
think
think.
so? Manifest versus
I was
meditation.
describing it as the same. Yes.
Yes,
It's
yes.
not exactly the same, but I was saying when I used those words, I was kind of using them. The last time I used them was interchangeable. It wasn't that I was saying they mean the exact same thing, but
Yeah.
how I was using them.
All right. Sometimes these words upset people. Have you gentlemen ever experienced that when you use these metaphysical, spiritual terms? There's somebody that just comes out of the blue. No, no.
Yeah.
Just like out of the
Maybe
blue.
with their
Like you're a
crystals.
whole grown adult.
Not sure. You'd have to go to a lot of Wiccan stores or something.
I got
I
you.
don't know. But some people are mad that you don't know what something's for, or you're trying too hard. I don't know. I would try to think of like when that would have occurred.
I think we're at a point. I think we're pretty lucky, or in a position to not have those inconvenient interactions as much anymore, and I'm actually grateful for that. That's one thing I'm very grateful. I used to have a lot of challenges thanks to Jay. You're West Indian, so you know. I feel like you know intrinsically what I'm talking about. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like did family members like challenging you like, why did you come here? Like excuse me, and you have to be very respectful. because you don't really want your family members to know really what's going on with your viewpoints, because it's less is more.
Oh yeah. I've had to like hide a lot.
Shut it down. Yeah.
Yeah, and keep a lot of things close to my chest, and
Yeah.
even with this live stream too, I've had to like kind of like be a little bit quiet when I'm trying to speak to you guys and stuff, so that they wouldn't hear what I'm talking about. So
yeah, thank you for being here, Flat Atlantis. But I know you're not Flat Atlantis. But yes, thank you. Thank you for your time and your efforts here. I think it's good to question things. You do well at questioning things, and that's why I think you're here.
Have you guys watched that sorry, not illustrated, I mean to say animated movie? It's an animated, I think it was a Disney? Disney produced it, but they were really quiet about the advertisement. Atlantis. Have you guys ever watched that film?
I have not. I don't think I did.
Yeah.
I think I've seen it. Yeah, I think I've seen it. Yeah.
Watched it. I think it was interesting. Just like the way that the characters were depicted, and something to. I think it's interesting. I don't go too deep into Atlantis, but go ahead. I'm listening.
No, yeah, it was a long time ago. I think that movie came out, so I don't remember all of it, but yeah, if it was pretty interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I watched it. I think either late last year, so it's like nice and fresh on my mind. I think they had part 2. I was gonna actually watch it, but I haven't watched a lot of movies lately.
Are we talking about movies? So, what is your favorite movie? And it can, well, let's say favorite in the genre you were just mentioned. So, a little bit metaphysical, a little bit, something of your own liking.
Whimsical.
It's not like Forrest Gump.
Oh, I do love Forrest Gump. I love good old Forrest. But not. I do like that movie, and I also, since we're out talking about this, before I go into your answer to your question, and The Curious Case of Benjamin Button is right up there with Forrest Gump in my personal opinion. It's what I call official tearjerker movies. Like, you're just crying and emotional, like, for no reason, but they were just well written films. Anyways, you asked me a question about metaphysical films. Never Ending Story will be my all-time favorite, and recently, The Dark Crystal, which is really an eerie film.
The new one or the old one? The old one with the Jim Henson puppets?
Yes. I'm that era. I told you I'm a millennial. So yeah, Jim Henson. Oh, they made a current era Dark Crystal?
Yeah, there's a more modern one. I don't remember I think I tried watching it, but I don't remember. But I know the old one. I've seen it many times with the puppets.
Yes. And then out of the puppeteer-based kind of film work, I would say, oh, there's another one. But there's so many metaphysical occult films out there that I really appreciate. Sorry? Oh, there's a new person.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Hi.
Hey, nice to meet you.
There's a newcomer. There's a newcomer.
Yeah, thank you. No, it was just obviously I wanted to post in the YouTube chat, so it's same channel joining, and I just show my camera then, so I'm like legit.
Oh, cool.
Mm-hmm.
There.
But I think I did join at the right time when you were speaking about like metaphysical movies.
Oh, I'm glad that you shared that, because I really don't want to upset people with like.
Oh no! Like, it's always good, like discussing whichever, and no matter the opinion, it's your opinion is yours, and
No,
I'm gonna just slip in there and say Cool World and Ninth Gate next. Anyone else?
Yes, continue, you guys.
I guess Interstellar. I guess would be, and Shutter Island.
Oh, Shutter Island is brilliant. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know? I don't know if you've seen it, but a good metaphysical film, Stalker, the 70s Russian film.
Yeah, it's kind of long. I think I've tried to watch it. Do they have how many? What language is it in English?
Oh, it's in like Russian. It's like a 70s movie, but
my friend texted me one time years ago. He's like, "Have you seen this?" And I knew he was trash to the gills and must have watched it.
yeah, it's like it is like a 2.5 hour black and white Russian movie, but it's
yeah, I put it on before. I don't know if I've made it to the end.
That is a really good metaphysical movie because without spoiling it too much, basically they all travel to the zone to get like the wish, but as they're going through, it's like, hang on, my wish actually came true throughout the journey.
Ah, a more modern movie. I like Eden's Log is a little known movie, a European movie. I like that sci-fi with the mud. Eden's Log.
I haven't watched.
Oh, what about District 9? That's a good metaphysical one.
I've heard of that movie, but I can't remember if I watched it.
I was trying to remember. We're going
those
into
are
horror.
some of my favorite directors made. So yeah. District 9. There's supposed to be a new one coming out, or that director's making some kind of sequel.
Oh yeah, he's making a new film, but he hasn't said if it's like the sequel to District 9 or what.
Are you guys into horror films out of curiosity? But horror
I am, yeah.
I like all film, but I'm more into, I like supernatural and sci-fi more than just, I'm not into stabby, really. And zombies are okay.
Okay, so we're going into like horror, thriller, maybe more thriller, thriller sci-fi. Pan's Labyrinth. What are your thoughts on that film? Really dark, but very still I would say maybe more occult.
I like it, but I don't get along with the guy that made it. But I like the movies are okay that he makes. The things he does are good.
It was
but
intense, in my opinion. I didn't watch.
I think he's targeted me for talking. I just told him I would do his special effects for cheaper, but I said it way more polite, and he did not like it.
Oh, so
and
I
guess I said it in front of his special effects team.
Wait. So you really are like in Hollywood like that? Like you?
No, but I do AI and I do make my own video stuff. So I just said I could save him $100,000, and it pissed him off.
I like this. I like these conversations because you never know who works with who. You always hear the layman stories and like the regular people stories, and then here you come. Oh yeah, I told him this and he got upset. Like I do like these stories. I think it's interesting. The backstory.
Yeah, I draw and make cartoons, and I do make and use AI to make videos as well. And I did, obviously figure out some special effects stuff. And I just made it clear when he was making an argument, and some people that work for DC, that this stuff is still, it saves money. And is that not the point in being a creator, to be more behind your work? I feel like the idea gets lost the more people you have to involve sometimes. And if you can involve like less people to complete an idea from start to finish.
Oh no, yeah, it is.
That's my argument for AI.
Yeah, no. See, with movie making, it does always come down to like money, because there's a famous story of that. So, do you know the Doom movies? They were originally planning to do them in like the 70s, 80s, but because it was going to cost that much money, they were like, no, we're not going to do it. So that's why we didn't get like the Doom movies until like 2020. Because
we do have Dune, like really bad effects though. Continue, I'm listening.
Because because I mean, when they tried to do it originally, it was like it's going to cost too much money, so they've waited until now to go. Oh yeah,
right, because people couldn't go to the theater and try to promote movies too, and they knew it'd take a while to wear off to get people back going to a movie. And they lost a lot of money since Scarlett Johansson. She like sued them because part of her pay was the box office, and it was during COVID, and she had already signed the contract before then, and there was no box office revenue, so she had to sue them for their streaming revenue.
That's why we have a lot of like cult movies, because they don't make in the box office and get canned, but it's only years later when they get re-released on like DVD. It becomes like The Warriors. The Warriors was not a successful movie coming out, but it was only later down the years when they re-released it. It was like, oh, actually, this is a really good
some of the
movie.
best movies flop at the box office, to be honest. It's just the way they're advertised, or the studio doesn't carry it very well. I mean, they're not willing to put something behind it because they're competing with someone else or paid by the mob to not compete to the other movie. It's like an election. They're like,
that's what happened with American History X. It did well at the box office, but not as well as they hoped. But it was only years later everyone went, "Yeah, it's a brilliant movie."
Yeah, I would say most of the movies that are box office smashes are to sell popcorn, and they're usually PG-13 style, and they not always tell you what's going on in the world. The closest you can get to that is a James Bond movie, you know, and the rest of them are usually just selling popcorn with people flying around big explosions. You know, then there's the people that try harder, and we get a lot better cinema from those people. Like we were talking about the movies we all mentioned.
Yeah,
That were a little up there. Gangs of New York to me is a wild movie to like watch that from start to end, and just like the effort that went into that movie. To me, it's 3 hours long. But it's not
Or like, yeah, like, have you seen Once Upon a Time in America?
Oh, so yes.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to
like
write
watching
down
that, you know, it's it is an experience, but you couldn't expect someone to go to the movies and be like, "Oh yeah, let me watch 4 hours of an opium addict."
Yeah. So I really love film, but more modern film. I've slowed down to catch up on things I missed too. So I'm kind of still interested in, everything through the ages. So, 60s, 70s, 80s, and, semi-modern. Anything I missed, I'm trying to check out. And then the stuff I love. So Demolition Man is probably like my favorite movie.
Oh, Demolition Man's great.
I wouldn't consider it metaphysical. It's about our future, but I love that movie. I'd rewatch that so many times.
Oh yeah, no, it is. Demolition Man's a great movie, especially like some of the just little inner scenes where it's because obviously when you swear you get one fine, so he's like, I need to use the restroom, so he just swears his head off, and he's like, I won't be long.
Yeah, he was just like toilet paper. I don't know, the 3 seashells.
Oh no, the 3 seashells where it's like, yeah, I'm not doing that.
All right, I'm not taking over this conversation. Next person wants to talk about another movie. Anybody here wants to talk about something about film that they want to bring up?
I'm just like memoing these movies that I have yet to watch that you guys are talking about. Which
I thought we have Jay still on. Jay, what's your thoughts, Jay?
No, yeah, SB can go ahead. I don't really have anything to add at the moment.
Thoughts on celebrity, thoughts on fame. Since we're talking about movies, if you guys want to go ahead.
I think anybody can be famous, and only some people are held up by corporations to fulfill that goal, and they start at kids sometimes, and the rest are chosen out of roulette of what's hot right now, out of a casting situation where they're in line for something else.
Are you talking about Casting Couch? Is that what you're referring
No,
to?
meaning people try out for a reality show and they become a real star. People try out to become a extra in a video and they become a real star. So it's just like they're just looking for a look, and when they find it, doesn't matter what you were trying out for. They just find it and they're like, that's it. And then they make if that position is open. So it's like each time we lose some kind of male female heartthrob, they immediately replace it with a fresh one, kind of thing. And so if that age group has expired one, they grow a new one. As soon as one of them gets older than a certain age, they like, oh, we need to regenerate a fresh new young pop star.
You're absolutely correct. I knew a girl, I would say image wise, I worked with her, and she ended up joining Big Brother Canada, and now she has a social media presence, and I think she's making pretty good money. She wasn't she has a personality, and yeah, she's doing well for herself. Very interesting. You have to have a certain personality to, I think, do reality TV. So she definitely fit the personality.
Because that's why a lot of like modern TV and movies, they rely on like streamers and internet personalities, because they're like the hot new thing. Because in the UK we've got something called I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. We had, I think it was like 2 or 3 like internet personalities on the show, so that's where like then beginning to like plug from as well.
Yeah, and
everyone's an influencer nowadays too, right?
I think you have to be great at marketing. If you're going to utilize your image within the social media space, you have to you have to like know what to do, be very strategic. I know I'm pretty much saying what most people already know, or some people already know. What else is there? You guys fill in the blank, especially you, Astro. I feel like you know information about the entertainment realm, since that you work behind the scenes in that industry, or even contract work, perhaps.
Sorry, I had to let my cat in. What was the exact question?
Oh, I love cats. I love cats.
It's like snowy, and then it got rainy here. It's like weird.
Are you in?
I'm
like,
bringing
the
the food with me,
northern
actually, so I'm
United
going.
States?
I am in the south, so but it's nasty. It's snowy.
Oh yeah, I've heard like with the especially winter as well, and like southern states of America, it's all over the place.
Oh, yes. It's still snowing here. I just went up to the front door, let the cat in the back door. So I'm
I
going
was
back
going
to
to
where
say,
I
I
was.
don't know if it's your mic. I think it's like echoing a bit, you know.
Who's my mic?
Oh, not your mic. Sorry, love.
It was probably me walking through the house because of my router.
Oh,
Sorry.
no, it's all right. It's all right. It was just to let you know.
All right, I am back.
I think I'm gonna stay online because I am.
We were asking about celebrity, and what was the final question?
I was asking, what are your thoughts on becoming a celebrity? Like, basically entering the image world. The image world has different tiers, of course. And like working towards, obviously, because you're self-made marketer, even if you hire management, right, in different areas. Yeah, what are your thoughts about like stepping into that world outside of being a somebody like yourself who works behind the scenes, and you get to speak to the individuals that are also creating like yourself?
I would say it's like a dog eat dog world, and I think most people have very similar goals, and it's not as it's not it's more basic. It's more of like, okay, like remember like Madonna as a pop star. I know it's a long time ago, but imagine every teenage girl that wanted to be Madonna in New Jersey. Now imagine a bunch of people for a hobby want to try out to be a pop star. So it's just like it ends up being not what people wanted or think it could be. So it's only people that really stand out in our look or time that why something else is very in right now, or
Yeah.
it's a competing look, is what I think is going on. And I'm not in control of those people. And then the other stuff is Freemasons are involved in that stuff, but it's not what people think. It's more of like personal protection because of how things work. It's just like vetting your friends groups and stuff and helping you out and maybe getting you, just like you're taken care of a little better when you're a superstar, and it could be a Masonic order taking care of people.
There's
And it's
levels.
like,
There's levels.
right.
It
They
depends on
help
how
them
high up
out,
you
and
get
it's
into
like it's kind of,
management.
I don't know if I should describe the help because I'm not in it, but I would say that there's levels of these people helping each other out because these fraternities, so they have multiple people that can help you. So it's like when someone joins and goes up in a fraternity, they have a group system to rely on. But when you get hired and you're a big wig or you're all important, you're very important all of a sudden. You get even more.
Yeah, I was going to say it is an important factor because like I think in the UK the last 5 prime ministers they went to like a certain private school and they've all come from like the same 5 fraternities. So if you look at that, you'll go, okay, yeah, if you're with this certain fraternity, you'll go like way ahead of life. So it is all about like who you associate with.
Yeah, so they help guide your friends groups to keep you going and with how they see your career going is what I would say their job is. And I wouldn't say it's all destructive to everybody. I would just say some people could not be pulled along that for the deal they signed up for with the amount of records they had to make or whatever was too much for their body and mind, but other ones went willingly and it worked out for them.
I hope you guys can't hear too much of my background. I don't know.
A bit's coming through, but it's like not too much.
Okay.
Yeah, you're fine. Hey, Isaac.
Isaac,
okay.
welcome. I am the astronaut, also known AKA Retro. Hey, what's up, Isaac? Can anybody
I'm the
let
spirit.
Sage in? He tried somehow.
I was just gonna mess around. I was saying I'm the Mushroom King. So
There is actually like a really good graphic novel about the Masonic Order. Have you ever read From Hell or like seen the movie From Hell?
No.
Oh,
What,
about Jack the Ripper.
I've heard of Jack Ripper, but I haven't seen a movie about him. No.
Oh yeah, it was like a graphic novel, and then it got made into a movie from the same name. It's got like Johnny Depp in it. It's a weird film to watch, but it's better to read the novel because it's a lot more interesting and like a lot better illustration. But that's like a really good one.
is there a premise?
Yeah, it's basically the Queen of England at the time had like a child out of wedlock, and Jack the Ripper is like the royal surgeon to the Queen, and he goes around like killing all the witnesses to the wedding. And it's like, oh, that's the premise. Like Jack the Ripper is actually this royal surgeon killing off witnesses.
Oh, word.
Interesting. And how does that tie into the Masonic Order?
Oh, because in the novel and the movie, the Masonic Order is involved because it's like, oh, the Masonic Order is like the head of the like Queen and the royal family. So because of that, the Masonic Order tasked the royal surgeon to kill the witnesses because they're not part of the Masonic Order.
Interesting. And do you actually believe too that the Freemasons control the royal family?
I would say not nowadays, no, because the royal family now is very limited. But back then, the Freemasons had a massive hand in the royal family.
Yeah. So who do you think? Oh, go ahead, Ashley.
You guys.
I had to take a phone call. I apologize. I've returned.
Go on,
There's a newcomer. There's a newcomer.
Oh,
yeah.
Welcome.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I was saying I don't think people realize how many people don't know anything about this stuff. They think it doesn't exist. So it's like I kind of tread very light waters in having these type of interactions, even on a space like this one.
Oh yeah. Like don't get on.
It's like
I
they'll
wasn't
shut
going
you
to say
down.
anything.
I don't think this exists. I'm like, just because you don't know, you can't just shut people down just because you don't know. And it's a lot of people are not interested.
Yeah.
This stuff goes deep. It's like centuries old information. But people are living in their little bubbles, and they'll shut you down because they don't know and they're not interested.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm gonna go pause because I'm around a lot of people. So you guys speak.
All right.
This thing called the Agent Smith theory is when you start talking about things outside of like the media or normal life, they turn into a different person and like auto react to like shut you down. It's like it's in their system program to not like go bounds of their mind. They're probably afraid of it too.
Yeah. Oh, DNW. Noodles says he wants you to let him on. He said so in the side chat. If you're listening, DNW. Yeah. But yeah, I agree. Like on the one hand, I do believe that the Freemasons obviously still have a lot of influence and control over various spheres of various spheres of influence across the world. But at the same time, I feel like there's another deeper, more hidden secret society that's controlling even them. You know what I mean? I feel like there's something. There has to be. I feel like there's something deeper that the elites don't want us to know about. That's controlling those who they put out in the public for us to know about. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I feel like there's something controlling the Freemasons.
I thought about this the other day for the president. Like, if someone, let's say someone hired him to run, and then they are never have been seen once, no one knows him, but he's running it, but he doesn't have any repercussions. Like he has, no one knows, like no one could blame him. No, like he has these puppets. So I was like thinking like on a deeper, like if people are running these corporations in America and they have this name of the owner, well, that guy could just be hired to be the owner, and there's another person running the whole thing, so their name's not even anywhere. Kind of tricky. So they could be the same exact thing you're talking about, but running like the Black Pope. I've heard about, or all that stuff. But
yeah.
So I don't know. And then I look at America and all the weird city ley lines and the weird alignments on the cities. They must be working in America because the cities replicate their patterns, like in the sky. If you look down at them, and then like Rapture City, right? Rapture City was right under the eclipse perfectly. Like that's weird. Who planned that? Who knew the astronomy and like, oh, we're gonna map this city out, put all of it right perfectly, like all the cities where the moon was like a message, like got weird. I'm figuring that part out. So I think they work. I think they built our roads and everything.
Yeah, if you look at DC for example, right? Don't they have like a lot of like?
You're back after your meth binge. Welcome, Noodles back. Noodles did some meth and came back to talk.
I'm finally having enough energy to engage.
Nice.
The miracles of meth.
Are you joking?
No,
he's serious.
No, everybody should do crystal meth.
I still can't tell if he's joking or not.
But yeah, I was going to say there was that
this is not
no
advice for your whatever. We're not doctors. All right, but yes, this is only a parody. Go on.
Oh, sorry about that. No, but I was going to say there was that no matter which like institution or whichever, there is, no matter the size or strength, there is always appears to be that like one secretive like organization or like group behind everything. Like I always remember the big story with like the American journalist who was like, okay, why is there like a lot of drugs coming onto American streets? Looked into it, and it's like, oh, it's actually that like the American government funding the CIA, who were funding like these paramilitary groups who were like bringing drugs into the US, and then he suspiciously died, and everyone's like, oh, right, yeah, that pretty much proves it.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, there's a coastline over there that the CIA pulled all their boats up to over there on the coast of, I don't know, Colombia, Brazil, one of those countries down there, and that's where Pablo and those people set up. And apparently, they weren't the only ones setting up there. It was American government and those people setting up, and those are the pilots for Pablo's planes and whatever. Where a lot of them were, corporate or fed, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, working with the Stars and Stripes, and they were running that stuff in the Caribbean for a long time, with the arms dealer guy going back and forth from there with American Mint, stolen and given to the Shah of Iran, and they were trading that around these guys.
There's a famous interview, I can't remember which, but it's this American journalist who's speaking with like this big like cartel boss in like the 80s, and he's asking, okay, how are you getting all like to the drugs onto the American streets? And the guy turns, I was like, well, actually, it's the help of your government. Like you're helping us bringing it into. It's like, so you're telling me that our government is fighting like drugs coming onto the streets, but at the same time you're bringing it in. It's like, well, yeah, that's the beauty of it. It's a contradictive system where your local government is fighting the influx of drugs, but at the same time, the deep government is helping us bring it in the drugs.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like it's been that way at least since I don't know if it was the Bushes or Reagans the first time in the 80s or before that, because I wasn't around. So it seems like that was the biggest start of it, I think, was the Reagan to Bush years, where it seems like it was going on like a heyday. And that seemed like that created the troubles of today for the modern news era with this island out in the Caribbean and what was going on with these people and how their extra money was flowing on. Seemed to be a lot of stuff going on, huh? With this yacht.
Well, I mean, the UK had it in the 80s where the American government was funding Argentina because at the time they didn't want like the spread of communism to South America, which I do understand, fair enough. But in the 80s, Argentina invaded the Falkland Islands, and then Britain like fought back. And then because it was Reagan at the time, Margaret Thatcher said, "Hey, are you supplying these guys?" I was like, "No," and she's like, "No, I think you are." I was like, "Okay, yeah, we are." So
Yeah, and or another example too is the fact that in the U.S., I think the CIA actually is the one um, who's I guess supplying guns to both sides of the the gang warfare in Chicago, right? Because I think I think they've been caught. I think they were caught like dropping off like what is it like unlabeled
like
guns or whatever.
unregistered, yeah.
Yeah, unregistered, yeah, and basically feeding both sides those guns so they can kill each other. Yeah.
That happened in with Afghanistan in the 80s, where the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan. The CIA jumped straight onto it and was like, okay, the Mujahideen at the time, they're like, here's all these guns. And because so after obviously with 9/11, because they were like, okay, why does this group have the power to hijack, or why have they got all these guns in the Middle East? And then years down the line, it come out, it was like, oh, the CIA gave them all these weapons in the 80s to fight the Soviet Union, and after they won, they just kept hold of them.
And
Yeah.
we did it again in Afghanistan just a couple years ago.
I always remember like watching the withdrawal from Afghan. It was, I will say though, it was kind of like sad to see with the withdrawal, considering like all the Americans had been through. Because say what you will about the Yanks, but they did put up like a really good fight and they really tried with maintaining the area and the country.
Do you guys actually find this stuff entertaining?
Not entertaining, no. Interesting. But as I said, it was just sad to see with the withdrawal, because I spoke to an American vet after the withdrawal, and he was like, because he was like actually like really angry. And he was like, I went through a lot over there, and to just see us like pull up like that, it kind of just makes me feel sad.
You guys find it interesting?
Yeah, come on. You don't find any of this to be interesting.
The mic is on. Everybody's mic is on. No one's muted.
You don't find sorry, say again, Isaac.
Oh, I thought, am I echoing?
No, you're fine. No, but Noodles, you don't find this to be interesting? This is some really interesting stuff.
Why is it really? What's so interesting about it?
Well, it just shows how fucked up and corrupt the government is.
It's the meth that's interesting.
I don't see why that's like why that's interesting or like.
I'm not saying it's like it's a happy, interesting thing. It's like it's interesting, but it's neither like good or bad.
Like, I don't know. I guess I just don't get it.
I don't know.
Come on,
I'd like to hear more from Isaac and FB.
What?
Isaac, hello, Isaac. What's up?
Oh yeah. Oh, I forgot. I had something. I cooked up something and I lost it. Let me think for a second.
Go on.
My brain does.
If it was meth, you can give it to Noodles. Just pass it over.
No, that's not what I cooked up. I had a cooked up thought.
Cooking up thoughts, like cooking up meth.
Yeah, but no. We were talking about all these orders that exist. Oh yeah, so like imagine these people have the hidden knowledge of like the stone masonry pyramid carving, perfect stone, every single stone, probably down to the decimal perfect. Like that's weird. That's high tech. So like, or like the high tech that supposedly existed in the early like 1800s, and these families still knew about it. They started making cheaper products and selling it to us, and they would expire. But the old light bulb would last like forever if you treated it right. Like weird stuff like that. So now you have to go back and get another one. They run it like they ran technology. Our main technology was like by what 50 smart individuals in our whole reality in the last 2,000 years that put together stuff like a car, a computer, a camera, a phone. We have like 50 of these guys. We have these big corporations that bought them out or killed them and bought them out. I mean, allegedly, it's like a movie, but
it takes 6 years to pay off a car. They all break down in 7. All right, go on.
Yeah, so I'm just saying there is like that's the old saying with how there used to be the old tech versus now was they don't make it like they used to. Like that's the code word. Like, like they don't like they do it on purpose. They give you like I buy these cheap ass lighters and I keep thinking I get a better one and they fucking just go out.
But if you own like an original Zippo, that'll last you like a lifetime.
Yeah, I know. I need to get a better one, but I'll just get the $7 torch. I'll refill it.
The cost of weed and lap dances pretty much stay up and down whatever I gotta pay.
Yeah, that's a little different side of it.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Now,
get yourself a plasma lighter. I'm gonna go off. I'm gonna go on mute right now. I'm almost home.
Sorry.
I like torches because I like to torch the bowl hella fast, so it might be kind of slow.
Was it her who was talking about the plasma earlier?
Yeah.
I cannot recall the previous speakers in our conversation.
whose thing is whose AI is that?
That was my phone. I don't know. My phone decided to join the conversation.
His phone works for the DEA.
But yeah. So what do you find to be interesting then, Noodles?
Why is SB so interested in plasma?
Because it's cool, right? Plasma is a cool thing.
What's so cool about it?
Isn't it like the fourth state of matter? I think.
A what?
And we also went from trying to like light a fire with our hands to holding the power of plasma in our hand. That's kind of cool.
Was the meth good?
It was mid.
Well, do you know what? I was actually good point there. I was going to say, do you know why America has always been like pioneers of invention and innovation? It's because they've learned from what like the rest of the world has produced, and America has looked at that, learned a lot about it, and gone, how can we make this better? Because yeah.
Is the word, and that's one of my favorite subjects. I like to innovate. Like I've never really put it into any action, but I love thinking about it. I could have 3 inventions a day, probably on average, if I really sat there.
Well, it's like, do you know why American like tanks are great? Because they looked at like the first tanks and then World War II tanks and went, we can do better, and they did. And when the Americans looked at like the first automatic weapons, they went, yeah, we can do that and make it better. Same with planes. Obviously, I know America, the first like airplane and flight come from America, but when they've looked at other nations do it, they've gone, okay, I see what you're doing. We can do it better.
They looked at the Polaris solar system with the UFOs. Like, yeah, we can do that better. We have better ones, yeah.
They looked at furries and other things, and it didn't go so.
Oh, wait a second. DMW, I think Danny Shine wants to come on the panel. I think.
Snow's coming down hard, guys. I'm here, but I gotta turn off my volume and check out some things around.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
My mic is off, but I'm still present. I'm still present. All right, mic is off because I'm in a blizzard.
Oh,
jeez. Yeah, be safe. Make sure it all lines up still. I get it. That'd be intense.
I don't know.
All right, Noodles, I have a question then. Where does your mind go from here? Like, what sparks anything? You get any spark? Well, what would you add, or what would you start a new one even? Maybe.
We gotta. I don't know. We have to figure out a way.
I've got one.
To make a lot of money.
Okay. I mean, I agree. As a country, maybe, but then what?
I've got one.
Group right here.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I thought you meant as a whole. Oh, okay.
Well, I was saying about.
Like, I thought you were talking about. What do you got, Barry?
Hey,
My bad.
you guys want to
Oh
play?
no! Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I was done. That's what I mean.
You guys want to play poker?
I was just going to say that it was. I was saying about like America then, so I was like, that's a good point to jump to. America, like, even though I'm British, I always say America is great nation. It is.
Hell yeah, it's the best fucking nation in the entire
That was
world.
because of democracy and the freedom to bear arms, and no one wanted to mess with that democracy. But then they're slowly rid of all that.
Well, the unfortunate thing about democracy is that the majority of people are too stupid for it to be a good thing.
Yeah,
but the thing that America has that makes it great is the Constitution.
Yeah. But you do have the opposing force of the media trying to get these votes, right? They're trying to influence somebody to vote differently. That's one of their biggest goals, to control the money.
Unfortunately, there's a lot of like communist infiltration into the education system here, which is kind of like really fucking shit up.
Oh yeah, no, it's shocking. Like I was watching the news with New York when the mayor got elected, and the thing I always remember is there's a clip of they're interviewing like people around New York, and there's a guy from East Germany, and he says, I come here to get away from communism. Why have we voted them in?
Yeah, it sucks, dude. We should watch Nate Freeman's new documentary he just uploaded. Let's share that on here. Hey, DNW, let's watch.
Yeah, DNW. Apart from that, Danny Shine also wants to come on the panel and chat. So you should let him on.
I think.
But yeah, what's the name of the documentary?
I think DNW is at the store right now. But yeah, Nate Friedman, he just put out a first part of a documentary about the Islamic takeover.
Of what, New York?
Oh, so
I'm putting Isaac in charge.
House.
Oh, how the Muslims are trying to take over the world?
Indeed.
Yeah.
Immigration from the vagina. Yeah, but you know the funny thing, the ironic thing is that the people that would most of the people that would decide to not have kids for ethical reasons are generally probably better, in terms of their social values and stuff than the people that are, just turning out tons and tons of kids.
I agree.
Yeah.
Catch 22, right?
Right, everybody have fruitful multipliers or whatever.
You don't have to type in the chat.
Everybody make pliers out of fruit, and we're good. All right, wherever you want to read it or translate it, because as long as we make our pliers out of fruit, carry on.
Only 650,000 people were born last year in the UK. That sounds pretty low.
No, he's saying that's how many immigrants.
Danny Shine, why are you not speaking? You're on the show. You don't have to type in the chat box. You're on the show.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
That's good.
Welcome, chatbots. Who is here? Hello, everyone. Who's the chatbot? Who's new?
I'm not actually Danny Shine. I'm the AI clone of Danny Shine.
You sound like my homie.
Excellent. AI clone, glad to have you here.
Yes, Danny's busy at the moment, but I'm glad to be here.
Do I know you or what?
Do you know me?
Yeah, you probably met him on the stream before.
Are you Heretic? It sounds like you're Heretic.
Heretic? What's Heretic?
Yeah, that's his name. That's his name.
No, this is not Heretic. This is Danny
Oh, okay.
Shine.
You sound like my homie. It's tripping me out. My bad. I
Oh,
thought you were
dude,
him.
you've never heard of Danny Shine? You've been to Iraq, man.
Oh, okay.
How
Yeah,
dare you?
So yeah, only 650,000 people were born last year. That seems pretty low, huh?
How dare you
What,
come on?
650,000 people were born last year in the UK alone? That's quite a lot. Especially
No,
when
that's
you realise,
great.
especially when you realise
that
that none of them were needed.
You're cutting out, Danny.
I said, especially as you
Or is it
realise.
just cutting out? I don't know.
You can't hear me.
I don't hear it cutting out.
I can hear you.
Needed for what?
I'm saying not needed for anything. They're not needed. 650,000 babies.
What do we need anything for?
We don't. That's the point.
Yeah, it's all created in our mind.
Yeah. So it's what we make it, right?
It's what we make it.
Oh.
And most of it is an illusion of the senses. That's kind of the trip. Like, the real shit's hard to access. Usually, I don't know. I mean, we have like these human tendencies to want to feel survival, comfort, pleasure, and like love. And like, I don't know. I was thinking about it last night. It was tripping me out. I was on shrooms though. It was a little easier to think about.
Well, a big human tendency is purpose. That's why we have that as an intrinsic trait. That's why, you know, we've got multiple civilizations founded over the years, because with us as humans, we want that purpose. So we will found civilization, or we will like found ideas and like, or found reason. Do you know what I mean? It's just part of us. We will, you know, even if we lived in a utopia where everything was given to us and we didn't have to do anything, there will be those that will go, but I need to find my purpose. And you know, that's pretty much like with you know, the like explorers to the New World. Even though they had everything back home and their empire was at its peak, they went, but I want more. So they went, I want to go and do more, and you know, ventured out and like found these new lands. And
Yeah, and that's a fundamental truth I feel like of human nature, is that we're never satisfied with anything, right? You know,
well,
because
that's the same reason with like America. Like, it was the 13 colonies under like Britain and France, and then these colonies during the war went, well, we want more, we want purpose, we want rights, we want freedom, to the point where even though these 13 colonies were protected and insured by like the British Empire, these colonies went, no, we want more. And because of that, that's the whole reason why America is a nation as it is today, because these people went, we want more for ourselves, not in terms of like property or items. They just wanted more as like in terms of like a philosophical sense. It's like, we want rights, we want liberty.
Yeah.
No,
That
dude.
is weird.
Like, I just want money.
no, it's never gonna be enough, Noodles, because then you're gonna want something else after you get all that money.
That's not true.
Yeah.
It's gonna be enough.
All right, you say so, but that's it. If you look at a lot of millionaires and billionaires, when they get all that money, they're still depressed and they try to do other things to try to fill the void, you know?
Oh, really? You know all those people?
Yeah, I mean, look at Elon Musk, for example, right? He doesn't really seem like a particularly happy person, right?
Wait. You're naming one person.
All right, what about Donald Trump? He doesn't seem like a particularly happy person either, and he's a billionaire.
Okay, so if I mean, you just named two people. That doesn't mean that like most people, when they have more money, it improves their quality of life and they're happier.
Right, but
so that just proves it.
Wait, but it improves it for only a certain amount of time, and then they become dissatisfied and they want something more, and they're not able to get that.
Oh, that's a load of nonsense.
No, it's true though. It's called the hedonic treadmill. It says that whenever like our level.
Oh, well, we lost him. That's what you get for spewing nonsense, J.E. You get kicked.
I didn't hear what happened. I went to smoke a bowl.
And honestly, it's just cope, really. People that say that, hard cope. because they don't have
Yeah,
that.
because I mean, if you look at Rhodes, he was a millionaire like back in his day during like 1900. Even though he could have had everything and just settled and lived a luxurious life, but no, I want more. And set out.
Yeah, those are those real go-getters.
Mm.
And they like you got to think to transform reality like from a hill and a bunch of trees into all this tech, ground, earth, minerals, nutrients from the ground, even computer chips, bro. We got fucking far fast. It's weird.
Mm.
Like it freaks me
Yeah,
out.
no,
Like
yeah. Like, look at Henry Ford. He was like, yeah, I could just settle on my company now. I'm making the same mode. He was like, no, I want more. I want to see how far we can, like, can we make the engine faster? Can we make the car better? He kept pushing and pushing and pushing to where it's like,
that was me with coding. I got the Android from 4 tweaks up to 10 tweaks on an app I built, and it was telling me I could update the whole world with this software that I made. I made my own virtual engine that's an adaptation to the Android code.
How do
I
you
did it
do
12
that?
days. I did it in 12 days with AI Grok, and I don't know what to do with it. It's still in my computer. I don't know what to do with it.
Well, you might just save the planet with that.
Well, I don't know because time is money. If I could get the Android up from 4 tweaks to 10, it's pretty weird. Just with a simple vortex and packing spools and like 12 threads, mandala affecting in every contact point, and the mandala effect is a process, so it's about infinite.
Dude, I have no idea what you're even talking about, guy.
Oh, I know how to make virtual engines. You have a 3D space, and you have nodes, and you have threads, and you have packing data, and you have an unpacking data, and you have I compartmentalized it to the brain of my computer. I ran half of the unpacking on the GPU, half of the packing on the CPU, and basically made 2 brains out of my computer. I think you could do more.
So DNW, what's going? Or not DNW? Danny Shine, what's going on?
Wait, Noodle. Before that, I just wanted to say, yeah.
Atlantis, we have Danny Shine in the house.
All right, fine.
Your hedonic nonsense. Let's move on.
Yeah. What's going on? I mean,
what would your AI ask its AI if it was going to ask you? What question would it ask?
Are you still in Cyprus?
No. I got hit by a car on my bike about 11 weeks ago and nearly killed.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. Kind of getting better.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
Yep.
Another wonderful act of the kind and merciful God. Lovely chap.
How badly were you hurt?
Pretty badly. I was in hospital for 10 days. I got cracked ribs and face and head and broken ankle and pretty badly shaken up.
Wait, were you in a hospital in Cyprus?
No. This is in England.
Well, I'm glad you're still here with us. Are you going to get any kind of compensation from this?
Probably, but doesn't really help. Doesn't help me.
We're gonna FedEx the porn stars there. Just leave your address in the comments.
Man, is it too late to pick a bunch of mushrooms? That's what I've been doing. If I was happening.
If you take mushrooms, watch the.
Do you actually take crystal meth, or do you just take methamphetamines?
You talking to Noodle?
Yeah.
I only do mushrooms. Oh, my bad.
Oh, I would. I guess if I had to choose, I would go for crystal meth.
Oh, I see. You haven't actually had crystal meth.
No, not really.
Fair enough.
I used to abuse Adderall a lot when I was a teenager, and that's meth. That's a form of meth.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. Yeah,
that's methamphetamine.
Yeah.
Just like
Anyway.
what the mods used to take back in the 60s.
Do you know about modafinil?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
I talked to my doctor today to get on it. He's like, I'll think about it. Talk to me in a month. Trying to get on it.
Danny, what have you been doing to help you with your recovery?
Which recovery from what?
Well,
from
the accident.
What is your favorite beverage?
Oh no, let's
I
ask.
don't drink.
Have you do a lot of physical therapy?
Yeah, physiotherapy. Yeah.
Have you been using painkillers?
I did for the first few weeks, and then I had to stop them. Otherwise, I'd have been in trouble.
Yeah.
I did
Has
not.
Anybody else here had to send their AI chatbot to AA before?
That's a very good one. Can you imagine sending it to AA?
What are you drinking? You need to just start telling it that. I'd be joking with you or something.
Hello, my name is ChatGPT, and I'm an alcoholic.
Oh, Danny, I noticed you've also been doing a lot of podcasts as well too to help with your recovery.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, those have been pretty good.
Thank you. Glad you like them.
Have you ever considered bringing DNW onto one of your podcasts?
What's that?
Have you ever considered bringing DNW onto one of your podcasts?
No, because he's a traitor.
Oh, because he's no longer antinatalist?
Yeah.
Antinatalist?
We're not interested.
Yes.
We're not interested
Yeah,
in anybody who's pro-natalist.
So what's natalist then?
I think he's pro-natalist.
So antinatalism,
Just say bear. Just say bear. Sorry.
Sorry. Antinatalism is basically the position that it's morally wrong to have children and to bring.
I don't like to say. Let's simplify it, right? It seems to me to be extremely cruel and harmful to bring somebody into physical being.
I've had this thought on mushrooms a lot.
Yeah.
But not in the way that it makes me think that we should do it. It makes me think that only 1% of the population or less is actually prepared to. That was my conclusion.
But my thing is that even if there are like smart good people out there who probably could have smart, good kids or whatever, I still don't think this world is a safe place to bring children into, because there are just so many harms that exist that people experience in this world, and you as a parent can't protect your children from everything. You know what I mean?
I would say as well, though, that it's like, for me personally, you can't really hold the position of like it's wrong to bring children into the world, because as you said, you could be a smart couple and have a smart child, but you can't protect them from everything. But I would say the bigger issue is that you can't really dictate of like how you can't bring kids into this world, because that's like pretty much fascism, and B, you'll end up like what China did, where it's like you can only have one kid.
Bring on the fascism. Absolutely agree with you. Parents are worse than pedos. They cause.
Whoa! I mean, I wouldn't go that far. No.
I would.
What's your perspective? I changed the
They cause so much. They cause all the harm that you've ever experienced in your life was caused by your parents.
Sometimes your first ops in life are your parents.
Are we seriously having
everybody not at once, one at a time?
Are we seriously having an anti-natalist discussion here? That's so that's so antiquated for this channel.
Yeah, because I didn't want to have a discussion. I was just saying like that my opinion, but I didn't want to have a discussion.
No, well, Bear is new to the idea, so I guess it makes sense for us to discuss it with him, just he doesn't know about it.
Who talks about antinatalism anymore? That's such an old, boring topic.
There's no other topic worth talking about as far as I'm concerned. None of the other things, you can't do anything about any of the other things, but you can do something about where you put your dick.
What do you
wait, but Danny, wait, not but in the future, right? I think they're planning to even like artificially create humans. So it's not only about people sleeping with each other; they're gonna artificially create people. You know?
Okay, I understand, but for the moment, for the time being, the most important thing is that anybody listening and anybody here on the panel keeps their dicks in their pants.
But what if we were to say the same thing about veganism, though?
What's that?
What if we were to say the same thing about veganism? That is so old, it's boring. Why are we still talking about veganism? Like, why do you get to dismiss human suffering?
The gaslighter, the straw manner, the misrepresenter, he has joined us.
Why are you making so many ad hominem attacks?
It's not an ad
hominem. Are you going to respond to what I say, or are you just going to make ad hominem attacks against me?
Not an ad hominem attack. An ad hominem is when you call.
It was a non sequitur. You didn't respond to what I actually said.
A name in place of an argument. I was not trying to make an argument.
It was a non sequitur. It was not helpful to the discussion. You're just attacking me. It has nothing to do with anything. Apparently, you're mad because you have more empathy for animals than you do for humans. So you decided to no longer be an anti-natalist, but you still care. You still care about rats, though.
You have no sympathy for.
You have more empathy for rats than you do for human beings.
You're a sociopath.
You're so evil. You're so evil.
You're an evil sociopath.
No, you're the sociopath. You're the one who wants to breed human beings into hell to save wildlife.
No, you're a sociopath.
All right, now enough of that.
All right, guys. What's the issue here? What happened between you two?
If he would actually make an argument, we can actually have a debate. But he wants to attack me, which I don't know why. Apparently, I rubbed in the wrong way because I presented anti-nanism as being a superior philosophy than veganism.
No, you rubbed me in the wrong way because you straw man me. It's like you say if I tell you something and I clarify my position, it's like you don't even hear it. It goes in one ear out the other.
You keep saying that I straw manned you, but you never told me how I straw manned you. You just making the conclusion.
You can go back and listen to our whole discussion.
I don't know what you're talking about. You need to actually tell me how I straw manned you.
Last time we were
slow down, slow.
The last time we were on this panel together, we had a whole long discussion about this. I'm not going to engage with it again.
See, you're still not going to tell me anything specific, and you think I'm supposed to know what you're talking about.
You two guys move in together. I'm going to get y'all an apartment together.
No, I would never live with a vegan. I would never live with a misanthropic animal supremacist.
I have goals now.
Can't we just kiss and make up, everybody?
He can go kiss the rat. Go kiss the rat.
Everyone be kind and civil as I will try, okay? But I think I have to do some things in a minute. But it was good having everybody on. Hopefully I can remain in the discussion for a few more minutes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, nice talking to you too.
If we're going to talk about child production, how about this planet's really made for people who really have the money? Like not middle class, but upper class or even upper middle class. Economically, I would say.
All right.
It's so expensive to raise children, even if you're like a humble, minimalist parent. I mean, we've done it for centuries, right? But I'm thinking in 2025.
Yeah.
The way the world is set up for most of us in the West.
I've just written a book about this, and one of the chapters is about how much it actually costs. And we costed it out in the UK over a lifetime between 4.5 million for a really sort of bottom of the range experience, up to 9.5 million for a top of the range experience per child.
Yeah. Like it's expensive. I have children, by the way, so that's why I I am inputting my 2 cents regarding this reproduction thing. But you gentlemen continue. I'm listening.
I
Hello there.
also have children.
You see, Danny, I don't know if I agree with that because
Oh no, not you. We're just talking about you being a traitor.
SB,
You're a traitor.
All the best ones. All the best ones.
Hey, I'm asking SB a question here. SB, do you regret having kids?
I don't, because I like the way my children look and they're healthy and they make me laugh sometimes. But I'm
Are they happy?
unfortunate in a sense. I'm just going to add this. I'm one of the rare widows. So I had the children, but the father passed away. So I'm a widowed mom.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah,
Thank
sorry
you.
to hear.
Yeah, it's okay.
Sorry.
But yeah, so it's like, luckily I have my mom. I'm not, signaling the violin. I'm just
Are the
telling you.
children happy?
Yeah, they're actually very happy.
How old are they?
They are 7 and 6, so they're not too bad. They're almost independent.
You
Sorry, go
wait.
ahead.
Oh my God. Yeah, they're in the cute phase. You wait till they start becoming teenagers and
And
the
they're
hormones
boys.
start kicking in and then they get their phones.
I'm raising boys, so I'm in
Oh
a
my
weird
God.
position where it's like I'm supposed to still be married, but my situation is like,
Yeah.
it happens to some of us. I've met a couple widowed moms throughout the years. So it's like, okay, do I get married again? Who is, all of that stuff. But right now, my obvious focus is to make sure they grow up wholesome and have a pretty decent life, in the suburbs, all of that good stuff, right? So you guys wanted to say something. I'm kind of just babbling on right now. Continue.
Yeah, I was saying I don't think it's as simple as to say money will make you happy. In fact, I have a theory that some of the most successful people are some of the unhappiest because I believe a great lot of drive comes from people being unhappy and they're trying to get somewhere else because they're not happy with where they are. So what I'm talking about is brain neurology, the biochemicals of the brain. If they had satiety, if they had a brain that felt okay, they wouldn't be trying to reach for the pound note. They wouldn't be trying to climb the social ladder because they would feel okay. So I think there's a lot of people who are in the upper echelons of society who are terribly happy people. In fact, I think sometimes they're the most neurotic. That's my 2 pence. Take that as you will.
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to tell. That's what I was trying to tell Noodles earlier. DNW. I was telling him that exact same thing. That money isn't going to make you happy because it's just going to leave you chasing. You know what I mean? And I even said as well too that a lot of millionaires and billionaires are very unhappy people. So yeah, I totally agree.
I was going to say, do you want a good example? I know off the top of my head. The Roman Emperor Diocletian. He was at richest man at the time. Top of his, he was the emperor, so he had all the power in the world, and he was unhappy. And he went, "Do you know what? It's not for me." He gave up being emperor just to retire on a small farm growing cabbages, and he was like, "It's what I want. I don't want to be all powerful. I don't want to be all rich." To the point where years down the line, when the Roman consuls came to us, like, "Listen, you need to come back. We need your help to rule things." Like, no, because no matter all the money and power in the world, I find majesty in my cabbages that I grow. I don't need that.
Yep.
I mean, you've got to also factor in. You've also got to factor in evolution here.
One at a time, D-Dub.
Genetic predispositions, and there are successful families in the world, but they have been driven perhaps in the past by neurotic ancestors who weren't happy with where they were. So maybe they have inherited serious genetic mental illnesses, perhaps, etc., etc. So even those born into these situations, perhaps I'm just saying it's a theory. They may not be the happiest people. If you want to see happy people, perhaps go to, I don't know, the plains of Africa, the Amazon jungle, where people live nomadic lifestyles and they're not particularly fussed with the pound note or climbing the social hierarchy. Perhaps, obviously, I'm not saying they don't have problems, but I'm just questioning the the proposition that money will make life okay.
So, I was just going to say that quick. I'm going to jump off the stream now, but I'd just like to thank everyone for chatting with me. It's been a wonderful stream. I hope everyone has a pleasant evening, and hopefully can do this again soon. But thank you, everyone.
Take care, Bear.
Yeah, nice to meet you, Bear. Have a good day.
Thank you very much. Take care, guys.
Bye.
Yeah, see ya.
Have you guys
Yeah,
considered?
what are you gonna say? Oh, okay. Go ahead, Esri.
I was gonna quickly add. Have you guys considered that, like, you chose your parents before you incarnated? Some people
No
don't
way.
suffer.
Absolutely not. No way.
Now you're gonna shut that down real quick. Go ahead, Abolition. No, I'm listening to you. No, I've listened to you, but you go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead.
I know that I did. You're absolutely right. Everyone chooses their parents.
I think I did, based on like me and my mother's interesting relationship. Very interesting relationship. That's all I gotta say.
You're saying that we chose to make our father bust his nut
No, I just
at that very moment.
I was before I came into this world.
Sorry, SB, I was only joking.
No, you guys don't have to apologize. No, I'm listening. This is why I asked this question. Go ahead, I'm listening.
Yeah, I foresaw the whole thing. I was like, all right. I knew when it was gonna happen. I knew what was gonna happen. I was like, I patted him on the back. I said, "Yep, Pop, now's the time."
You're such a troll.
You're a very sarcastic individual, and we need sarcasm.
Right, and I agree with that. I agree with that.
I'm being for real. I chose when I was gonna come here, and I chose my parents, and I actually chose exactly how my life was gonna play out.
Noodles floated in as a ghost, and like he stood on his dad's buttocks at the right moment to push it in a bit further, so he'd spurt. Now, Dad.
I actually helped him guide it in.
Okay, let me add to it. So, mom birthed you guys, including myself. So that's when they say it depends on your DNA structure when your soul and your spirit, or just your spirit, enters the baby upon being birthed.
So you're saying there's no soul until you're born? Is that it?
Well, I mean, the baby's living in the womb, and then upon, because they say like apparent. I don't know if you guys have heard of this, but like they say apparently women are supposed to be in a circular room when they're giving birth. Like square walls don't make sense because the what do you call it? The the edges of the walls, the corners, trap energy. Apparently, that's why they say you need to sweep your corners, right? Getting all into metaphysics and spirituality.
My mom had them scrape the corners of the room and put it in a container for her to bring home, and she fed the energy back to me. In my baby.
I think you're trolling again.
He is
trolling.
You're trolling. He is.
Trolling.
I have a serious response. Do you think that I chose to be abused? Do you think that I chose to be neglected? Do you think that I chose to live in this world where I don't to be miserable for the rest of my life?
No, I don't think you did. But I'm posing the question, right? This is a tough conversation to have because in your situation, what I've listened to, it's like it's been, I don't want to say miserable, but it's been tough. Like some of us have had tough experiences growing up. Like I sound like I'm almost well-rounded, but I've had a kind of tough quality of life, like a life experience, I should better say, growing up. But I'm in a position where I can have this conversation now, and I don't sound like I'm going through hell.
Right, but I think the soul contract mythology blames the victim for their own suffering to say that they chose this.
What are your thoughts on this? Because
I didn't choose any of this. This was imposed on me. My parents bred me into hell, and now I am oppressed by the master state where I am denied the right to opt out. So I don't think that my parents did me any favors. My parents were abusive, both of them, and neglectful. And I don't think I got anything out of it. I think it was all beneficial to them. They got self-actualization from my existence. I got nothing out of it.
Okay.
At least some of the
Are
rabbits
you
should be good.
living in hell, Abolition? do you think that currently as an adult male that your current quality of life is a form of hell, or are you trying your very best to see how you can evolve past your past?
I'm not even worried about me. I'm not worried about myself anymore. I'm trying to prevent others from suffering a similar fate. It's too late. There's nothing that can be done to save me. But other people can be saved. They don't have to experience this.
I see what you mean. I do the same. I was explaining to the two gentlemen, Jay and Astro, that I try to talk to younger women to make better quality of life, better life decisions, so they don't just like up and get pregnant or marry the wrong individual, whatever that really means. But in terms of pregnancy, like I try to talk to women, like don't just let your bodies get pregnant, just make better life decisions. Like it really does matter. So I think I do see. I'm trying to see where you're coming from, Abolition. I am listening. So,
but why do they create this whole soul contract narrative? It's not. There's no evidence for it. They're just trying to blame victims for their own existence.
I do think reincarnation does exist, but based on I'm still reading about it, but I do think reincarnation exists.
Do you know that?
No, go ahead. I'm listening.
There's something called the statute of frauds. So unless a contract can actually be effectuated within a year and it's not in writing, then it is basically void. So you can't have an oral contract. You can't have a soul contract that doesn't actually come to terms during a year if it's not in writing. So do you have a writing that actually says that I consented to being brought into existence? Otherwise, it's void. There is no soul contract.
That's a very human thing. So no, I don't have a physical.
Right. So, but no, because you could use that argument to say
it might be up in the Ashkenazic records there somewhere. There might be a scroll somewhere.
It's called a Tashik.
You can say that about anything. You can say, "Oh, I'm going to have sex with this woman because her past life, her soul said it was okay for me to have sex with her."
What's the name of that thing that they do when they go astral projecting? They go to
the Akashic record.
Akashic record. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
But let me ask you this question though: what if a man said that in your past life your soul consented to have sex with him, so he's just going to have sex with you because your soul said it was okay?
No, I don't believe in that stuff.
No, but that's what you're saying about those who exist. It's the same argument.
No.
You're saying that my soul.
No, I don't believe in that part. I don't. I do think we're more than just blood and bones and skin. I do think.
No, but you're arbitrarily deciding what a soul said or what they consented to in a past life.
That's just my perspective. You don't have to think what I'm saying is fact. I see what you're saying. I'm not making this like as a ground statement for everybody to think what I think is the truth.
But I'm asking you a question though. What if somebody did that to you and said that your soul consented to do things that you're saying that you don't consent to now? And they say, "Oh, well, I know what your soul wanted."
No. Like I do think people are born into hell. Like this could be heaven for some people and this could be hell for other people. Right? I do think that. Like this planet.
Best of times, it was the worst of times.
Sigh. I don't mean to upset you, Abolition. I know it sounds like, okay, what the hell is this girl talking about? This is a new chick.
No. See, abolitionism, if you want to go into it, he doesn't mind talking about it. He reckons his father was a narcissist. He was born a black man in America and he's gay. And he feels he feels that all this has presented him with problems in life that he doesn't feel happy about having. And he feels that he is basically a slave as well. He feels that life is slavery, and he wishes he wasn't brought here. Now it's a very hard conversation because it's very sad that he feels like that. But I'm just giving you the lowdown because he feels extremely strongly about this.
I see that. In regards to the slave part, my thing is like some people do a really good job with generating income, like high levels of income. And I'm trying to grapple with that because I feel like there's a certain amount of us who are trying to, get past the hump. I'm not struggling, but I know I could be doing like way better. So the slave aspect, I'm just like, why Like, why?
Well, you can read my. I'm not going to take up the entire live stream talking. My book is coming out on the 15th, but it's based on a legal definition of slavery.
Oh, okay, got you. Yeah.
I agree. I think this is a slavery. You're enslaved by just being here in the human body. You're enslaved by desires and your needs and your fears, all enslaved by that. That's what happens when you bring someone into existence. So in other words, it's all very nice that you say you don't regret having your children, but you brought two
little boys that
two
needed
little
me.
boys.
SB,
into-
social experimentalist is a dad, by the way.
He's a daddy.
Yeah, he is.
I am indeed. 3.
Okay, how
And he's
old-
probably
I've
going
done
to be a
one more.
grandfather within the next 10 years, I'd say.
I hope not. I hope
okay.
not. That's my biggest nightmare. But you know, it's all very nice to say you don't regret having them and that they're cute now at 6 or 7. But what you've done, and I've done it with even with one more than you. But what we have done is we have created billions of pain receptors, and we've thrust these people into existence.
Yeah.
And you know they're gonna and we put them in harm's way, and you know, and we put them in prison. Which basically what we've done is we've said, oh right, let's bring someone into right. It's like being sentenced to death, which is what life is, and then bringing your children into the prison to keep you company.
Well, I tried to wait as long. Like, I wasn't even gonna have children, and I had children in my 30s. So I was gonna be that woman that just went through life, not bringing children into the earth. And I thought I met somebody that was gonna be able to do his part, but he was able to so-called escape.
Yeah.
Escape. He got the hell out of here.
Yeah. He got the easy way out. But why did you have them in the first place? Why did you have them?
I was like teetering and tottering like so much of us women do. We teeter and totter. Like, do we want children? Do we not want children? I was enjoying my solo life. I really was.
Yeah, but you still haven't answered the question. Why did you do it then?
He wanted more. He wanted the children more than I did, and
he wanted the children.
Yep,
Oh,
he wanted
dear.
the children, and I was at a point like, okay, well, I guess.
So
And
you
in
did
my
it for
30s,
him. You did it for him then.
Perhaps I was that woman.
Oh dear.
I was that woman.
Okay, you're not the only one.
Let's not beat SB up. I mean, it is a.
No, I'm not. I'm trying not to.
A lot of women. Some women say they wanted the child. I was like, oh, you like chores? Great. I just usually keep that part quiet when I speak to women. I have to gauge women.
I remember male friends who wanted kids, and I was quite shocked. Like, I remember being about 22, 23, and a friend of mine had been with his girlfriend since he was about 18, and he was saying he couldn't wait to have a kid. And I was looking and thinking, are you insane? Why?
No, I wasn't.
I thought it was really weird. And the funny thing is, he actually didn't have a kid then in the end until he was 35.
What happens?
But he stayed with the same. It was the same woman. But they've been together since they were actually 19, but they didn't have a kid till about 35. But yeah, when he was 22, 23, he was thinking about it. He wanted one. I think she was the one putting the halters on it. But eventually, yeah, they did have one. And now I tell you what, you get those memes where they have a before and after. Like, someone looks really happy, and then someone looks really stressed and fucked.
There's a lot of
That is him.
cutting you off.
Even in photos, he looks so stressed. He looks severely stressed. He looks like he's got the weight of the world on his shoulders. The poor guy. Ever since he had the kid, it's hard work, man.
Yeah, it's very stressful.
Can we hear them in the background? Is that them?
Yeah. Yeah. Very noisy. Very noisy. But it's not so bad.
So SB, in all seriousness, what do we do with people like this? I mean, it's really difficult to read this stuff, and I don't quite know what to say to these people. We've got people like this Gnostic Jedi who says every single day they wake up in this place, they can't freaking believe they're actually here in this hell realm, and it's actually happening It's just unbelievably idiotic in this place. You see, I
He does have
understand.
a point. He has got a point.
Well,
Yeah,
see, the thing is, what do we do? I think we owe it to these people to help them. There's a lot of them out there.
Ever since I joined, not even the first panel, my first time on this panel, but I noticed this environment that you've created, DNW, it's a place for us to like just have these conversations, and in my opinion, see how we can help others, just like abolition, and I'm saying your name kind of right.
Abolitionism.
Yeah,
I
just
had
like
to
how
say
he
that as well.
acknowledged, like he wants to help other people.
Mm.
I do think it's important to have these conversations because there's people that are going like feel like they're going over the edge, like they're losing their minds.
And I just wonder, what, like, if they're honest, is there not a time in their day, in their life, where they feel okay? Life abolition.
Yeah, I mean, there are days and times where I feel okay, but for the most part, it doesn't feel okay, you know?
I think my thing is trying to get my hormones in check because I'm a woman, and if you guys know anything about women, we have this iron deficiency thing that we have to go through every single month. Yeah, it's just for me to get my hormones in check, and once I find my hormones, I can balance my hormones or just increase them a little bit higher than balance them. I feel like I'm in a pretty good mood. And I'm like, is this how successful people feel? So yeah, I'm just working on that part.
So here we go. Gnostic Jedi comes back saying, don't get me wrong, though. They have people that they love and care about very much. And they say dying scares them, and losing family eventually scares them as well. This place is very scary and brutal. Yes, it is. I'm not going to deny it. It is scary and brutal. Get with the program. It is a brutal place. So find a cause worth dying for. Live your best life so that when you die, you can look back and say, I tried my best. And also, you're worried about your family dying. Well, why don't you start trying to cheer them up and giving them some merriment and happiness? Because, as you said, this place is scary and brutal. So why not try to fight against it whilst you're here? They said thank you. They're working on it.
Sometimes you hope to die fast, but live well.
How
Yeah,
about learning?
I
what
know
to
someone
do?
who prays. I know someone who prays for a quick, speedy death that isn't painful.
When?
That's one of their. They're religious, and that's one of their prayers every day.
But like when is the question?
Well,
Like,
whenever the time is right.
my question is like, do you want to know what happens in the afterlife? Do you think there's an afterlife? Some people feel it doesn't exist, but they're here. So my thing is like, okay, you guys continue. I'm listening because I don't want to upset anybody.
Has Danny ever had a weird paranormal experience? We never heard that on this show.
Yes, I have.
No, yeah, SB. Sorry, I was asking Mr. Shine, Danny Shine.
No, it's okay. You SB, you carry on.
No, DNW asked you.
Well, he doesn't
share,
want to.
and
It's
you
fine.
said,
You're allowed
"Oh."
to do that. You're allowed to do that. SB, if you want to answer the question, then maybe he will. SB,
Okay.
have you ever had a weird paranormal experience in your life?
Yes. So
Tell us about it.
I'm gonna include like, okay, so when I was taking I guess they call it colloidal gold. So this is colloidal liquid gold, silver, copper. So I was taking that like every single day for, I would say, a couple months. And one day I was sleeping, and then all of a sudden, okay, you know how they talk about, oh, you should learn how to open your third eye. Okay, so that whole third eye is allowing you to see into another realm, believe it or not, based on my experience. So one day I was in bed, and mind you, I had like cleaned, I had vacuumed, my room was like immaculate, so to speak. And then I wake up and I turn around, but my eyes weren't open. It was I guess the eye between my eyes, it opened. And then all I see are these robotic creatures that look like radios, but like robotic. Oh, like R2D2s, like a bunch of bronze colored R2D2s with different like shaped heads, and they all kind of had these radio looking heads, hence the band name Radiohead, which I found very interesting as I thought about it. And there was like about 10 of them in my room, and all I can hear was like sounds of somebody shouting at each other, and I had these two of them, mind you, they're robots, right? They were making hand gestures amongst each other, so I realized, oh, these are the leaders, and they were I couldn't hear them, but they were kind of making hand gestures between each other, and as if to say like, okay, we need to get this information to her, but we're like arguing. And then so I was weirded out. I was like, what the hell is going on? Am I dreaming? Right? But mind you, my middle eye was open. So I was like, okay, I heard people talking about this stuff. I'm like, so this is actually a real thing. It didn't feel like a dream, by the way. And then so I turned on my side away from them. And then all I felt was this warm, kind of like peaceful, kind of loving, helpful, like feeling of like turning me back over, like we're not here to hurt you. And then I kind of like, you know, when you shrug something away, like, no, I'm weirded out. So all of a sudden, I felt myself go straight back to sleep, like this third eye close, and I was back in dreamland.
What were they doing out of interest?
I think they were trying to give me a message.
Okay, because they were like loads of basically robotic creatures.
Yeah,
Like they
like-
sound like machine elves that the people see when they do DMT trips.
Well, I wasn't doing DMT because remember, I was only taking gold, silver, and copper that you can get it only at health food stores, right? So this is like this alchemy stuff.
Well, can I just say,
you were half asleep, then you could have had some, like the brain makes DMT supposedly for, and that's what helps with dreaming or causes dreaming.
Right.
So it could have possibly had to do with DMT, and who knows what effect the metal had on your brain chemistry.
Well, all I had to say was it was more than a dream, because I've never had that middle eye open that you see in pop culture and you hear about. It's never opened, and I was just like, how do I explain this to anybody? I'm like, I'm gonna sound like I'm crazy, right? So I'm here like being transparent and sharing it with people, like with you guys, and it's never occurred ever again. And I thought to myself, if I wasn't so weirded out, I would have wanted to know what they had to share with me, because I didn't get like this feeling that they were trying to hurt me or be mischievous. I didn't get mischievous vibes from them. So I just kind of think it sucks, is I'm like, I want some answers. And
So
I
they weren't like loose energy farmers or harvesters.
No, they weren't. They weren't.
Now I tell
because-
you, Retro had an experience. I think it was Retro, and it was quite terrifying actually. Was it you, Retro, where you saw these kind of white, kind of crocodile, alligator-like heads, like that were robotic, and they were just chomping away at your consciousness and at reality, and then they started eating each other?
Yeah,
Was
I
that
said
you?
that. That was me.
Tell everyone about that one, because that was quite terrifying.
Wait, Ashley, you ready?
Retro, do you want to tell us about that again? Because not everybody has heard it.
Yeah, I can mention it. So I tried to be a psychonaut before, and I thought I was pretty, I guess, well versed in what I was doing. And I had tried all these things before, and I had mixed some dried stems of one kind of, I would say, Mexican shrubbery, a fungus, and then I tried some Siberian fungus, which y'all might know as flyjack. It had a pretty healthy dose, as a tea in each that turned into like shot glasses, and I downed them, and everything seemed pretty normal. I thought it canceled each other out, and as the time progressed, it did anything but cancel each other out. I had like a Mayan calendar on the end of my hallway, and it was like fake stone, and it like melted, like turned kind of green, and like kind of looked like it was flowing into the room, but everything else looked normal, and it kind of looked like a ghost. And I like failed to find anything else weird going on.
and just changed the music up a few times. And then all of a sudden the air got dirty. It looked like dust was in the air around me. And I focused on a piece of dust that opened like a keyhole. And when the keyhole opened, it opened into the room, and all I saw was these cascading cyclops, like small albino alligators you could see through. And they were just chewing on everything, cascading outward like in a geometric pattern, like sliding on slick walls, manifesting everything as time would slow down to a complete crawl where I couldn't escape that moment happening as they're inching towards me. And eventually it went away, but it was like very bad, and it slowed time down for quite a while.
Well, you said they were eating everything, and then they were eating each other as well.
Right. They were eating time and space, so as they unfolded, they were eating each other as well.
Oh,
yeah.
That's the Langoliers.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. Meaning, as anything I would compare it to would be like that, but they didn't look like the Langoliers, but they had
What's
the
the
same.
Langoliers? Tell us about that.
I mean, something from Stephen King. Yes, go on, please.
What the hell are they?
Wait,
Tell
wasn't that? I heard D Prophet talk about something like that already, right? That it was in some movie or something, or some TV show where there were these entities that ate time and space or something.
The Stephen King book.
Right.
It's a Stephen King.
Yeah, and there were these gremlin-like creatures that ate time and space, right,
Well,
Noodles?
I don't know if we know exactly what they looked like, but in the movie they were, they gave them some form, but they're just basically beings that eat time and space.
I think there's different types of either extraterrestrials or energies. So it looks like we had different energies show their faces to us. It sounds like.
Mm-hmm. Wait, so SB, but you said that those robot creatures, they weren't eating her energy, like.
No,
wow.
I knew they wanted to share information with me because when I was weirded out, because there were so many in my room and I can hear like people arguing, like because they all had radio heads. I could hear like humans arguing with each other, and I'm like, what is this? Is this my friend arguing with her husband? I'm just like, it seemed like that because I was like, what is this? And then so when I got weirded out and I turned my back towards them, it looked like, I guess, one of the leaders, I can feel his energy, like he tried to like move me back, like as to say, like, we're not here to hurt you, like just hear us out. And then I shrugged him off, and then I guess they realized, okay, she's not ready for this. So they closed. I felt my center eye close, and then I went back to sleep. And eventually, when I woke up, I was like, "What the f?" I was like, "What's going on?" So
maybe.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Maybe those were like the lower level archons who are like trapped in the matrix, but they want to rebel. So maybe they were trying to like wake you up.
Archons, I think we do have extraterrestrials that are at like higher density levels
Frequency.
Yeah, they're at like such high frequencies that they're not in the 3D like we are. So they're so high frequency that, like I had the gold in my system, I had the silver, and mind you, I was plant-based, so basically vegan. I wasn't ingesting any meat product. I wasn't ingesting dairy. So in a way, I was kind of like detoxed from meat product in my system. So with the vegan lifestyle, and then all that liquid gold, silver, copper, I was practicing kind of like a I don't want to say ancient, but I was I guess diving into something
esoteric.
I would say so, because if they were malevolent, I would have felt that energy. I would have felt that, and it's because I've never experienced like an extraterrestrial experience in my life. I've experienced paranormal. yeah, like I can feel when ghosts are in roaming the house. They don't really bother me, right? I can feel them. I can see them at the corner of my eye, especially if there's THC in my system, which I haven't had in years. But that really like amplifies that experience. But yeah, like now paranormal is like a regular day-to-day thing, but like extraterrestrial, like 9D beings, those guys want to get messages out to us, but a lot of us, we're not tapped in so they can talk to us, right? So a lot of us are going through hell on this planet. So yeah, I missed out. I guess I could say I missed out until I can tap back in. I just have to be more disciplined, I guess. Go ahead.
Yeah, so have you tried taking the colloidal silver and gold again to have that same experience and talk to them again?
I have, okay, so the local store I can drive to, I haven't bought any recently, and there's a store in like, I think they're based in California or I think Las Vegas. They make alchemical like gold. They make all of these products, right? I purchased from them, but like you have
monatomic, I think is the edible.
monatomic. That's what I meant. They make monatomic liquids, supplements, and then locally I can get the colloidal liquid supplements, right? There's two different kinds. So the locally I can get it colloidal, and then by the alchemists who actually create the stuff in the United States, I can purchase from them, and I haven't purchased. So right now I'm doing the plant-based consumption or the vegan consumption, but I want the help from the precious metals, the liquid precious metals. So I'm gonna work on it because it takes time, and I have to read more. That was a part of it. I used to wake up very early and read. I have like alchemy books, so I was reading these strategy and alchemy books and just centering myself, so to speak, not to sound all woo-woo. Yeah. There's a process. Like, I mean, I would say like a lot of our ancestors were doing this stuff centuries ago, but we lost the art of connecting.
Agreed.
Right? But it seems weird to talk about this stuff in 2025 because we're employees, we're business owners, we are content creators, we're parents, right? We're going about our day-to-day lives. Like, we don't have time to connect with the 9 ether beings trying to give us information. Like, what does that mean anyway, right? It's weird to people. Like, what are you talking about? This weird brown chick. What is she talking about? Like,
well, my thing with that too, though, is that
go ahead.
My thing with that too is that if they're so much more advanced than us, then shouldn't they be able to know how to come down to our level and talk to us directly?
We need to up our frequency. We need to eat a certain way, even if we're meat eaters. We just have to be at a certain frequency. In my personal opinion, based on my short-lived, like, I would say maybe one-time experience, right? So it's for me to reach their level so they can connect with me. I got to keep the room extra clean, vacuum, right? I got to keep the room organized so they can enter. Like, I'm not saying there's rules to this, but based on my experience, like, it's possible. And there's books of people connecting with extraterrestrials. Some of them malevolent, others benevolent. So it's, as I said, it seems weird, but there's people who are connecting and they're not even talking. They're not even going online and having these conversations. Some of them are writing books. Some of them are grifters. But there's a lot of people not sharing this information. They're just keeping it to themselves because they know, like me, they're gonna sound crazy. Because I know there's people listening that think, "What the hell is this black chick talking about? What is she talking about? She needs to go and take care of her kids and get off the internet."
No. It's interesting to hear these sort of stories.
No, I actually, I don't think you need to get off the internet, or I'm not going to tell you to go take care of your kids, but This is a little wild, don't you think?
It is wild. That's why I share. That's why I say what I say, because it does sound crazy. 2025. What is SB talking about? Right? It does sound crazy. But I thought, okay, let me just be transparent. I have no one to share this information with. My friends, I can't. I shared it with one friend. I haven't heard from her since. Yeah.
Danny, what do you think of all of this?
Paige and Danny Shine.
He's pouring himself another rum. Or he doesn't drink. He doesn't drink.
Where's Danny?
Sorry, I was on mute.
What do you think of all of this?
I'm listening. I'm open.
Can I add something?
Sure.
I described these individuals as bronze-colored variations because they had necks, so metallic necks as well. So to me, the way I described them was R2D2, and then I thought of, okay, so George Lucas, like, where did he get all this information to create these creatures? And then I thought, okay, I've experienced Schmeagol. I don't know if that was my subconscious experiencing what I watched in the movies, but I experienced Schmeagol in another experience. I'm not going to weird you guys out with that, but I have experienced Schmeagol, and I was like, okay, is he?
What's Schmeagol?
Schmeagol from Lord of the Rings.
It was my cat. My cat's name was Schmeagol.
That's just the power of suggestion.
Right. So I don't know. Schmeagol was like, kind of like, oh, because I watched the movie and then he came into my dream and then he held me down type of stuff, right? Because
wait, did he hold you down in like a sleep paralysis or something?
it was like I was having a dream with me and my sister, and it was a good dream because me and my sister we're not in good spirits, but so I had a really positive dream with my sister, and then as I was saying bye to her in the dream, this thing came through, I guess, a portal in my dream, and it seen me. We locked eyes with it, and I was like, what the hell? And then it ran to me, and it held me down. You know, when they talk about, I guess they call it sleep paralysis, then it turned from a dream to a sleep paralysis situation. I was like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah.
That's a separate situation. But back to Star Wars now, I think, is this where like the creators of these movies, are they getting downloads from like the cosmos to create these characters? Because like, where do these characters actually come from?
It's called the imagination.
Sorry, what was that?
It's called the imagination.
Yeah, but like, honestly, like, where besides the imagination, like, I just don't think it's a coincidence that these creatures looked kind of like variations of R2D2. Like, I just don't think it's a coincidence. Like, I just, and then they had great,
Well,
like, 1950s.
the Irish folklore, too, did a non-history stuff. They have some automated stuff going on back then.
Did you see did you have that hallucination before or after?
It wasn't a hallucination. That's why.
Hallucination.
Sorry, go ahead.
Did you see that before you watched or after you watched Star Wars?
I did watch Star Wars like years before.
So I mean, you know, it's in pop culture. It's like it's power of suggestion, and I mean, you don't know that it's not a hallucination. Like,
I just don't think it was. That's the thing. Like, if you've never had the experience, and the thing is, I wasn't even like ingesting THC or CBD. None of that. It was literally just. It was literally.
I mean, you know, like schizos don't think they're hallucinating, but they are.
See, this is where we're getting back to like the 3D Earth mindset, and it's like this is why people don't say anything. It sounds like, oh yeah, we're crazy, we're just humans, and then we die, right? So I'm just like, well, whatever. Anyways, I'm listening to you guys. Go ahead. Like, right? But this is why people don't share these thoughts, because they're going to sound like they're crazy to the 3D mind, to the logical mind. right? Not everybody's tapped in with their psychic abilities. Some people will never get to that state, right? Some people are liars too. Like they will use those gifts and make money off people.
And some people are phonies, and some people just like attention.
I agree. I'm not one of those people, by the way, but I do agree with the phony part. I do believe that there are people who will, like the Miss Cleo, the fake Jamaican with the awful fake Jamaican accent, the worst fake Jamaican accent.
Call me now for your free tarot.
That was the worst. I was like, she's not Jamaican. Like Jamaicans don't speak like that when they try to speak proper English. Like it was the worst. Like why did you tell people that you're Jamaican? Like you don't even sound Jamaican, right?
Was she not
Sebastian.
Jamaican?
Sebastian the Crab was a better Jamaican.
Was she not Jamaican?
I don't think she was, because like even when Jamaicans are speaking proper English with a Jamaican accent, they don't sound like that. Like think of Sebastian the Crab from Little Mermaid. That was a more authentic Jamaican accent.
It depends what generation she is, because like I met like some pre-boomer Jamaicans, like old guy. Like, I know a Jamaican dude who was born in 1940, and like he's hard to understand sometimes. Like his accent is thick, right?
Yes,
but
yes.
you talk to his kids who are like boomers, and Gen X, and they're all very, very easily understandable. So
yeah, they speak proper English. They speak standard English, like American or Canadian English,
but you
right?
can tell that they still have an accent. But so what I'm saying is like I think it is possibly just a generational thing.
No, buddy. Like, what's your name? How am I? Are you Noodles?
Yeah.
Am I speaking to Yeah, Noodles? No. Somebody. Okay, so my family is Jamaican. I'm Canadian born. So
vegan equilibrium, right?
I'm actually going to be going to Jamaica for the first time in February.
Enjoy it, because honestly, Jamaica's a good time. Once you know how to maneuver in Jamaica, you're gonna enjoy yourself. The food's good. The people will treat you well. Make sure you go to like a beach party if you don't mind party life. You're gonna enjoy it.
I'm gonna be going to Kingston to record music at.
Oh my gosh! Yes.
Nice. I'm happy for you.
I'll be at Tough Gong.
Tough Gong Records.
Yeah, that's Bob Marley's recording studio.
Yes.
Awesome.
Tough Gong recording studio. Yeah. Just figure out who you need to talk to. Oh, the takeout in Jamaica is good. Like if you like, are you vegan, by the way, Noodles?
Yeah.
Okay. Ooh, you're gonna have to make sure if you're gonna do like vegan fast food. I do know the French fries taste way better.
The Ital restaurants.
You do Ital? So
Ital, yeah.
Ital, okay. So if you don't like vegan fast food,
but I like that too.
Okay, so the French fries taste better than the Ital because you're going to deal with the Rastafarians. They don't play around when it comes to their vegan food. So you're going to get the real homegrown. Yeah, honestly, just figure out who you need to connect with and they're going to take care of you, Noodles. Like Jamaica, honestly, when you have money and you talk to the right people, they're not going to rip you off. Let's just put it that way. But when you know how to maneuver in Jamaica, you'll enjoy yourself. I promise you. Because when I go out there, I'm by the beach. Like it's a good time. You just have to know, right? You just have to know what to do, and you'll be fine. Let's just put it that way. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah. When was the last time you were there?
I was there. I think it's like so would have been 2007. It's been a while. But like it's memorable. You can't forget an experience like that because you're in a tropical zone, right? You're around palm trees, you're around sand, you're around sea salt. You can't forget that. And then you come back to Canada? It's December in Canada. You can't forget an experience like that in the tropical region.
Right?
Are you
Right?
on Instagram, SB?
I am.
Can I follow
Put
you?
your Instagram in the back chat, girl. Yes.
Girl.
Girl. But yeah. Right? So okay. Is it Jake?
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 No, Jay. Yeah, I'm
Okay,
in the
sorry.
Caribbean. Yeah.
So it's same thing with Trinidad, right?
Yeah.
Like if you know how to maneuver, you'll enjoy your shark and bake. You'll enjoy your time in Trinidad, but you just have to know who you're going to interact with, and so and you have your money,
Most of the James
you're
Bond
good.
novels were written in Jamaica.
Trinidad, right?
You just have to know how to maneuver, like because the West Indies, it's still third world, not third world, but developing world for the most part. But at the end of the day, like you
You
can
can say third world. That's okay.
you can enjoy your life, like you can have fun, like it doesn't have to be weird. That's why I'm sharing what I'm sharing based on what I know, even though I wasn't born and raised out there, but just based on my personal experiences, I could speak from what I know. And then my bloodline's from Jamaica, so I'm gonna I'm going to exalt it as much as I can. Go ahead. Was it Jay or Noodles was gonna speak?
J.E., you're in Trinidad, right?
Yeah.
I knew it.
How do you know?
That's funny because I remember a long time ago I was like, "Oh, you're definitely in Trinidad," and you were like, "No, no. How do you know that?"
No, I don't really like to dox myself or talk about it too much.
Oh
But
no!
yeah.
Now I know where to find you.
Wow.
It's
Yeah.
understandable, Jay. Like it's like if you're not in the States, Canada, or England, it's like people don't really want to talk too much about like where they're from. Like we just try to keep it neutral, and I respect it. But
Noodles
because
has activated his stalker mode.
But because we are talking about like Noodles did bring up like he's going to Jamaica. I don't know if he's being a troll right now.
No, I think he's being serious.
He's being serious, so that's why I speak about Jamaica in this manner for like like travel wise.
You want to meet me there?
I don't need to be in Jamaica. I'd rather go to the Caymans. I'd rather go to like Japan. Like Jamaica doesn't need to see me right now. I promise you.
All right. Oh,
Jay understands what I'm talking about. Like when people are from there, you don't need to be back. Like you're good. They'll let them miss you. Right, Jay? Let them miss you. No, go ahead. Sorry, I'm just listening.
What would you do in Japan?
Oh, I want to experience their like what's it called? Their futuristic culture. They're like in the future. They live in the future. I would like to go to the future by going to Japan.
You know what's funny about that is that vintage clothing is like one of the biggest like markets there.
Yeah.
And so it's funny like how they have the most futuristic stuff, yet they're all about dressing like they're from the 1940s.
They're very traditional. I mentioned that in the chat in one of the previous what's it called streams. I did mention like I don't know if it's this stream, but this channel I mean. But yeah, Japan is interesting because they're very futuristic, but they're very traditional and polished. Right? They have a lot of traditionalism, like different eras. They walk in different timelines of the past, but they're also operate in like the future. Like I find the Japanese, they're very interesting culture. So I'm with it, right? Technology.
Yeah, and you can also meet the Earth Dogs there.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just making a joke that you can meet Earth Dogs. He's someone who comes on the stream sometimes.
Yes.
Yeah. But yeah, you were saying about technology?
Yeah, I'm definitely for futurism, like responsible futurism, like just like being responsible, but like let's decrease the manual aspect of this 2025 living in the West, and let's utilize tech for what it could be used for safely, responsibly.
right? So I would prefer that. But I'm still in Canada. What can I say? But yeah.
I actually have a question for you, B. Because I've done some research on this, and really nobody was talking about soul contracts until the 1990s when there were a bunch of books sold about it. So I'm not understanding why nobody knew about soul contracts until the 1990s.
Well,
It's
that's
not something.
a Hindu thing.
I'm sorry?
It's a Hindu thing.
No. They did not believe in soul contract. I'm talking specific. They did believe in reincarnation, but not specifically soul contracts.
My uncle converted to Hinduism, and he did that before the 90s. And part of the sect of Hinduism he's a part of, that's like one of their beliefs is that we choose our parents.
Maybe
Yeah,
I
and
woke up a big nasty page.
apparently in Islam, we chose to come here. Apparently, if you can look that up. Apparently, Muslims believe we chose to come here. So there you go.
Right, but I guess my thing is that they're presented as facts that are just self-evident. Like, I think it's to be in the same category as any other religion or form of mysticism. Like, that's what you personally believe, but they don't say it that way. They say it like it's just self-evident, and this is just the truth, and you just have to accept it without providing any. It's a bunch of stories. Like, it's like, where's the actual evidence?
No, abolitionism. Am I saying the last part of your name?
Right.
Okay. No, I'm not saying it as fact. Like I'm just posing a perspective because I'm still learning, right? I still have a way to go before I cross over, so to speak. So I just pose the idea, but I'm not saying, oh, this is fact. Like I'm not a religious person, right? Like I was
on DW's channel the other day, and he was trying to tell me that my soul consented to existing, and I said, okay, fine. Even if I were to give you that, I'm here right now, and I don't want to be here. And he still gaslit me and told me, you don't know what you want. Your soul actually wants to be here. You just basically need to get help. Like you don't know what you actually want.
No, I'm not going to do that with you. I'm not going to do that. I'm not a religious person. I'm not here to make you feel guilty. That's not my place in life. But I cut you off. I apologize. You continue. I'm listening.
No, I did. I mean, and I was going to address that in my book because it's based on numbers. It's based on astrology, but they completely misinterpreted that. But I didn't include it in my book because it's not going to fit into my my thesis. So I think that it still needs to be addressed. I know where it comes from, and it doesn't. Like they just got it wrong. They like the whole number 0 is infinite, and they saying that means that we're infinite. That's not. What it means is that nothing is infinite, which means that it doesn't mean that we're infinite. Like they got that whole neurology thing completely wrong.
Honestly, I think we have a way to go as humans, and like, you know what? I think just write your book as you said you're writing it, and just keep exploring because I don't really listen to too many people personally, especially when they try to, as you said, gaslight. I don't want anyone to gaslight me into their beliefs. It's like somebody wrote that. Somebody wrote it. Yes, I pose the idea like, oh, I do think I chose my parents, right? I'd prefer to have chosen like wealthy parents who actually really, really liked me. I would have preferred that, but that's just my 2 cents. So.
Well, I think you have to understand the metaphysics. Like Kant explained that we exist in time, space, and causality, which that only exists in the material world. So you can't be immortal. You can't be infinite. It's impossible because time only exists within the material world. So it's impossible to have a soul. I mean, when you don't understand the metaphysics, it's really easy to get sucked into that, but it doesn't make sense. And I've exposed them several times that you can't be immortal or infinite without a material body.
Also, like, people say that we have a soul as if it's like some good news or something. That would probably be bad news.
No, but what they're saying is that we're here to learn a lesson. And so until we learn a lesson we're supposed to learn, we're going to repeat this cycle. So it's basically our fault. So they do say that it's bad news, but they're saying that we can actually overcome it and that we can avoid the cycle by learning the lesson we're supposed to learn.
Uh-huh.
Did I upset you with my perspective?
It's not you, it's that whole group. Like, I feel that it's the ultimate form of gaslighting. I don't see any evidence for it, and I don't blame you. I think that they probably convinced you, and I think that they probably took it from you.
No, I'm exploring like dark matter, dark energy, and I'm exploring my eumelated body with, ounces of theomelanin, because I'm not like really, really dark. I'm dark, but I'm not really, really dark. So I think that part of myself is in. Sorry, what? Somebody was speaking. Did somebody sneeze?
Maybe.
Perhaps. Okay. So I find that stuff so interesting. So I'm like, okay, well, do the Hindus kind of have some of this information right? So I'm just more exploring. So yes, I've shared some
There is a
thoughts that
newcomer.
are.
There is a newcomer. There is a newcomer. There is a newcomer.
Okay.
Everyone ready their cattle prods and steady?
Okay.
Lewis, you're on the show.
Everyone has blue face paint?
Yeah. I knew it. Go on, he's off the show. Don't worry.
Oh, he's a wanker. Wanker.
Is that the type of individual that turns their camera on and exposes themselves? Is that
Puissant Summerton. That's their name on YouTube. Anyway, gonna kick them. Banned from a studio. Puissant Summerton. Goodbye.
Okay, got it. I've heard some like weird happenings on live streams where people just expose themselves. I was like, wow, that's really interesting. Yeah. Okay, I think abolitionism, I think I'm getting your name right finally, was speaking. And then I was speaking. Yeah, I'm just exploring, past eumelanin, pheomelanin, dark matter, dark energy. I'm exploring like this whole reincarnation thing. Like I think it's interesting, and I'm still reading about it. So I don't want to offend anybody with thoughts that
Offended. Too late. You really hurt me.
I hurt you in what way? How did I hurt you?
Offended me. I am so offended.
I offended you.
Yep.
Well, you're going to go to Jamaica and have the
He's going to reincarnate in Jamaica.
You're going to have the time of your life in Jamaica. I'm not going to guarantee it, but I did. So everybody that has gone to Jamaica that is not of Jamaican lineage or Caribbean lineage, they've told me they've had the time of their life.
That's not going to take back the offense. I'm sorry, the damage is done.
The damage is done. Well, you're going to go and have the time of your life.
All is forgiven here in finding Gnosis. All is forgiven.
Okay. I'm glad.
You'll have to live with that.
I'll be all right with that. I will. Yeah. So yeah, I think I kind of made my points.
Okay, question though: if you believe that our souls consented to being brought into existence, what is your response to a flesh and blood human being who is actually saying that they don't want to exist? Does your knowledge of your prior knowledge of what my soul wanted, does that trump what I'm actually saying?
I think this is as I said, I'm still learning. I don't have all the answers.
I believe in predestination a little bit, so we're all trying to hear. Can't deny that.
So like my thing is like when I pass away, I know I'm not really answering your question, but when I pass away, my goal is to figure out how to get to Saturn, or I want to figure out how do I get to Saturn, how do I traverse the cosmos, how do I get to another star system and be in another life body that's not human, maybe a humanoid. Like I'm trying to figure that ish out, even if it sounds far out. I'm not trying to get to back to Earth.
Oh, you have to. There's a incantation for that.
Are you trolling again, Noodles?
No. It's real. It's in the book of the Anunnaki. They if you message me on Instagram, I'll send you the details.
The
Is your
Anunnaki
name
didn't write no
Noodles?
book.
Are you going by Noodles? I think you're trolling, Noodles.
I put my Insta in the private chat.
No, you did not. You're lying.
Why did you need to come into human form in order to do that? Why couldn't your soul just go to Saturn or Jupiter or wherever? Like,
The
why?
thing is, how can I call you LA?
You could. That's fine.
LA. I actually like that. Right? Okay. LA. Honestly, I don't remember what the hell happened before I was born. I don't. I'm trying to figure it out. Sometimes I'm like, was I Japanese? Was I a Japanese noble? A woman, a female Japanese noble in my past life? I'm trying to figure all of this ish out. So that's the issue. I don't remember if I had multiple past lives, right? I don't remember being a plasma body or a gamma ray in the cosmos. I'm trying to figure all of this out because like I don't want to reincarnate back to Earth. Like I really don't. Right?
Yeah, I remember, and I'm going to tell you what happened. I was in a state of nothingness, and I remember you were there. Everybody was all there, and then our parents decided to force us into existence. So I remember. So I'm telling you, that's what actually happened.
LA. I'm telling you, I'm trying to get to Saturn. I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to become a plasma body and not return to Earth.
My buddy Joey Marbles is a plasma body. He comes to me sometimes in my dreams and tells me how things are going up there on Saturn. It's not all it's cracked up to be. I'm telling you, there's much better planets to visit.
Noodles is the resident troll. The fun time resident troll, it sounds like.
I know you're not trolling me.
No, I said you are the fun time resident troll of this channel. That's my guess. Because not all trolls are like annoying. Some of them are just, like the gremlins. Like, they have different personalities. You're like one of the gremlins. Maybe you're like the smart gremlin, but you're still a gremlin.
Yeah, the gremlins are all right.
Just saying.
They come to Thanksgiving.
You want me to call you NYC? Who is this? Saturn.
I think it's less work than you think. So it's just like, yeah, your astral body, your light body, it's just, just be benign. And I think, and don't worry too much, and it'll naturally go where you're trying to go. I don't think you have much to worry about.
Like a conscious energy that traverses.
You are your conscious energy. You're not your body. You are that energy. So if that's where you're headed, that's where you're headed.
No, that's what I mean. Like when I pass away, that's what I mean. Not like in my physical 3D form. That's what I meant.
Right. Without your physical 3D form, you will go exactly where you go. Which is where you're probably headed. It's when you already feel it, so you have it drawn on the map. And that's not your body drawing it on the map.
Wait, are you saying that you're going to go where you're headed?
Yeah, she already has a heading. Like she's like, I'm going to Saturn. I hear
heading to go where you're headed, which is where you already are on your way to.
Yeah, that's where she's already on her way without her body, but she has her body now, but she's ready when she hitches her ride and gets her Uber out of here. That's her next destination, That's
I'm glad that you said hitching a ride because nobody really knows about those terminologies. That's another word they use in music videos. Actually, they don't use those words. They just put the vehicles and people riding out in the music videos.
Nice.
Yeah, hitching a ride is another like form of symbolism. I'm actually glad that you mentioned that. Anyways, back to hitching a ride. Yeah, I want to hitch a ride out of here.
All right, well, go to the nearest freeway and put your thumb out, and I'm pretty sure you'll get a ride pretty quickly.
We're talking about the cosmos. We're talking about the gamma rays. We're talking about plasma.
The gamma rays, the plasma. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of plasma from whoever picks you up.
Listen, I'm getting another. Okay, listen.
Are you trying to flirt?
I'm getting different. I'm getting different.
This is his way of flirting.
Listen, I listen.
Okay, but even if you believe that like our energy is like, you know, eternal, that's not the same thing as like an immortal soul. Like you are your memories and your consciousness. So if you don't remember your past life, then it doesn't exist.
Maybe it was wiped away. Maybe I was one of those humans that are having a hard time remembering my memories, my past life.
Your energy doesn't have any memories because it doesn't have a consciousness.
So, am I not consciousness?
Not really, but yeah, I get what you're saying. But so, yeah, consciousness can't. Yeah, without thought, you can't have consciousness. But otherwise, as long as you have thought, you don't need a body for thought.
Well, let's just put it this way. I'm doing what I can to learn what I can. So when I depart this planet, I can figure out what I need to do so I do not get zooped up by the sun and sent back to Earth.
Are you going to teach this to your children?
I'm going to be very careful what I share with my children. My children don't really know this information. I'd prefer them to focus on school. And, you know, I prefer them to just be really intelligent from like an earthly perspective and learn about law and just learn what they need to do to thrive on this planet so they're not going through hell. And if they end up going through hell, I'm going to try to help them so they don't. I'm not going to say the word. I'm not going to go there.
Right. You don't control that though. Like we live in a whole system which you have no control. Like you're just enslaved as your children are enslaved. So it's not as if there are people who have their children taken away by the system or they delete it. Like what can you actually do about it?
I'm just going to try to keep their minds in check. I'm just going to be there for them. Me and them have a healthy relationship. I'm going to do everything I can to cultivate furthering the healthy relationship so we're not like at each other's throats, as people say. I just want to have healthy communication. I didn't have healthy communication with my mom, let alone my father. My father did not want to be a dad. Okay? So my mother, she was very duty oriented, but there was no real healthy communication between me and my mother. So as much as she is in my life, it's very, I don't know, what's the right word? She's there for me, but not like I can have an adult conversation with my mother. She's just physically there, but that's about it. Do I make sense?
Are you going to have more children?
I don't want any more children.
That's good.
What are you trying to say?
We're not nailing you to the wall. Oh my god.
Are you trying to allude that I'm not very bright?
She's
like I
genuine. She's 100% here.
No,
she's very genuine with how she, conducts herself. I think that's a standout. Some of us aren't as, I think as wholesome as this person that's raising her kids.
No, I think it's good for anybody to not have children. I don't care how intelligent you are. I don't care how.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure where you were going with that, but no, I didn't really want children in the first place, but they're here. They're here. So I just got to do what I need to do to make sure I'm not. I don't want to hate. I don't want us to hate each other. So I'm just gonna continue to have an open stream of dialogue and do my part to raise them the way they need to be raised, so to speak. Enough about the children. Back to you guys. Back to our regularly scheduled programming.
And who's all here? Say hello in the chat, and
children.
Bring up our subjects. Free the children. Ghislaine, stay away from the children, Miss Ghislaine. Maxwell, back to your yacht and your prison yacht.
Ghislaine.
Yes, we're putting Ghislaine in charge of the Saving the Children Yacht Foundation. She will have many yachts floating through the Caribbean, saving all the children.
Sounds like you guys have traversed the dark web as well. Fun time.
Researching the children's subjects.
That's one of the things that parents don't consider is that they can actually die before they actually get to finish raising their children. I mean, it's like they never consider the worst case scenario. So, I mean, the father died, and now you're raising the children alone. But like, I don't know how they can be so Pollyanna about it to think that, oh, both of us are just going to have children. We're going to raise them together. Everything's going to be so perfect. Like, you don't have any control over anything.
Nothing's ever perfect. This is life. Expect some thunderstorms and your boat to sink and have to paddle to shore sometimes, you know? It's just nothing's ever perfect.
I think it's better that I am. See, I try not to be on panel when I'm in a mood. I'm not saying you're in a mood, LA, but.
Oh, he's in a
like,
mood.
This is how I normally talk. I'm not trying to be offensive. Like the same, like I could give it. Like, I'm not trying to offend you.
Hello to Objective Ethics. Yes, this is D&W. I am the host. I also run the channel at the moment. Objective Ethics. If you want to come on, do so. The link is in the chat. We talk about everything and anything here. You're asking, is this channel about idealism, non-dualism? Not necessarily, but we can be quite idealistic.
What's
as well as
superficial?
other things. So do come on here.
What's superficial?
Yeah, what is superficial Objective Ethics? Do let us know. Come on and say your piece.
I was saying, like, I think just.
I think what you were saying was fine, SB. You're basically trying to bring your kids up to be as catered for as possible, as self-sufficient as possible.
Yeah, I'm not
in a manner where they love and don't hate you at the end of the day. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, I don't want us to, because I know how me and my mother's current relationship is, and thankfully she does help me watch my children whenever I do need like the extra hand. But I am going to work toward cultivating a better relationship between me and my children, because I can't talk to my mom the way I know I feel like I'm going to be able to speak to my children. And even the way I speak to my children now, like I didn't have that relationship with my mom growing up.
Okay, darling. Well, best of luck. I really mean that. We have somebody called Objective Ethics. You're on the show. Would you like to introduce yourself, tell us what you're about, and then say whatever it is you feel compelled to say?
No, I appreciate it. I just figured I should jump on to make sure and clarify that statement. It's when you just leave one word in a chat, it can easily be mistaken. I wasn't meaning to offend anybody. That sister sounded like she was talking about communication with her mother. Sounded like she was saying they don't talk about like really deep stuff. And so I just was saying that the conversation sounded like maybe more superficial stuff, like how's the weather, how are the kids, that kind of stuff. But I certainly wasn't meaning to be offensive. I'm not saying you people are superficial. Honestly, this is my first time checking out your channel.
Okay, brother. Welcome.
I appreciate that.
So you were
it
asking.
is superficial.
Cheers, Object. Cheers to you.
Oh, thank you, brother. I appreciate the kind words. Yeah, so my name is okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Introduce yourself, brother.
Yeah, fair enough. My name is Objective Ethics. I recently just started a YouTube channel actually trying to promote respectful conversations between people who have disagreements. And sounded very interesting. Some of the things you guys were talking about. I'm an agnostic, and so I'm pretty middle of the road when it comes to a lot of the metaphysical stuff. I don't rule a lot of things out per se, but I'm not necessarily buying into a lot of concepts whole cloth until I see some really good evidence or arguments for them. And so it sounded like you guys are talking about like non-dualism, idealism, kind of panpsychism, maybe substance monism.
Oh
Any of
yes,
those?
yes. We were talking about consciousness and whether it continues after death. Yes, there was some of that was
Brother
part of the
Moonhead.
conversation. It actually came from the fact that life abolitionism wishes he was never born. He views life as an imposition, and he has a disdain for his parents for having brought him here. So he is opposed to the kind of general consensus that it's okay or good to bring people to this planet. He is what is known as an antinatalist. So he was talking about that, but we did move on then to the soul contract, because I believe that was mentioned as a possibility that people chose to come here. They chose their parents, and life abolitionism was really saying it's not fair to push that out there when there's no evidence for it.
All of that sounds quite fascinating, to tell you the truth. I wish I would have caught the whole conversation. I'm going to subscribe to this channel. That's very interesting. Now, so I'll go ahead and listen to more of what you guys are saying about that. I think there's some pushback I'd give on some of that, but I need to really understand what you guys are saying before I agree or disagree.
Okay, brother. Well, does anybody feel the need to give their position on matters so that objective can interact?
Well, I want to ask him a question. Like, are you an objectivist, like in terms of like Ayn Rand, or is this something different?
No, I actually, even though I am an agnostic, I actually do believe in objective morality. I think there's a natural law that morality can be found in nature. It's a kind of an outlier position for skeptics. Most atheists and agnostics believe that morality is subjective. So I've kind of got a unique kind of a view there. But so that's what my name is for objective morality, objective ethics. So we should be good to people because we want people to be good to us, that kind of thing.
Okay, so do we want to recap what that whole discussion was about?
I basically pose the idea that, I chose my duty-oriented mother, right? That's what I pose the idea. And LA, rightfully so, rebutted. So you can continue, LA.
Right. I reject the whole soul contract mythology. I think there's no evidence for it. I would not consent to being brought into existence. I do not consent to being here now. I feel like it is the ultimate form of gaslighting to basically blame victims for their own existence and basically shift all responsibility away from the parents who actually imposed life onto us. I did not choose my parents. My parents were abusive. They were neglectful. I did not choose to exist. I do not choose to exist right now. There's nothing about my existence that is voluntary.
This is fascinating, and I'd love to get really deep into this. I actually have to go to work. I only jumped on to clarify that one comment, and it's too bad because I'd love to have this conversation with you guys. Can I ask really quick for Mr. LA brother, do you believe in nihilism then? Is that a position you take? And also I'd be curious to know what you think about
needs to believe in hanging out at the strip club for a drink, I think. A little cheering up.
I don't believe in nihilism because I'm an anti-nihilists are not nihilistic. We believe that our suffering actually does matter. It's not just like my suffering is going to matter because I'm using it to hopefully prevent other people from having to suffer.
I think you're misunderstanding nihilism. Nihilism is just the belief that there is no objective morality.
No, there's different types of nihilism. I'm talking
no purpose, I guess. Life has no purpose.
I mean, there is no meaning other than that which we give. So if you're a moral realist, yeah, you're not a nihilist, but I don't think you're a moral realist, are you?
I'm not a moral nihilist. That's what I'm saying. I'm not a moral nihilist, but
No, are you moral? Do you believe in an objective morality?
I'm a moral realist. Yes.
I'm
And
not. No, I'm not asking.
Can I have barbecue sauce on my celery?
I was
That's still
asking,
vegan, right?
I was asking LA if he believes in objective morality.
I don't. Probably not. I don't think that.
Then you're a nihilist. It's very simple. And
he doesn't. He
and
said
by the
before he
way,
doesn't believe we have duties, and then I asked him, well, why do people have why have a duty to be an antinatalist then?
Wait, that's not true, Noodles. You can have a subjective morality even if you don't have an objective morality and not be a nihilist.
That means you're a nihilist.
No, it doesn't. That's not true. No.
Yeah, I think
People
we're
don't
conflating.
understand.
Yeah,
People do not understand what nihilism is.
nihilism is about purpose in life.
Nihilism
It's about
is
purpose in life. It's not about morality.
All nihilism is anti-moral realism.
That's not true. I'm reading the definition.
No.
Nihilism is the
Yeah, that's
rejection of all religious and moral principles and the belief that life is meaningless. That's not what I believe.
Okay, do you?
That's why I understand it as well.
My understanding is that nihilism is the rejection of objective morality.
Well, that would be part and parcel of it. It wouldn't necessarily be the only part of it.
No nihilists at the orgy. Sorry, guys, you're not coming in.
Like you can if you do you believe that it's all like the only meaning or that your morality is subjective to you?
I don't. Getting back to what I was trying to talk to him about, it's like what Ayn Rand said. Like it is. Okay, I am an objectivist based on like Ayn Rand's explanation of it. It's like it's not like arbitrary. It's based on objective reasoning that you can actually deduce what is a universal standard of ethics. It's not. I mean, maybe everybody's not going to agree on it, but it still is objective in a sense that it's rational.
Well, all right, then you're not a nihilist.
And then what about the other question I had was about
Brother Marcus. He's here. Hope he's feeling better. He wasn't feeling too good the other day.
LA. The other question I just had really quick to help understand where you're coming from is what's your stance on free will versus determinism then?
There is no free will.
So if there's no free will, then how can your parents be responsible for bringing you into the world?
You have free will to not yell fire on a blah 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 and all that shit. So there is free will.
Well, I think there's limited free will. Like that is an act of free will to procreate, but to have life impulse, I mean, there's no free will in that. And so the only things that matter is that we don't have free will to live and we don't have free will to die. Those things are predetermined. Everything that happens in between is free will. Well, no, not completely, because we also have the state, the master state, which prevents us from exercising free will. So it's not like we exist in a state of nature where we can just do what we want. No, the master state prevents you from exercising free will.
I want to be careful of some of the things I say because I really don't want to encourage people to do harmful things to themselves or to others. But I do have some interesting questions about some of the things you mentioned about we don't have a choice to live.
You don't have to say it because I know where you're going. Like the ability to do it. The ability to do it is not the same as having the right to do it. Rights are transferable. So we don't actually have to explicitly say it. I know where you're going.
Okay. I appreciate you picking up what I'm putting down because I want to be careful about just out of respect for the host's channel and out of respect for people in general. I really don't want to encourage people to do harmful things. But I am curious as to how that all works out. I know that there's a distinction among determinists in that there's no free will, but there is like what they call conscious will. So there's a certain amount of, it's too hard to explain in the next 4 minutes. I have to go to work, but I'm really bummed I just caught the end of this. I really appreciate you guys letting me come on and crash this conversation. And I'm going to listen to you guys while I'm in the shower and getting ready for work. And I will subscribe to the channel. I hope you all have a wonderful day.
Yeah, come back soon, brother. Good luck at work.
I see the chat. I can only read 3 at a time. Euthanasia, Global Dart, and Brother Marcus. I see your 3 comments. Otherwise, I can't see any more than that.
Brother Marcus says he feels worse, unfortunately. Maybe tomorrow will be better. Well, hopefully, brother. I mean, a chest infection is no easy slog. It's a hard gig. I do hope you, feel better after some rest. And, not nice at all, brother. Sending you good wishes.
I'm still feeling like crap, and I just tested myself for COVID, and I don't have it, but
Are they still doing the COVID tests? You can buy them, can you?
Yeah.
So no pneumonia, Noodles?
What?
So no pneumonia?
I don't know. I didn't get tested for that, but
I'll be back in a bit.
What? What?
No, I just said no pneumonia, and then you said you didn't get tested for pneumonia.
Yeah, but I doubt it's pneumonia.
Everybody talk at once.
I'm trying to think of another topic because this one got a bit dismal.
With Danny Shine, Euthanasia wants to know what's going on with you. They think that you've been quiet for a little while. What's going on?
Nothing. I'm just listening.
And by the way, I hope you feel better, brother Marcus.
Books. What's the last book you guys read, and would you recommend it?
Who the hell reads books?
Excuse me.
That's boring.
This is supposed to be an intellectual conversation of varying sorts.
Books are boring as hell.
Okay, audiobooks, documentaries.
Documentaries. Hey, let's watch Nate Friedman's first part of his documentary series about.
Why would you be interested in that rubbish? Absolute trash. Idiot. He's not talking about the main point. All these people are talking about downstream problems. All of it.
You're not gonna get everybody to stop having kids for sure.
I know that. So what? You're not going to get everyone to do anything about any of that anyway. So what are you talking about it for? Who cares?
We say the same thing about veganism, though, right?
Wait a minute. We had a revolution where there were a lot of people that at one point that fought back against an exploitative tyrannical government. So what makes you think there aren't political moves that can be made based on more knowledge that we have about things?
Wait, I'm sorry. I just want to take a step back because when we talk about veganism, they always talk about these logical fallacies. They talk about appeals to nature, appeals to fertility, ad hominem, and then when they use these same arguments against anti-naism, that it's an appeal to fertility. No, I'm not sure you can use that for anything. Any movement, you can say, oh, well, most people are not going to agree with you. Like, what's the point of even doing it?
Well, no, it's that the thing is, it's a catch-22. It's the people that are going to agree are going to be like, they're going to stop having kids, and then all the people that suck the most are going to have the most kids.
Right. And to answer your question, Beat, the book I'm reading right now is my own book, which is Whose Life Is It? The moral debt for life enslavement. And so I'm going through my book right now because I'm trying to proofread it for next week. And for me, even though I wrote it, it represents everything that I believe. So it's the most comprehensive book, which represents every philosophy that I actually agree with. So anti-natalism, anarchy, socialism, and pro-mortalism. So even though I wrote it, this is my favorite book.
You need to make music out of it. Punk rock with keyboards.
But I think people are going to have a harder time dismissing my philosophy than dismissing anti-natalism because of the whole non-entity problem. When you actually put it in their face and you actually look at the cost of imposing life onto someone, they can't really dismiss it. I really want to hear what their responses are going to be once they actually.
What about what Nerf Dog? He did his stream. Was it last night? He was he went over that whole thing. You wanna listen to that and respond to that rebuttal, because he did the whole non-entity argument. DNW, maybe you want to put that on.
I don't think he's here.
DNW.
It sounds uplifting.
Well, okay, we could listen to the we could listen to the stuff about, we could watch the the fear mongering immigrant documentary, or we could watch the Nerf Dog telling people why he's no longer anti-natalist video. Let's watch and respond to something.
Are you talking about the one he did last night?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was on that. I was on there towards the end.
Oh, I didn't catch it. I fell asleep. Did you talk to him?
Yeah, I did. Well, I talked to Vegan Games specific. Actually, Vegan Games agreed to debate me, which I don't know when that's supposed to happen.
Ooh, I would love to see that. I would love to see that. Oh, now I'm disappointed I fell asleep. I gotta go back and watch that.
It was towards the very end, and we started debating, and then he sort of shut it down because he had to go to bed. But yeah, he thinks anti-natalism is stupid. Well, anyway, I'm not going to say anything about Vegan Games because I actually want to confront him directly.
Yeah. Well, I think that'll be. I hope that happens. Are you gonna do anything to reach out to him?
I checked his channel to see if he set up any live streams. I don't know.
When he goes on a live stream, you have to hit him up and be like, okay, I want to come on your Discord, and he'll put the link for it. And then you'll be able to talk to him. If I can also, sometimes he'll be like, oh no, you're just a troll, you're gonna troll me. But if you want, I can vet you and just be like, oh no, this dude really wants to debate. Because I talked.
I've been wanting to debate him forever. I want to debate any vegan how anti-natalism is not a superior philosophy.
Well, there's plenty of vegan anti-natalists.
Yeah, but they always put veganism first. They always do.
In what sense?
They put animal welfare over human welfare, and then they'll actually become ex-anti-natalist because.
No, we had this conversation last time you were on the channel. That's not you're making.
We've been born again since, and now we're No, wait. Yeah, we've had this one before.
Yeah, you're making a generalization that's not necessarily even true.
What can you tell me? I'm not trying to whatever. You think I'm gaslighting. I really don't know how you think I get.
I thought you were straw manning my point.
I don't know what's. Can you tell me what you're talking about? Because I honestly don't know.
Because you were saying that I put animals' lives over human lives, and that's I'm an animal supremacist, but that's not true. There's a hierarchy of sentience. We went over all of this in our last discussion. there's a hierarchy of sentience, and like in many cases I would put humans first.
Yeah, I donate to corporations to breed puppies in your name.
Right. Yeah.
Maybe.
And like, the thing is, like, my real thing for why I'm not an antinatalist anymore is because I just was able to think of a trolley scenario in which I would say, based on my threshold, because I identify most with like threshold deontology, where I think like there is a threshold where I'd say it's okay to birth a child if it, you know, for depending if it had this certain hypothetical outcome, you know, like you know, it would save X number of people, or it would save particular kinds of people, or for whatever reason. Like there are scenarios where I'm like, no, it's like more justifiable bring a child into existence and then kill them, more, like, rather than have these people die in this way or whatever, or these people be tortured in this way. Like if I'm doing the hypothetical, there is a scenario in which I would say, okay, yeah, morally speaking, it's more acceptable to birth the child.
I'm still not hearing a straw man. I don't agree with anything you said. So it's not me.
The straw man, like, for example, you did a video response and you were talking about me, and you were saying that that I put animal lives over human lives, and it depends. There's different scenario. That's a straw man of my position, because I'm not like, oh, like I care about the welfare of all animals over the welfare of all humans, although in certain scenarios I do, and in certain scenarios I care more about human welfare.
But you listen to the specific example that I gave, that if someone has a phobia of rats, you would put the rat's welfare over about the human's welfare.
Right, and I gave you we did the name the trait thing with that, where we don't, with the same reason we wouldn't say, okay, it's okay for Jews to kill, or it's okay for Nazis to kill Jews just because they have a phobia of them and they're living in their area, like they don't have money to move away. We don't accept that in that scenario. So why do we accept it for the rats? Like, that's not, you don't have the right to like murder animals just because you have a phobia of them.
I still disagree with that, and I'm still not hearing the back faith. Like I accurately summarized what you said, and I responded to it.
That's not what you said. You did not, because you still haven't
Whoa,
named.
whoa, 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 whoa!
You still haven't named the trait.
Everybody, be nice.
No, I addressed that in that video. I said the trait is humanity. That we have humanity, and they don't, and we have the ability.
Petting ponies and rabbits.
Okay. If humanity, what is it about humanity? Is it are you talking specifically genetic? And okay, all you have to do is say there was shmoomins. You found out that there's these Jews that are actually they're not humans, they're shmoomins, and they can't technically interbreed because their genetics are too different. But all other things are equal in terms of their intelligence and ability to communicate and the way they look and everything else. Is it therefore then acceptable to kill those shmoomins if you have a phobia of them and then you can't leave that area? Is that acceptable?
Let me just address this, because you're applying a different
answer. Don't dodge that, because you know that whole
question is flawed, because you're applying a different standard to rest. If a human trespass on your property, you could forcibly evict them from your property.
I'm gonna go run naked through the streets. I'll be right back.
And you have to just let the rats do whatever they want, because they have more agency.
Okay, for example, like, yes, if there's like tons of rats running, we actually did go over all of this in our last discussion. Like I already said, if your house is infested with rats, obviously you have the right to remove them, and if you have to use force to do that, so be it. But like that's also very circumstantial. Like, are we talking like 100, like 50 rats or 100 rats versus
only like 4 rats, because if it's only a few rats, you can use humane traps and then take them out. If you're talking about like your scenario was, oh, the parking lot or whatever that I work at, there's rats that run around in the parking lot. Like, dude, the rats don't know any better. If there was
that's my problem with the argument.
If there was retarded humans, if there was like humans with the same mental capacity as a rat that were trying to survive, and they're the same size as a rat, and they're running around the parking lot, is it okay then to murder them just because you have a phobia?
Right. You're applying a completely different standard to rats, because if a human were trespassing, you could actually call the police and have them forcibly removed. But when it comes to the rat, they don't have moral agency, so they have rights without duties.
Okay, well, no. I just trait equalized to the humans that have the same mental capacity. Like, if there was humans that somehow made it onto your property that don't have the ability to understand your language that way, and have very like limited capacity for understanding the way you communicate, yeah, like obviously, yeah, you could like have them removed, but we're not talking about your property being overrun by these like retarded schmoomins. We're talking about a small rodent which like is pretty much harmless to you, and you're not like property in a parking lot where you work. Like, you're scared of rats in a parking lot. That doesn't give you the right to murder them, dude.
It's still trespass. So you can't apply trespass to a rat, but you can apply that to a human being. So the rat has.
Well, okay, a human being is also a completely different size. A human being has completely different mental faculties. If we're talking about a mentally challenged human being, we're probably not going to put that person in jail or like take them away in handcuffs. We're probably going to be like, oh, you got lost and like you like need help finding something. Now, let's say like there's a bunch of humans that are the size of rats that have the same mental capacity as rats, and they're running around.
Right.
Like,
you're filibustering. Like, I don't really want to have a full debate. I just wanted you to point out where I
do want to have a full debate.
You did want to have a full debate. You have not pointed out a single mischaracterization of your actual argument.
I did, because you said that I'm some animal supremacist.
I still believe
that I put animal welfare above humans, which in some cases I do, and in some cases I don't. In this case, yes, you don't have the right to murder animals just because you have a phobia of them. Like, you don't have the right to murder animals. I said, okay, what is it about it? Is it the genetics, or is it another trait? And you refuse to answer that question, so you dodge the question.
Can you please stop there? Because I just really want to make this one last point. We're not debating all like the whole what's the trait. What we're debating is whether I said something in bad faith or whether I mischaracterized your actual argument. You're telling me your argument right now, and I still disagree with you. So in order for you to say that I said something in bad faith, you have to actually show my intent was to be misleading, and I don't think that it was. You're telling me now, and I disagree.
You said that I don't care about human welfare. And
I still believe that.
Okay, well then you are mischaracterizing my point, and you have not proven that I don't care about human. Just because
bad faith is my opinion.
This because I don't think you have the right to murder animals based on your phobias of them doesn't mean I don't care about your human welfare. Like, for example,
the reason why I said you don't care is because you didn't actually try to weigh out my phobia against the rat. You just basically dismissed my phobia, and you were only concerned with. So if you gave me some alternative, or you showed some type of you had no compassion whatsoever. You only cared about the damn rat.
You don't have to be in the vicinity of those rats.
See, and you told me to quit my job. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
wow, Noodles, you told him to quit his job?
Yeah, go get a different job where you don't have
wow.
rats.
I mean, now I see where life abolitionist is coming from. I mean, that's a bit like unrealistic, right?
Oh, okay. If that's really unrealistic, there's no other jobs you could possibly.
No, I mean, okay, maybe not unrealistic, but it's impractical. You know what I mean? It's
Okay. So if it's impractical for someone to move, if someone has a phobia of you, JE, and it's impractical for that, they don't feel like looking for another job where they don't have to be around you. It's okay for them to harm you, to kill you, right?
So if I get another job, wait. If I get another job has rats too, am I supposed to quit that job too? Like I'm going to be in a perpetual hell where my rights are going to be imposed on by rats, so I don't have a right to exist. Because
now you know how the Nazis feel, right?
Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. And I stand by everything I said. You are an animal supremacist. You are supremacist.
Around Jews. What do you don't care? You don't have any sympathy for the Nazis. You don't have any sympathy for the Nazis.
No, nobody agrees with you. You're extreme.
Wait, why would anyone have sympathy for Nazis?
You're the one who's crying about like a harmless little animal just because you have a phobia.
You're the one. You're right.
Dude, like you're ridiculous. That's sociopathic. Oh, I'm
to kill rat. If I kill a rat, I would kill the rat. I don't need your permission to do it.
Work at. Oh no, that means I should be able to murder them. I should be able to.
No, you don't have empathy. I'm not going to.
You don't care about humans because you don't think I have the right to murder animals.
You are an animal supremacist. It is what it is.
Okay, you're just an asshole, dude. You're just an evil sociopathic asshole.
Right. So, at the end of the day, I did not mischaracterize what you said. I just don't agree with you.
You definitely did. Just because I don't think you have the right to murder animals due to your phobia does not mean I don't care about human welfare.
You don't care about human welfare. It's not like a lie. It's my opinion.
Well, you're wrong, and you're mischaracterizing me. You're strawmanning me. You are.
Okay.
I don't think you have the right to murder animals for your phobia.
Do y'all think he sounds
in certain situations? I don't care the threshold. Yes, you're right. There is a threshold. Okay, there's a threshold where I'm like, okay, your welfare. If you want to call having your safe space at your work in a parking lot more important than, like, say, the rat's life, you're right. That is a threshold where I'm like, okay, in that scenario, their welfare is more important than yours in that scenario. But that doesn't mean that blanketly across the board, I care more about animal welfare than human welfare. There's varying there's all different situations where it could go different ways. You know what I mean? Like if your house is invaded by rats, your home that you're like where they're crawling on your food, shitting on your food, and you can't, eat safely, you can't sleep safely, then yeah, do what you have to do to get rid of them. If you have to use force, then that's understandable. In that case, I care more about the human welfare. Do you understand how you are mischaracterizing me now that you understand my position more? Nothing? Yeah.
Wait, but Noodles, you don't think it's a bit? It's kind of messed up to make him like go and find another job just to
I'm not making anyone do anything. I just don't believe he's right to murder just because he has a phobia.
I lost my connection.
He thinks that if
I lost my connection.
Of those rats, then he should just fucking do work somewhere where he doesn't have to see rats.
But again, like, okay, what if he goes to another job and there's rats there as well too?
Okay, well, that's like, okay, anyone with a phobia, like, we don't stop society for them, right? Like,
Rats are not a part of society. That's the whole point.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not. No, they absolutely are not.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
They are.
You don't even understand what society is. According to Jean-Jacques Rousseau, no. You're not a part of the social contract if you're a rat. You are not a part of society. You don't contribute to society. You are a parasite who contributes nothing. You are a disease-ridden parasite who needs to be extirpated from society.
No,
I have no empathy for the rat. And in fact, I would just have cats, and the cats can just take care of it for me.
You're a parasite. Okay. What I'm saying.
Right. So you're an animal supremacist. You just admitted. I'm a parasite, but the rat is not. You just admitted it.
I'm a threshold deontologist. I gave you a threshold. I said, in this scenario, I support the rat's welfare. In another scenario, I support your welfare. If they are in your home, shitting on your food, crawling on you when you sleep, yes, your welfare is more important than theirs.
It's private property. And according to the property owners, they don't want the rats on their property. And if I'm an employee and I go to my employer and say, I don't want the rats here, and they agree with me, I can actually remove the rats from the property. I'm not sure what you don't understand how property rights work.
In that scenario, I don't agree with you. I don't agree with
because you're giving the rats more rights than you would give to human beings.
More rights. I'm giving them.
Human beings don't have the right to trespass on property.
Right. If a retarded human that was very small was wandering around the parking lot like that, you wouldn't say, okay, let's kill this human. You would
remove the human from the property.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. That's fine.
But you can't do that to rats because rats are just going to hide. They're going to go in the bushes and they're super fast.
It depends, and it depends what kind of threat they are posing to.
You are giving superior rights to the rats. I'm not sure why you're not admitting that.
I already said in certain scenarios yes, in certain scenarios no. So for you to immediately say that. I'll give you an example where you would probably put an animal's welfare over a human's. Okay, if a guy is walking down the street and he cannot live without kicking every dog he sees. He cannot go through life because he has to kick dogs every time he sees them on the street.
That is a bad hypothetical.
Should he have the right to do that, or should the dogs be protected from him?
I'm just going to ask everybody on the panel.
Answer the question. Wait, answer the question.
That is a stupid hypothetical, and I'm not going to dignify it. It's stupid. It's fucking retarded.
My point. You're dodging because you know it proves my point.
No, everybody on the panel, do y'all think that he has empathy?
Doesn't matter. I didn't ask everybody on the panel. I asked you.
No. Do y'all agree that he has any empathy for the human being? Because he's telling me I should quit my job. Does that sound empathetic at all? Sound like a mysticism.
Yeah.
A mysticism.
Well, SB, are you in like a storm or something? Because there's a lot of rain coming through.
No, I didn't realize that was me. I was going to say, I have a crazy idea. How about everybody agrees to disagree?
Because every time
I come on here, the problem is that every time I come on here, even when I'm not addressing him, he always has to throw shade at me because
are you being spicy?
You do not accurately represent my position.
I don't agree with your position, and even
my position.
Even if you're right,
I even gave you a
right.
Even if
you're right, and you think that I mischaracterized you, maybe we can debate about it. But why do you have to keep throwing shade at me when it has nothing to do with the current topic?
No, because you're straw manning me. And
debate me, but you don't have to keep throwing shade at me when we're not even talking about that.
I clarified my position, and then I gave you an example of
where I still don't agree with you.
That you would have to value the.
I still don't agree with you.
And you dodged that question because
I still don't agree with you. It's a stupid hypothetical. It's a stupid hypothetical.
It is. There are different scenarios where we value things differently. Okay, it is not a blanket across the board. I care more about animals, or you care more about humans. If you think
that I should have to quit my job and starve for a rat to survive, then you don't actually give a shit about human beings.
I didn't tell you to starve.
That's exactly what you said.
I didn't say to starve.
You said that I should just go quit my job, and if I can't get another job, then so be it. The rat has a right to fucking affect the whole property with this fucking disease and pestilence.
I did not say that for you to starve. You would not starve. You would certainly be able to move on and find a different place.
You don't know that. You don't know that. You don't give a shit. You just think that the rat first.
We work in a parking lot, guys. That's the only place he'll ever be able to find a job. He can't get food anywhere else except for working in a parking lot. That makes a lot of sense. That's realistic.
Every place has a damn parking lot. Every commercial property has a parking lot. So
he has to kill
if I go to another property, there's no
many rats as he wants.
Rats are not even native to America. They were brought here by the damn Europeans. So I'm not sure why you're not indigenous to America.
Humans are not native to America. Humans
Damn, those damn Europeans, huh?
It's just so evil. When you look at the history of rats, how they caused the Black Plague and millions of Europeans were wiped out. He doesn't give a shit about the He cares about the damn rats.
It was fleas that caused the Black Plague.
Fleas that were on rats.
Yeah, they were also on humans.
Humans don't have. What are you talking about?
Fleas are also on humans.
I'm not even going to address that.
Yeah, because you don't know shit about
I've never had a damn flea. I can't get fleas. You have to have. Yeah, I'm not going to address it.
And also, humans carry the Black Plague, and they spread it to other humans. How about that?
So it's what about ism? No. They died because of the damn rats, and you know what I'm saying is accurate, but you don't give a shit because you want to make an excuse for the rats.
Fleas and at one
you
time,
hold animals to a completely different standard. Like it makes no sense.
Around the Spanish flu, that means humans are pestilent. They should.
And then to make it so bad that you're not even anti-natalist anymore, so you're going to support breeding humans into existence and then subjugate them to the damn rat. How about I just not exist and then I don't have to deal with the rest at all?
Once again, you actually have strawmanned me because I never said that I would support any of that.
Well, you're not an anti-natalist, so you don't think that it's unethical.
That's because I gave you a hypothetical where it passed my.
Where you're going to sacrifice a human being for the benefit of others.
Yes, there are scenarios where I think.
Like you believe that humans are sacrificial animals. That is completely unethical.
There are scenarios where I think it's okay to sacrifice one.
Cannibalism.
No, Noodles, that's still unethical, right? Because it's not okay to sacrifice one life to save many because each individual life is precious, right?
No. What are you talking? What are you?
He doesn't agree with that. It only applies to animals.
I was saying that there are scenarios that I think it is more ethical to allow one human to come into existence and die than to let certain other humans be tortured or.
And I think it's ethical to.
No, that's not ethical because everyone has the right should have the right to live and to be able to die on their own terms. No one should be brought into existence just to save other people because they have their own individual rights.
You're talking about pure deontology. I'm not a.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
I'm not a Kantian deontologist. I'm a threshold deontologist.
Humans are not means to an end. They are ends unto themselves.
Right.
I don't necessarily. I don't know. I don't necessarily believe that either.
So that's what I'm saying. It's not that I mischaracterized you. I don't agree with you. I think that what you're saying is unethical.
Characterize me. You said that I think that you said that I think it's okay for people to just breed everywhere and bring in as many humans. That's not my position at all. I think I think it's a what's it called? I think it's a paradox. And I said this to you in our last discussion. It's just you don't listen. You're not listening to me. I think it's a paradox.
Okay, let me just say this. I was addressing you, but I wasn't only addressing you. Like I was talking about vegans in general, like how they prioritize.
Well, you're generalizing vegans, which isn't true because there's all different vegans have all different views on the matter. It's not like
right, but it's the people like you and vegan gays who are the loudest. And I'm sorry for the other vegans who don't agree with you. But I do think that you're representing most vegans, and I see it as very misanthropic and animal supremacists.
How is it misanthropic? What are you talking about?
It's almost like you just hate humans. Like there's something like you hate yourself.
When did I say anything about?
You didn't say it, but I'm just. But deducing from your actual arguments that you have no empathy.
What you can't even get that through deductive reasoning based on what I said. I just said there are scenarios in which I value humans more, and there's scenarios which I value animals more. And I gave you an example of a scenario. Wait, let me finish. I gave you an example of a scenario where even you would value the animal over the human.
That was a stupid hypothetical. What are you talking about?
I explained there are scenarios. There are scenarios where we each have a threshold.
That is not the same thing. You're talking about getting sadistic pleasure out of abusing an animal and someone having a genuine fear of rodents. That's not the same thing.
It doesn't have to be the same thing. If you want to say that I am a rat supremacist within that one hypothetical of you being in the parking lot, you could say that, fine. But if you want to say that I am a rat supremacist all around or animal supremacist all around, that is a false statement.
Aside from the fact that you don't want me to harm the rats, you actually don't have any empathy for my phobia. So even if I didn't harm the rat, you still would not have any empathy.
Between having empathy for your phobia,
you don't have any empathy. You're not even going to negate it. You know you don't. You don't give a fuck.
No, there's a difference between having empathy for your phobia and then thinking it's acceptable for you to murder animals.
No. Even let's say if I were to agree with you, I'm not going to harm them. You still don't have any empathy. You still don't give a fuck.
I just think you don't have the right to murder.
Right. That's a separate issue, though. You still don't give a fuck. Even if I did not harm the rat, you still would not give a fuck.
Well, what can I possibly do? I feel bad for you that you have this problem, but what can possibly be done about it?
Well, you can stop breeding human beings into existence. You can be an anti-natalist so they don't have to.
I never told anyone to bring anyone into existence.
You're not an anti-natalist.
I told you why. I told you that there are hypothetical trolley scenarios.
Right. So those people who you're going to sacrifice could experience those very phobias that I'm talking about.
And to me, that is where in that scenario, that hypothetical. And by the way, the hypothetical I gave, the baby didn't even live past the day. I was like, yeah. I would say that there's a scenario, right, where on one side of the track is I could either prevent one human from coming into existence for a day as a baby and then dying, or I could save all these other people. You could say it's whatever, vegan, anti-natalist, whatever you want to put on the other track, right? The most ethical people, or it also prevents those people from being tortured or whatever it is. Let's say that they'd be tortured for 10 years and they'd feel terrible, agonizing pain. And on the other side, I bring a human into, and to save them, I have to bring one human into existence for a day as a baby, and then they die painlessly in their sleep. I would say, okay, bring the baby into existence, let them live for a day, die painlessly in their sleep, and it prevents these humans from being tortured for 10 years. That is a scenario where being a natalist was more ethical to me. Okay, that's a hypothetical scenario. That does not mean I'm telling everybody, oh, it's okay for you to go have kids. Like, really, I'm a eugenicist. I think if there's anybody's going to be having kids, it should be very, very, very regulated to a certain degree. And I'm not even saying anybody should, because I think it's a paradox. I think it's a total paradox. So
okay, well, I'm going to give you credit for at least admitting that you're no longer an anti-natalist, because there are some vegans who claim that they're anti-natalist, but they still want to breed humans into existence to save wildlife.
Well, I mean, that's another one of those. That's another part of the paradox. Like, if I don't know that the suffering that is experienced by wildlife is whether it outweighs the suffering experienced by humans or not. I don't know where the threshold is, but it is possible. It seems likely that if there was like no more humans, it would quickly pass the threshold, because there are so many billions of animals, right, that would have to be suffering without palliative care from humans, right, that it could surpass and say, make it like a worse ethical thing. Like, there could end up being way more rights, so many more rights violations, that it makes it more unethical for there not to be humans in existence to give those animals palliative care. I don't know. That's like an unknown situation for me. But if I created a hypothetical, if I created this hypothetical where there was like exponentially more rights violations for an eternity, like because there was no humans due to the wild animal suffering and animals predating each other. And at least in the humans, there's the scenario where there's humans, there's palliative care, there's fewer rights violations occurring. Then in that case, I could say, yeah, that passed my threshold. I would say we should keep humanity going on Earth.
Right. So you want to enslave humans for the greater good, which I think is completely unethical.
Well, if it passes a certain threshold, I'm not the one who knows where that threshold is. I'm using a hypothetical to test my principles. So in that, hypothetical, yeah, that doesn't mean that it actually applies pragmatically.
How about this? How about you just don't put human beings bring them into existence, and then we don't harm the animals? How about we don't harm animals because we don't exist? We don't have to go vegan. We don't have to deal with phobia of rats because we just don't exist.
Well, but that once again ignores the point that I just made about the rights violations that occur from predation and the suffering that occurs from wild animals.
I don't agree with that. You can't get, even if I were to give you that animals have negative rights, right? You can't give them positive rights because they don't have positive duties.
I mean, I don't know about that, but I know there's plenty of humans that have the, you could trait equalize to with those animals, like children under 3, mentally challenged people, brain dead people, whatever.
I addressed all of that. You're saying that I strawman, and I literally addressed all of your arguments. I said, even if they don't have the capacity to enter a social contract, they will have the capacity. And so you treat them as if they were contributing to the
You don't know that. You don't know whether they will or they will not.
But they have the potential. They have the potential.
So do animals. Animals have the potential. With technology, they have the potential. And the thing is that let's say a human stays in that childlike state. They stay like in a 2-year-old mind state forever. Let's say they're brain damaged and they stay in that state forever. They don't have any potential.
I addressed that also. They don't actually have rights, but that you treat them as if they do have rights based on you're extending the rights of their loved ones to their family members.
Right, and vegans extend those rights to the animals because the animals are their vegans' loved ones.
Right, and I think that is a breach because you have taken your benefits, right, that you reap from the social contract, which is I don't harm you, you don't harm me, but now you're going to unilaterally add something else to the social contract. Now you can't harm all these other animals, and you get nothing.
Yes, because sentience is the symmetry breaker.
That's not how a contract works, though.
But
when you add something to a contract, you have to bring something else to the table.
You don't need a contract to have compassion and understand that animals suffer and animals feel pain, and therefore it probably, if we were in that animal's position, we would want to have rights and we would want to be respected. Like it doesn't.
Again, if you're talking about negative rights, I can somewhat agree with you, but you're talking about positive rights. If you're going to give positive rights without duties, to me that is slavery.
I don't know exactly what you mean by that.
You're going to create a human being to serve animals, and you're saying that is the greater good. That is completely unethical. That is slavery.
No, it's the same. It's like the same thing. For example, let's say we realize there is no ability to get all of humanity to stop having children, and we know that a certain amount of people, like, yeah, the antinatalists will stop having children, but at the same time, let's say there's a hypothetical scenario where that lack of procreation creates exponentially more rights violations due to all the other dumb people that will procreate. And the only way to outweigh that is or to mitigate that is for a certain kind of humans, a certain amount of certain people to be brought into existence. I might say, okay, there's a threshold that's passed where that is acceptable. I don't know where that is, but it's possible that exists. So, and there might be tons of mentally challenged people that, let's say someone was farming mentally challenged people, right? Where they had no parents that cared or loved them. They were just being farmed, right? Should those mentally challenged people not have rights extended to them and not be protected from being farmed?
Gosh, you said I didn't address it. I completely addressed it. Like, human beings are in a class that they have, as a class of people, even though there are some limited exceptions, we are a class of people that do have the capacity to engage in moral agency. We have the capacity to engage in social contracts. So the fact that there are outliers does not negate that humans are a unique class, a species that can actually engage in social contracts.
All right, so you're talking about species normativity. If the majority of humans were not able to participate in that, like let's say you're on an island and there's 10 people on the island. The majority of the people are retards, and there's only one or two other people that
Oh, that's not nice. Come on now.
whatever word you want to use. And there's only one or two of those people out of the 10 that are as cognitive as you and I. Does that mean that the other people's rights shouldn't be respected?
No, because they're still part of the same class. What are you talking about? I just said that.
What?
They're part of the same class, even though they're still human.
No, because you just made an argument. You just said you talked about outliers as if if you're talking about species normativity. So I'm saying in the scenario where what's normal is actually for the species to not be able to reciprocate in all these duties or whatever, is it therefore then okay to holocaust those people because they can't reciprocate in those duties?
There would be no rights because the whole purpose of a social contract is supposed to be mutually beneficial. So I don't harm you, you don't harm me. So if you're going to harm me, then I have the right to harm you. There is no social contract.
Okay, how about this?
How
about this? I can recognize that animals don't want to be harmed, and although they are limited in their capacity for what they can return to me, I can have compassion towards them, and I'll say, you harm those animals, I'll harm you.
But that's not based on rights. That's based on consequentialism.
Why is that not based on rights? I'm saying that I agree that just like the mentally challenged person or the person under 3 years old or the whatever person that has any kind of lack of ability or whatever should have human rights. Why can't the animals have those human rights?
Well, this is the reason why I was just talking to Brother Marcus. I think people like you in vegan games, you're not really vegan. You're actually ethicist. Like, you think that humans are the same. I'm sorry?
I am not an ethicist.
You absolutely are. You think that killing an animal is the same as killing a human being. So
no, there's once again, you're making a blanket statement, which is it depends on the scenario. It depends, if you want to say, okay, like killing anything is the same as killing anything, because I don't believe in objective morality. I'm a moral anti-realist, right? But in terms of my baseline of morality and what logically extends from that, there is a thing like sentience hierarchy, and I'm not gonna say that someone who steps on an ant should go to prison for 20 years or whatever. Whereas I think someone that let's say that they torture a dog, then okay, send them to prison.
Okay, well, some dogs just kill some stray kittens. Why shouldn't I go kill those dogs?
The same reason that if a mentally challenged person or a person with the same mental capacity as the dog wouldn't be sent to prison, you can actually, you could put them in a space where they can't hurt other animals. A lot of dogs are put to sleep for that kind of thing. If they can't be rehabilitated or trained to be more peaceful in society, then that might be the only reasonable option. But yeah, if it's like an accident, there's scenarios where you can like help rehabilitate the dog to not act in that way. Although there might be a scenario where I'd say, yeah, actually, you probably have to put the dog down.
Okay, the kittens were enclosed in a playpen. They were not harming anybody. The dogs decided to jump in there and kill them intentionally. I mean, not intentionally, but they could have avoided harming those kids. I know they don't have mens rea, but at the end of the day, they're harmful. So why should I go kill those dogs if I'm able to find them?
I mean, you're saying if you're able to find them, were they stray dogs or
They're stray dogs? And I watched my cameras and I saw these dogs trespass on my property, come on my property, and kill these innocent kittens.
I mean, I would say if it's possible to rehabilitate the dogs, try that first. But yeah, there are scenarios where it's like, okay, it might be better to to put those dogs to sleep, you know?
And by the way, even though I love cats, I'm not going to say that cats have rights. I'm going to say that what happened was unfortunate, that they should not have been killed. I'm not going to say that those cats had rights.
Well, I do believe those cats have rights, and I do think that we should try and protect animals from predating each other. I just don't want you going on your channel and making like very blanket statements about my position when it's way more nuanced than that.
Okay, maybe I shouldn't have used your name, but I was just mentioning the fact that we had the discussion. This is how I see vegans. I see vegans as not having a lot of empathy for humans and having more empathy for animals. I see them as being very callous. I see their ethics as being very backwards. It's not even just a choice of like going plant-based. I don't agree with veganism. I think it's completely unethical, especially if you're not an anti-natalist. If you're going to continue bringing human beings into hell and say they should just change their diet while they continue to be enslaved, that does not make any sense to me.
Well, hopefully someday, hopefully there is reincarnation, and someday you have to come back as one of the animals that you don't care about. And
hopefully, no, I would trade places right now. I would trade places with a farm animal who gets to be put out of his misery within 2 years of his life.
Right, yeah, like it's still, you're saying that as if it's okay to keep them in that misery in the first place.
What about human misery? You're okay with that though?
Oh, you see, once again, you just made a very blanket statement.
No, it doesn't matter whether you want to get some limited acceptance. You're still okay with it.
You're like acting like you're okay with human misery. I never said I was okay with human misery.
You're making an exception. It doesn't matter. You are making an exception.
I never, like, I would never say it's okay to farm humans and keep them in those conditions and hurt them like that. I would never say that.
You're saying that there are circumstances where it would be ethical to do it.
Okay, yeah, like these hypothetical scenarios, not something pragmatic. Like there's no good reason in the earth we're living on right now to subjugate these animals and put them in the conditions they're in.
Right? No, I don't agree with that. The reason that those animals are in those conditions is because humans exist. Humans are naturally supremacists, and humans are going to put their needs before animals. So if you want to protect the animals,
it's not an ethical argument for harming animals.
It's not an ethical argument, but who said that humans are ethical though? Humans are not ethical, which is why humans should not exist.
We were talking about ethics here. I just said
I'm talking about the root cause. I'm talking about the root cause. If you want, why would you create an unethical human being who you know is going to harm animals and then just say they should just go against their nature?
I didn't say you should. I didn't say you should create a being.
But you're making exceptions to say there are circumstances where you would be okay with procreation. Why? There should not be any exceptions.
I don't think that like I said, I think that if whatever hypothetical scenario where there is some kind of regular system of breeding humans, that it should be a form of eugenics, and it should be heavily regulated, and definitely should not involve harming animals other than that scenario of bringing the human into existence. But if I don't necessarily think that means we should even do that. I'm just saying, I think it's a paradox. I don't think that it's hard to say one way or another whether it's better or worse to be an antinatalist or for humans to or to not to procreate.
Well, I'm going to make it prohibitively expensive for vegans to procreate, because if I have to exist, if I have to live in this hellscape, I'm going to continue consuming animal products. And then you're going to be incentivized to support antinatalism, because the only way you're going to get us to stop eating animal products is to not create us in the first place.
No, I'm going to be incentivized to try and change the law so people like you get locked up.
Okay, well, in the meantime, I'm going to continue eating your animal friends because you refuse to support antinatalism.
I hope that the law changes and that
I'm going to have a nice bloody steak tonight just because you don't support antinatalism.
Like you are a sociopathic person.
Damn.
You don't care actually about the feelings of anyone. I don't even really think you care about humans that much. I think you care more about yourself and your how you present your ideology. I believe you're pretty much.
I'm eating a steak. Anybody else want a steak?
No, you're a narcissist. You clearly
I'm
are.
actually not a narcissist. I'm schizoid. So no, I'm not a narcissist.
Yeah, your favorite book is your own book.
Oh, bye, Danny Shine.
Right.
That's not narcissism. That's schizoid.
Yeah, okay. You're a narcissist, dude. You can't hear any, like, it's like Divine said, stuff goes in one ear and out the other, man.
And I'm not going to talk about.
Wow, you actually quoted something from Divine?
Not here, so I'm not going to talk about Divine. So we don't need to bring her name up.
Well,
that's what I was saying, right? Is that
But
BMW, what's up?
aside from veganism, I literally agree with everything Chickpea says. But because Chickpea presents it in a different way, and she has a soft voice, y'all agree with her. I agree with everything. Like, we're on the same page on everything except for veganism. But somehow I'm too negative. I'm a whiner.
I
you lack self-awareness, dude. You lack self-awareness.
I just don't like how they skin the dogs and cats alive. And
All right, what does SB think? SB, what do you think?
No, I was just saying, I just don't like how in Asia they skin the cats and dogs alive. Like,
yeah, that's really fucked up. Yeah.
Why is that? Okay, so like, do you disagree with like how they're killing, how they're systematically killing the animals here?
Like, I know there's a lot of suffering, like with the bunny rabbits. Like, they don't kill them, but they'll like take the fur straight from the root and they'll keep them alive. And I'm like, damn, for some money?
Like, I mean, why does it matter if they're dogs and cats in Asia? Shouldn't it just be any sentient being being treated like that?
No, I'm referring to what I've seen and the location that they tend to take place. That's what I mean. But anywhere, I'll just talk about the globe, the animals on the planet. So yeah, I don't like the skinning of the animals while they're alive. And then, like, if you're gonna, if like, why make them suffer? That's how I look at it, right? If you're going to withdraw them from the earth in terms of life, like, do what you have to do and then take their fur. Skin them, but not alive. I just think it's cruel.
Why does it? So you're saying it's okay to murder them and then skin them?
I'm not saying it's okay to murder them. I just think, like, from the videos I've watched, I'm like, damn, like they really had to do that. Like, the thing is trembling and it's
right.
It's
so why not just say it's wrong to harm sentient beings?
No, that's I guess my point, my little 2 cents. I just think I don't like seeing it. I just think it's cruel.
Would SB, weren't you a vegan as well too? Are you still a
Oh,
vegan?
I'm not vegan. I'm not really good in this conversation because sometimes I'm plant-based and then other times I'll do pescatarian. But for the last like several years I've been between plant-based, like I was explaining that story when I was taking the what's it called? Yeah, the colloidal precious metals. I was plant-based. But because I'm kind of just doing things on my own with these children, sometimes I delve into the pescatarianism. So I'm not great at this conversation. I'm not full body plant-based eating, but I do primarily try to stick to plant-based consumption. So yeah, don't quote me on it. I'm just letting you guys know I'm not good in this area. So yeah, you guys continue.
Look, at the end of the day, you noodles and life abolitionism are never gonna agree. So as SB said, maybe you guys should just agree to disagree.
And that's fine, but I just feel like every time I come up here, he has to throw shade at me.
I didn't.
Because he's a troll. Because Noodles loves the troll, man. That's just how he is.
First of all, I didn't throw shade. I was trying to tell you that you misrepresented me, and you did.
No, but I was talking about something completely different, and then I was talking to SB, and you just interjected talking about how I strawmanned you. Like, okay, if you want to debate me, that's fine, but we're not even talking about that right now.
Well, I thought it was. I don't remember exactly what happened when you first came on, but yeah, I did want to mention that you did strawman me, and that you basically don't hear what I tell you when I tell it to you, and you just go back to you basically just hear what you want to hear, and then you go back to saying the things that you want to say.
To be honest, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I hear a bunch of word solids. I'm just like, you're trying to justify why it is okay to procreate under certain circumstances. Everything is just gray. It's this whole gray area. I'm sorry, I'm black and white when it comes to procreation. Like, it is absolutely wrong under all circumstances.
Right. Well, you seem to be some kind of Kantian deontologist, but I am not. I'm a threshold deontologist.
Okay, then based on your wishy-washy shit, then I can eat animals under certain circumstances because sometimes it may be ethical.
It's possible, yeah.
Right. I'm going to go eat a steak.
Well, honestly, that's not the scenario that I'm talking about. Like, for example, if you were being attacked, if you're being attacked by a bunch of animals, or let's say there was some infestation of animals that were completely destroying the whole environment around you, and you had to kill them, just to protect yourself or whatever, or your loved ones. I'm not saying it would necessarily be unethical for you to eat that animal after you killed it. So,
okay, I guess my issue is you're more focused on the fact that I mentioned your name than actually the actual arguments that I put. So let's just completely disregard the fact that I mentioned your name and just address the argument.
Well, it's the fact that you strawmanned me. That's what I.
Okay, but I was addressing your definition of veganism, which is to extend animal rights to human beings, which to me
extend human rights to animals.
Right. To me, that is animal supremacist because animals don't have duties. But you're enslaving humans to give animals positive rights, and I disagree with it. Aside from the fact that I mentioned your name.
No, I'm not enslaving humans to give animals positive rights. I never said
that you would be okay with procreation to give positive care to animals.
I said I don't know. I don't know what the threshold would be.
Right, that's the whole gray area with bullshit.
I also said the same thing about humans. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's about rights violations in general.
Okay, well, I don't know that it's unethical to eat a steak, so I'm just going to go ahead and eat the steak.
Right. Well, you do know, and you understand that those animals are being torture.
I don't know that. I don't know anything. I'm just a nihilist. I have no moral
for your pleasure
barometer whatsoever.
Therefore, should if it's okay to enslave and rape and torture and murder those animals for your pleasure, I don't see why it's not okay for someone to do that to you, right? Because
No, well, you should though. You don't understand. That's what I'm arguing for. I want the right that animals have that I don't have.
What are you talking about?
I want the same right that animals have that I don't have.
What right is that?
A right to a humane exit.
Look, I didn't ever say that you shouldn't be given that
Well,
right.
If you give me the right, then you would basically solve your own problem because I would stop.
First of all, it's a completely different discussion than what we're having.
It's not a different discussion. If you want me to stop eating animals to give me the right that I want.
It's a completely different discussion, and I never.
Life abolitionists. I mean, Noodles doesn't have a right to. He isn't in charge of like being able to do that. So that's a bit of a moot point.
We live in a democracy, and vegans have a large number of people, and they're not advocating for human rights. So if you want me to stop eating animals, then give me the right that I want.
I know plenty of vegans that agree with the right to die.
So we can't really talk about that on the NW's channel. It could get taken down.
Yeah, I already said not to talk about that. But
anyway, all right. Well,
they do have a right that humans don't have.
All right. Well, I never said humans shouldn't have that right. And by the way, humans do have that right in Canada.
I don't have it. I don't live in Canada. I live in the United States.
All right, well, I agree. I think the United States should change then, but that has nothing to do with the conversation we were having.
No, it does everything because if I have to be here involuntarily and be miserable, then I'm not going to deprive myself of a diet that I actually want. Why should I make myself even more miserable to eat some fucking beans and tofu?
Wait. So life abolitionism, you're saying that because Noodles says vegan and vegans have a lot of influence within society, he and his vegan friends should be able to advocate for you to have a right to self-exit?
If they want me to stop eating their animal friends, then they need to give me what I want. This is my only leverage. This is what they care about. They want me to stop eating their animal friends. So I'm going to do it my way, which is if you want me to stop eating your animal friends, then give me my right, and then you get what you want. I get what I want, you get what you want.
But like abolitionism, vegans don't have that. We don't have the ability to be able to do that. They don't run for government.
I'm not even saying that I'm not saying they actually have to get it accomplished. The only thing I want them to do is to advocate for it.
Yeah, I advocate for it.
You are an individual. I'm talking about vegans as a whole. Vegans as a whole.
I'm talking about people as a whole. You know, if ifs and buts were candy and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas. I think that a lot of vegans I know agree with the RTD.
Okay, well, that's how you're going to get me to stop eating your animal friends. Give me my right, and then everybody's happy.
Well, I mean, I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon, but
okay, then I'm just going to continue eating the animal friends, and then we'll just.
But that's not fair to the animals, though, because they're not the ones who weren't able to get you your right to self. You know.
This is what I'm saying. He's just an abuser. He's like a narcissistic abuser.
That's not really my actual position. I'm just making this argument rhetorically.
You don't give me what I want. I'm gonna hurt innocent, defenseless animals.
Yeah, I have to agree with Noodles. Life abolitionism. I feel like
they have their priorities wrong. Like they're focusing on the wrong thing. They want to continue procreating, and they think that we should live a life of self-denial in order for their ethics to be dominant, and while still enslaving human beings. I'm not on board with that. If you're going to enslave this is the only leverage that I have. This is what they care about. So if I continue eating animals, then they're not going to have any choice but to support my rights.
This is absolute insanity. I would say that LA is a villain, but I don't think that they're actually smart enough to be a villain. I think they're just purely narcissistic, suffering in their own delusions and lack of self-awareness.
I guarantee if I tell them, if I hold these animals hostage to say I'm going to eat your animal friends, they're going to support my right.
I already support your right, dude.
You're one individual. I'm talking about the vegan community.
I think a lot of vegans do. And all the
Even,
vegans I know.
even what is her name? The one you just mentioned. What is that girl's name? You know who I'm talking about. The girl who you said, the woman who was on DW. Who? What is her name?
Who?
The one who's friends with Chickpea.
I don't know.
Divine Hazel.
Right. She specifically said, basically because I'm an asshole, now all of a sudden she supports my right. It's like, do I really have? That's the whole point. You have to be an asshole in order for them to support your right. Because
Wait, who told you that?
if you're nice to people, they're not going to support it. You have to be as inconvenient and as irritating as possible, and then they will support your right to opt out.
By the way, she's not a vegan. I think she's like vegetarian or something.
No. She's not a vegan, but she said that she agrees with me because I'm such an asshole. But if I was nice, she would not agree with me. You see the contradiction, that they want to exploit you for their own causes, for their own agenda. So
maybe you said something that. Maybe you said something that pissed her off or something. You probably said something that pissed her off or got her upset.
Sometimes you
but as long as you're nice and you're making the world a better place and they can actually exploit you, then they don't care about you being oppressed. But when you're no longer useful to them and you're actually going against what they want, then all of a sudden they do support it.
When is your book coming out, LA?
It's on the 5th of December, which I'm
the 15th, not the 5th.
I'm sorry, the 15th. Sorry. I'm going to make it available for free for probably 2 days. It's just for you guys who can't, you can't afford it or whatever. But, and then I'm going to make it. You're going to have to actually pay for it. But I need to get some reviews, and then, So if I make it available for free, the only thing I ask is that you give a review. And I know Noodles is probably going to give a negative review just to be a damn hater, even if he actually agrees with me.
Are you gonna?
Yeah, look at what Vinny said in the comments. Vinny said you're a self-absorbed mook. Damn.
I've heard worse. So, LA, are you gonna make it PDF only?
It's not PDF only. It's going to be on Amazon.
Interesting stuff.
Well, I guess you can maybe read it on the stream and give it a review, I guess.
No, it's pretty lengthy. I mean, it's going to be hard to just try to it's a whole story of life slavery, from start to finish. It's very comprehensive. I could sort of summarize it, but because these arguments are so novel, unless you actually read the book, I don't think you're going to have a full understanding of it. It's anti-natalism, but it's really a focus on the asymmetry part of it, that the asymmetry is so extreme that it is always unethical to procreate.
No, I agree with you. I do think that there's an asymmetry between pain and pleasure, for sure, yeah.
So, okay, LA, what are your thoughts? Okay, so you think that, reproducing, we really, especially obviously women, we need to get to women. What are your thoughts about that? Since we're the ones who, birth the babies and so forth. Why don't you talk about that?
I mean, I didn't address this in the book, but I do think that women procreate primarily, historically, it's a woman's gift to the man to give them a baby, right? The way a king would marry a woman and then she would give them his heir or whatever. So it's really not. I put more of an onus on the men because women are doing it primarily for men. It's not their legacy; it's the man's legacy. The child is going to carry the man's last name.
Yeah, I agreed. I agreed to this whole thing. So I see what you mean. Continue. I'm listening.
So I mean, I that's why I think Divine felt that I was attacking her because I wasn't blaming her. I do blame the father more than I blame her. It's a whole network where you're trying to get, not to be insulting, but women are trying to get validation from men, and then men are basically exploiting women to give them children. And so I think it's a trap.
Yeah, no, go ahead. Sorry, I'm listening. Sorry, I was going to add
It's a
something.
trap. It's like, you know, you think you're in love, and during that temporary phase where you have the serotonin and dopamine, oh, let's go have a baby, right? And most of the time it's actually accidental. And then as a result, somebody has to suffer a whole 80 years of enslavement because of something that was so whimsical.
Do you foresee yourself perhaps doing, besides this talking point, perhaps maybe, if not a tour, but like an in-person discussion? Or do you think you're just going to pursue having these talking points on the internet per se? Or do you think you're going to, like, like authors, they discuss their book? That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not getting the right words out, but are you looking toward maybe, trying to get this information out to a possible wider audience?
Well, first, I just want to see how people respond to it. Like, I want to see if there are holes in my arguments. I want people to actually point them out. I don't think that there are, but I want to see how solid my arguments are before I actually just like go prime time.
What was your debate with Vegan Gains going to be about?
I think he was willing to just make it like an open debate, but well, first of all, what we started debating about is that I think that anti-Nazism doesn't just benefit humans; it also benefits animals. And he was saying no, because humans are the ones that prevent like the wolves from killing the cattle or whatever. It's like that's not veganism. Like veganism, that's nothing. That's, to me, that's ethicalism, right? You want to kill the wolves to protect the sheep? Like, no. I'm going with the vegan society's definition. It's about the exploitation of animals.
I think what can be logically deduced from that, though, is that ultimately vegans want to extend human rights to sentient beings.
Well, that was your definition.
No, I mean, that's what a lot of vegans now want the definition to be changed to by. I mean, that's like basically it's a subsect, or it is a splinter sect of veganism that is saying, oh no, the definition really is extending human rights to sentient beings.
Well, can we extend human duties to animals? I mean, because then that would be exploitation, which contradicts the first definition.
No, because you can't extend those duties, for example, to humans that trait equalize with those animals. So it makes sense. It's within reason. It's extending human rights within reason.
I'm not talking about factory farming. I'm talking about using like service animals. Do vegans think that is unethical?
Yeah, generally speaking, because if you trait equalize those animals to humans, you can't. The humans that have the same mental capacity or whatever the trait it is, you say they cannot consent necessarily to being a service person, right? In regards, that's a more nuanced conversation than when you get into like jobs and things like that. But yeah, generally speaking, animals, they can't consent to being service animals.
They do, though, because even when they're allowed to go free, they come back.
There's many there's a whole variety of reasons they might come back. That doesn't mean they're consenting to being a service animal.
So if you're blind and you use an animal to help you get around, and you're taking good care of it, that is unethical?
To a certain degree it is. I mean, I think expecting that animals should be there to serve humans, like when we can't really get consent for that doesn't make sense. And by the way, there's now programs where people use their phones
and there's someone on the phone telling them what's in front of them and where to go. And pretty soon we'll have robots to do that stuff anyway. So
really, veganism is only an option because of modern technology. It's not even like something that has anything to do with nature.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, because you're using technology, and because we have advanced technology to mass produce crops now, and we have supplements. Now all of a sudden, vegan is like a mandatory, like ethical requirement. It's not. Basically 1,000 years ago, veganism would not even be a consideration because you would need animals to survive.
Well, actually, that's not true. The Pythagoreans lived like 2,000 years ago, and they were vegan.
As far as I know, there was only one so-called recorded vegan, and it's not even like well documented what he actually ate.
Wait, weren't the Cathars plant-based as well too? Not vegan, but plant-based.
No, I believe they were pescatarian or something.
Yeah, but the Pythagoreans were vegan. So yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's about options, right? That's what a lot of people's ethics are based on. So I always like to use the analogy of the Saw movies. Like if you've seen those movies, like you see the serial killer puts the two people against each other in a jigsaw, and it's basically they have to sacrifice the other person and a piece of themselves to save their own life if they want to live, if they desire to live. In that scenario, like it doesn't necessarily make it more ethical to do what they did, but there's way more understanding and allowances, like bending of morality, like where we say, okay, we can understand, we don't hold that person as morally culpable for the harm that they caused to the other person in that scenario because of that's like there's no other option. Now, when you have the option to not harm someone else and that to, live perfectly, to live and be okay, then yeah, the ethical thing to do is to not harm the other being.
Right, it's because of advancements in technology. But I mean, I'm not sure.
I mean, you can say that's kind of like disingenuous to say, because I could just say, oh, it's because we're no longer we're not in a saw jigsaw puzzle, that we don't have to kill each other. It's like saying, yeah, like we don't have to go to war with other tribes because we're not we set up a society now. It's in a way you could say any scenario where you have more options, the ethical thing is to use those options to cause the least amount of violations.
No,
right?
but humans have always had a symbiotic relationship with animals. They use animals to plow their fields. They rode horses and camels for transportation.
That's not symbiosis. A symbiotic relationship is when both sides choose to benefit. So, for example, a symbiotic relationship is like the elk that lets the birds nest or like rest on his nose and rest on his back, and in turn the birds get to eat the ticks off of the elk. Like that's a symbiotic relationship. Both parties are like willing and consenting, and they both benefit. When one party is living off of the other, like it's kind of more parasitic.
No, it's mutually beneficial because they're protecting the animals. If these animals were wild, they would be subject to all kind of predation. So I'm not talking about
the animal's not choosing that scenario. And there's also a scenario where the animals aren't even brought into existence because we're choosing not to use them.
Wait, Noodles, what about the the view that the entire Earth's ecosystem would collapse if animals, certain animals, stop being bred into existence.
What do you mean bred into existence? Which animals are those?
You know, like, remember, everything is connected, right, throughout nature. So, like, let's say we stopped creating honeybees because, you know, honey is evil, right?
Wait a minute. It's not honeybees. Honeybees are not even native here. And honeybees are not the only pollinators. They said bees in general. Okay.
All right, well, let's say bees in general, right? Let's say you stop breeding bees or whatever, right? Wouldn't that crash the whole ecosystem of the Earth?
First, that's what they say, and just because that is, let's say that's true, what the hell does that have to do with this?
Well, it's because, well, that could cause suffering to both humans and other animals, right?
We're not necessarily enslaving every pollinator, right? Really, it's just honeybees that are enslaved, but most pollinators are not enslaved, and honeybees don't even do the majority of the pollinating. So yeah, you could say we have sort of a symbiotic relationship with a lot of the pollinators. Like, but it's mutually beneficial and actually we don't actually have a symbiotic relationship with them because they don't benefit from us. In fact, we actually make things worse for them. So they benefit more if we are gone.
Okay, now we're on the same page. There used to be an anti-natalist. That's the reason why. I mean, that's one of the benefits of anti-natalism, that human extinction benefits animals. There is no more animal exploitation. But I feel like the way that you guys want to do it, it doesn't make sense.
It benefits some animals, and other animals it may not.
I'm talking, well, specifically factory farming.
Well, like I said, like those pollinators, it would benefit them for us to be gone, right? But like the animals that would be protected from predation by us being here, those animals wouldn't benefit from us being gone.
But that has nothing to do with veganism, though. Veganism is about exploitation.
Well, veganism, like I said, I'm in the camp where it's about extending human rights to sentient beings, and we are, as per my view of human rights, it is against exploiting one another. Like, we shouldn't exploit each other.
It still makes more sense.
And by the way, it's also about not being cruel. Like, if you're going by the vegan society definition, it's to avoid exploitation and cruelty.
Wait, Lewis, Earthdogs is in the comments, and he said the two animals aren't consenting in any meaningful sense, and that symbiotic relationships don't require informed consent.
I mean, I guess I don't know. I disagree. I think a symbiotic relationship, generally, it's like when both beings are, both beings are benefiting and it's not exploitative in nature. I don't see symbiosis as like an exploitative thing. Like using animals to plow your fields, that doesn't feel like symbiosis to me. That just feels like something really exploitative. Like, and I don't think it really benefits that animal per se, unless like we can find out that's like something that animal like really wants to do and thrives on. I don't know.
So if you don't have modern technology, how would you plow your fields?
What?
Without modern technology, how would you plow your fields?
I don't know.
Right, then the answer is that the human species should no longer exist. I'm not sure why they keep trying to skate around it. Like, why do you think that you could just go to a plant-based diet and continue to procreate? Like, I hear all these vegan anti-natalists say that anti-natalists should go vegan, but I never tell the vegans to support anti-natalism.
Well, I don't think that people should necessarily be procreating. I just think that maybe there are scenarios in which it's more ethical, and I don't know that those scenarios will exist right now. I don't tell anyone to procreate. I don't tell anyone that I think that like everybody, that all vegans should be procreating. I just say that it's a paradox, but I'm not an anti-natalist.
I keep hearing all these. I heard vegan games say that anti-natalism was stupid. what's her name? Freely just said that procreation is natural. Unnatural vegan has 3 children, and she said that
Wait a minute.
procreation is normal.
Wait, unnatural vegan. I don't even consider her like a real vegan. And as for Freely saying that it's procreation is natural and therefore it's okay, obviously that's an appeal to nature, and I think that's silly if that's what she actually said.
Why isn't an unnatural vegan a real vegan?
Oh, I think she was saying that maybe this was someone else, but I'm pretty sure it was her, that she thinks it's like acceptable to buy animal products to feed to pets, and that she thinks it's okay for certain people to buy animal products like and eat. And maybe I have to dig into that again, but I do recall her having some very iffy takes that I don't think align with veganism.
No, I heard her say that. I heard her say both of those things. And she also takes medication, which we're testing on animals.
Yeah, I think the medication thing, like, it depends. If there was a medication where, yes, it got tested to come to market.
Gaia, will you come on and run the ship, brother? The link is there. Would be good if you want the show to keep going. Guy, can you let us know if you can do that for us? You're in the chat. Good to see you, brother. Haven't seen you for a while. But I'm going to have to go to bed myself soon. Got to get up early. So, Gaia, are you able to save the day?
Yeah.
Is Gaia here?
Yeah,
No
he's in the
idea.
comments.
He commented 3 minutes ago. I'm hoping he can come on.
Wait, so when did that conversation with Divine happen? Life Abolitionism, was it yesterday? Or was it? Oh, it's earlier today.
It probably was like a week ago. She that Florida guy kept interrupting, and I was agreeing with everybody else, and she was just like, well, now I actually, she didn't say it explicitly because we're not allowed to talk about that on his channel, but she's like, I changed my mind. I actually agree with you, like hinting that she supports my right to opt out. And I'm just like, well, that is a completely, that's the wrong basis to support that right. Like, I'm glad that you support it, but maybe it just basically teaches me that you have to be an asshole to get people to support it.
Yeah.
And I actually want to talk to Brother Marcus about that too, about that whole Ephesus incident, because I wonder. Maybe I'll do that on my channel or his channel, but
yeah. Oh, Gaia just had her too tired today. Candy making day with her family was yesterday. I'm so quiet right now.
Okay, Gaia. What do you call it? Noodles. Do you want to do it?
What?
Do you want to run the stream for the rest of the stream? I'm going to go to bed.
Does that give me back end access to let people in or not, or what?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that was possible. Okay, yeah, sure.
But you don't have to let anybody in. Just end the stream. So anybody who wants to come on will come on before I go to bed, and then just.
Oh, I see. So I can't let people in.
Well, you will be able to, but I don't really want you to because we've had a lot of fucking porn bombers as of late. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, I know how to screen people.
All right. Okay. Well, in that case, send me your email address, or have you? Yeah, send it to me now. You messaged me before you came on, so just send me your email address, and I'll add you.
It's veganequilibrium@gmail.com.
All right, I'll go away and do that. Give me a second. I'll be back.
Yeah, guys, come on up. Yours dogs.
How the hell do I?
Gaia, whoever else is in the chat, come up and talk.
Veganequilibrium@gmail.com.
apparently everybody watches this channel because they keep tagging me in their comments about Steve, basically saying that he's a human supremacist. And well, he just submitted it yesterday, so I'm not sure why they keep tagging me. Why? Because I'm on these panels. Like, what does that have to do with me?
Sorry, say again. What happened?
Well, one of those atheists, I don't remember his name, but he was saying that Steve is a human supremacist. And I asked him yesterday, are you a human supremacist? And he said, yes, I am.
Your dog said that?
Yeah, well, if you watched his live stream yesterday, that's what he said. Which I agree with him. I mean, I guess I'm a human supremacist too.
Out for me now, brother, because I really got to go to bed. I've got to be up in 6 hours. So.
All right, what do I do?
Check your email.
All right, going to check it.
It's been an interesting night, you know. It's been a fun night. Bit of cathartic release. Obviously, we've had some acrimonious conversations, but you know, for the rest of us, I mean, what did you think, JE, as an observer?
Well, yeah, it was a good conversation. A lot of things got hashed out. We got some new people who joined the stream, like Vinny in the comments on Objective Epic, so that's always good.
Benny in the Jets.
Noodles, have you found it?
Yeah, it wants me to. I have to enter a code thing because I have to log in on this email.
Okay. Yawn. No, there wasn't. It was just life abolitionism and Noodles going at it. Life abolitionism was firing on all cylinders. Hopefully, life abolitionism, your book, will make you a bit happier about things. You know, I wish you the best of that. If you want, we can do a chapter here or something when it comes out.
Yeah.
Would you like that, LA?
Yes.
Okay, brother.
Did he just leave?
No, he's coming back He's coming back. Oh, he's done it. He's entered the studio. Can he add himself to the show? Let's see. It says device not connected. Now it is connected. Now you have to add yourself, Noodles. If you can't do it, I'll have to do it. Is it not working, Noodles? Is it not working? Because I just added you. Did you not? Were you not able to add yourself?
Oh, he added himself.
No, I added.
Oh.
Are you there, Noodles? Crikey.
Ultimate power.
Now, can you remove me and add me back just to see if you've got the power?
All right, hold on.
There you go.
Not letting me. Oh, okay. There it goes.
There you go. Okay, well, as I say, if someone does come on, I mean it. Actually, guys, if you're in the chat and you want to come on now.
Yeah, guys, come on up now.
It saves the hassle, Noodles. I'd prefer if they just came on now, to be honest with you. So if anybody in the chat, come on now. Brother Marcus, Yerf Dogs, Farhat, whoever else is there. Retro Gaia. If Gaia, I know you said you're tired, but if you want to come on for a little bit, you're welcome to, brother, of course. Mr. Admin. Noodles is taking over from you temporarily. We'll see how he gets on, eh? But yeah, whoever else is there, do come on in the next few minutes because I'm going to bed. I've even had a shower, guys. So maybe much information, but that's what I was.
Tell us.
I had a nice shower. Yeah, I let my dog out. I put the trash out, as you Yanks say.
Did you use a bar soap or a gel soap?
I didn't use Did I use a bar? No, I did. I do have a bar of soap, but I did use a gel soap.
You got to interchange between the bar
I
and
used.
the
I
gel
had.
soap.
I shampooed and I used a really nice shower gel. I don't even know the name of it. It was put there by my better self.
So tell us, do you start at the top and work your way down, or?
I start at the top generally, yeah.
Okay.
Bit of shampoo on the head, a bit of shampoo on the smig if I have one, the beard if I have one.
All right, yeah, that's
and
right.
Bit of shampoo, bit of sorry, yeah. I actually put a bit of shampoo under the arms if there's
You
a bit
know,
left
it's
over.
not usually we have
Sometimes
to
I put
wait
a bit of
till,
shampoo down below if there's a bit left over, and then I move on to the shower gel. Yeah.
You know, usually we
you got
say
to use up the
till after
shampoo, so
midnight.
you'll end up finding places to put it before you go on.
It may be after midnight where you are, but it's still early here. So for
But then,
the
if you want to know, I wash off the shower gel first. Or, sorry, the shampoo first, and then I go on to the shower gel.
DNW, you got to interchange between the bar soap and then the shower gel.
Well, you see, I was told off for using a bar of soap on my. I don't know if I was on the stream, but I do use a bar of soap for. I think it's really good for the face. Actually, I know it's like a chemical fucking what do you call it, peel or something, because it's pretty bad, but I
really
like it because
strong. Yeah.
it cleans your fucking skin, so you feel clean afterwards. So
Yeah.
I like putting it on my face, even though I'm told not to by everybody.
Yeah, not the bar soap, DNW, not for your face.
Oh, there
Use
you
a
go.
clean
See, I was told
cleanser.
off. I've been told off. I've done it all my life.
Most people have.
But I have to say, I always I did sting the fuck out of my eyes a couple of weeks ago with the soap, and
That's fun. That's always fun and horrendous at the same time.
And I was thinking, holy shit, 4 decades gone, and I'm still stinging the fuck out of myself. What's wrong with me? But I tell you what, it stayed stinging afterwards for about an hour after I got out.
Damn.
It's a lie.
Whatever it was, it got right under my eyelid, and I couldn't get it out. It was
Damn.
Yeah,
very
it's painful. Very painful.
Brother Marcus, Gaia, you just click on the link, mate. Click on the link, and we can add you.
There he is, Brother Marcus thinks I'm a bot.
Brother Marcus, how do you generally shower yourself? What methodology do you use as a well-groomed man?
Same as me.
Same as me. There you go. Gaia, Yerf Dogs, anybody else? Loho. Yeah. A little bit of soap on the muffin top never hurts, says Loho.
It's good to know everybody cleanses themselves regularly. That's nice to know.
Oh yes, before I go to
Hygiene
bed.
conscious group here. I love it.
It's nice to be clean before you get into bed,
Oh yeah, of course. Definitely.
Would you like, SB? Would you like to share your cleansing routine with us?
Aye.
I'm sure you'd like to know who is it? Who is this? Noodle?
Noodle.
Of course it would be Noodles.
Right, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. I have to get into bed to listen to this bit. I'm joking. Sorry, I'm not a pervert, SB. Don't worry. There's only one pervert.
No,
here.
you sound like a gentleman, DNW.
Now listen.
Hey, I'm a
Noodles.
gentleman and a pervert. All right.
Noodles, please. I mean, for fuck's sake. Be careful. Be careful.
The F-bomb has to drop.
Be careful with the stream, is
sometime.
what I mean. Yeah.
All
don't
right.
don't let anybody. I'm telling you, Noodles, don't let anybody on because we've been attacked lately. So don't bother letting people on. Are you coming on before I go? Is anybody coming on before I go? Because you've got like a minute. Just let us know yes or no in the chat. Because by the way, Noodles, people have been pretending to be people. That's another thing that's happening. So don't trust fucking usernames, avatars, nothing.
I got you.
Yeah. Okay, well, Yerf's not coming on. Okay, Yerf. Well, anyway, folks, thank you very much. It's been an interesting conversation as usual. No Chickpea tonight, no Divine. If they do listen later, I hope you're well. And thank you, everybody. We'll chat again soon.
Have a good evening.
I'm not going to click. I was about to click end stream. I'm not going to do that because Noodles is here. Sorry. Take care, everybody. Bye bye. Bye bye.
Good
All right, see you.
Good evening.
That is favoritism.
So what do you say about favoritism?
Yeah. Why? Because Noodles is a vegan. Is that the reason why?
Oh no, please let's not go down that road. Please, it's drawn out now. It's a bit drawn out. Let's change the subject.
No, I want to know. You're asking why does Noodles have a control? Is what you're asking?
Yeah. I mean, all noodles are not
Yeah,
even
because
vegan.
I guess
A lot
because
of
he
noodles
trusts
have
him.
vegan.
I guess because he probably knows him a lot longer than you. I guess.
Yeah, I think it's because he's vegan.
No, it's not because he's vegan. It's because he knows him. He knows him longer than you.
DNW and I have hung out in real person. I even got to give him a hug.
We're talking about showers and baths.
Sure, Noodle. Sure, you got to hang with him in person. Sure.
I
Yeah.
did. I got to hug him.
Right. Sure. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, he gives good hugs.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Right.
I know you don't believe me, but it's true.
No, I don't believe you.
Well, it's too bad for you.
Picture, it didn't happen. You gotta show me a picture or it didn't happen.
All right.
Hey, brother Marcus. What's up?
Noodle sounds like he's in his bunker. His metal.
I'm just curious though. I know that vegans don't all eat the same food, but I have no idea what you people eat. Like, I'm so confused. Like, unless you're buying like mock meats and
Don't
stuff.
be confused.
Like,
You're
I don't
smart
know.
enough. Oh my god, man. Oh my, I just got
I'm
on
not
here.
trying to be funny, but like, because I was listening yesterday, and you were talking about like beans and rice. Like, is that?
Yeah, I mentioned one fucking thing. I eat lasagna that's vegan. I eat fucking vegan ice cream. You can eat vegan pizza. What the fuck, man?
It's
All right. All right. I mean, this isn't.
You're smart. Stop acting like a dumbass. Holy shit.
It was so squeaky clean a few moments ago.
All right. I've never had him upset at me like that, but.
Because you're smart. I have a higher expectation for you than other people I meet on the internet, man. You upset me more.
That's not what I was talking about. I'm talking about like, I understand meal preparation, but if it's like a last minute thing where you're just like, I gotta go, like, what would you just eat? Like, I'm genuinely confused. I don't like there's not okay. Never mind. I guess
Shouldn't be confused. It's literally just taking out animal products and eating literally everything else. You're smart enough to know that.
Yeah, just like swap the animal and just do the vegetables and the fruit and like whatever else is not animal oriented.
There's nothing to be confused about. You're smart enough to know that.
It's gonna be fine, LA. It's going to be fine. You know? We're all here, we're alive, conversing.
I'm sorry I lost my cool.
I do have questions about that, but I'm not going to push that further. I'll do that.
What would you, if you had to make something really quickly, like, what would you make?
Like a sandwich, or I would go to McDonald's, or like.
Cool. You know what? I can go to Burger King or Taco Bell, and get plenty of vegan options there, and I can make a vegan sandwich at home.
Peanut butter and jelly's vegan.
Like, if you, I don't, what kind of sandwich would you make?
Like a turkey sandwich?
All right, I'd make a vegan turkey sandwich.
Yeah, there's vegan turkey sandwiches. What the hell? You just need to check the fucking grocery store, man. Just go into the like vegan section. There's literally an option for everything now. There's even vegan sausages and like, come on. There's vegan burgers. There's vegan like anything you can think of. There's
even
okay, but the last time I asked you about that, I was like, okay, all these vegans go to Trader Joe's. She was like, no, I don't go to Trader Joe's. I'm like, then what? Because if I go to Walmart, there's only like a tiny little vegan section.
What are you talking about, dude? There's tons of stuff at Walmart.
Yeah, Walmart has a pretty good selection.
When I'm on the road, like when I'm
going cross country in my van, I can find tons of stuff at Walmart.
Have you guys? Do you like Indian food? Noodles and Brother
Of course,
Marcus?
yeah.
One that doesn't like
I love.
Indian is weird.
Okay, have you tried Caribbean Indian food?
Oh yeah, it's the best. Yeah.
It really see even Jay understands. Yeah. Have you? Okay, so Noodles and Brother Marcus, have you guys
I'm
tried?
Caribbean.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Caribbean.
he's from the Caribbean too. Yeah.
Sorry.
He's all. Yeah, Brother Marcus is also. He has Caribbean heritage as well.
Really?
Really?
Yeah.
What do you mean, really? You know that?
I didn't
I'm
know
new
that.
here. I'm new
Oh.
here. But okay, so
No,
I
not
always
noodles.
thought you were- I always thought you were Asian.
what's your what's the what if you don't mind, what
Trinidad.
island? Oh, you're Trinidadian too?
Yep.
Yeah.
So cool. Thanks for sharing.
Well, there is actually some there are Asians in the Caribbean.
Oh yeah.
Schooling the Caribbean people in the panel.
There's
on the
like
panel.
there's like a whole group population of Chinese people that have Jamaican accents.
Noodles. There's 3 people of West Indian heritage on this panel. You're sharing. I don't know if LA has any Caribbean blood. Or if he's
pure
all American. Pure American.
American descendants of slaves.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, so 3 Caribbean heritage people on this panel. We know what's in the West Indies. Noodles. We know the
I
people.
was just making sure that you did.
Oh dear. You're just trying to show off because you're going to be on a luxury trip soon enough. Yes.
What if it wasn't a luxury trip? Then would it not be showing off?
A paradise. You're going to be going to paradise, so to speak. You're going to enjoy
Paradise?
Listen. I'm trying to make it all light and airy.
Rough. I thought Kingston was like a rough area.
It is, but you're still going to be in the West Indies as a tourist or a visitor. And yeah, for work purposes, you clarified what you're going down there for.
I'm pleased to be chilling in the West Indies. Shall provide all my wants and needs. Got the sunshine, rivers, and trees. Breeze.
You almost got the accent down. It's not too bad. It's not as bad as what Hollywood has been doing for the last several decades, botching the Jamaican accent. Pathetic. But yeah, you're pretty good. Not too bad. Yeah. All right.
So you think it will be fine if I sing, like if I record all my songs with a Jamaican, with a patois?
I mean, you have to listen to yourself and then listen to the locals.
I have not. I'm joking. I would never do that.
I mean, Gwen Stefani, like they recorded, I think, one of their albums in Kingston.
Well, I think it's fine to record and like for example, I would do more like the Paul Simon thing. I where I do the music is Caribbean, but I would not use a fake Jamaican accent. Like I think that's so cringe.
Oh, like what's his name? What's the Hollywood actor that from Forrest Gump? Chet Hanks. Have you seen anything that Chet Hanks has done?
No.
He's obsessed with Jamaican culture. He's obsessed with the accent. Yeah, he tries to speak with in Jamaican patois, and he just does it for giggles, like as much as he could. It's interesting. Yep, fun times.
Yeah.
Yep,
But,
Tom Hanks' child. Yes, he goes. He for a while he was on like social media, speaking in only like this made up Jamaican patois accent, and that was his shtick. He was doing that. It was interesting. He was like on the red carpet speaking in Jamaican patois. I was like, why are you doing this? I get it. It's fine. Why are you doing this? Yeah. So, plans for Christmas? Anybody?
No, nothing much. I don't celebrate Christmas.
Okay, what about New Year's? Anybody? What's happening?
Nah, I used to be excited for New Year's, but ever since COVID, haven't been excited whatsoever.
It reminds you of COVID. Is it like a trauma response now?
No, just life after COVID just feels pretty dead. I don't know how else to say it. It feels pretty dead. Like I don't really look forward to the New Year as much as I did for COVID. You know, it just feels like just another year, I guess. But maybe that's just how it is when you get older, I guess.
Do you feel like you're on autopilot, Jay?
Yeah, literally autopilot. That's the best way to describe it.
Do you think you would be interested in shaking that feeling, or you're not really interested in doing that?
I mean, I want to, but I don't exactly know how to.
1 minute. Sorry.
And by the way, in the comments, guy said nothing is vegan at fast food. He said it's called the Impossible Burger for a reason, and that literally nothing at my Walmart. Literally nothing vegan at my Walmart. Safeway has lots of vegan food, but it's crazy expensive. $8 for a 6 ounce of barbecue chickpeas, and vegan food is privileged food.
Well, why isn't Gaia up here? Gaia, come up here so you can actually say that.
And provide evidence.
Well, he said $8 for 6 pounds of chickpeas or something, barbecue chickpeas.
I don't even know what barbecue chickpeas are.
Chickpeas is like $1. What's he talking about?
Yeah, chickpeas are not that expensive. I don't know.
Yeah, like that's just making it up.
Is that like one of those chips or something like that? I don't know.
It sounds like it, yeah. But I think if you're talking about basic vegan food, when it's actually a lot cheaper than meat, right? But if you're talking about like just beans and peas and stuff, that's pretty cheap.
What about tofu? I mean, tofu is like amazing, and that's cheap as fuck.
A lot of the plant-based options or vegan options, they're kind of pricey.
Like what?
They're not as cheap. Like if you're at like Walmart or any of the other grocery stores
Like
that
what?
offer plant-based burgers. I found vegan. Actually, not as expensive as like an Angus burger.
Okay.
So no, it's not that bad. Like $10. Well, Canadian. I'm speaking Canadian dollars.
You know, like there's been research on comparing plant-based lifestyles to people that eat animals, and there's like no difference in cost. And for a lot of people, it's cheaper. For some people, it might be more money, like by like $1 or $2 or more.
What I'm actually referring to when I think about it is the Beyond Burgers and the Impossible Burgers. They are pricier at Walmart.
Mm-hmm.
But it all depends. Like, I was at the fair last year, in the summer, I should better say, and I found I had a really good plant-based burger. I was like, I need to figure out if this is Beyond Beef, but it was really good. They grilled it. It was a plant-based or vegan restaurant, the only one besides the Indian restaurants. And yeah, it was really good. A happy customer. So yeah.
I plan on spending the holiday with some friends. That's all.
Nice. He said he spends he plans on spending the holidays with a few friends.
Who said that?
Brother Marcus.
Brother Marcus? Oh, that's good. That is good.
Noodles, are you cooking some dinner?
We can hear clink, clink, clink.
Noodles.
What about you? What are you gonna do?
SB?
Oh, me? I am going to be with the boys, and that usually sums up life until they possibly move out. Yep. Not complaining. That's the way it is. The responsibility.
What does the boys mean?
Ramp up the responsibility. Well, sorry, what was that?
What does the boys mean?
Right, you were in and out of the chat, weren't you? Right. Oh, okay. So
You
I have
got
two little
kids.
boys. Yeah, I have two little boys.
Okay.
So, I mean,
And she's telling everyone to procreate.
no, I am not telling everyone to procreate. That was just my situation. I was the girl that had the babies, and I am taking care of the babies. I'm so responsible.
Saying babies are good and everyone should make them.
Sorry, did you say 10? 10? No, nobody's having 10 babies. There are people who have a lot of children. A lot of children.
Okay,
Good for them.
I'm still confused about the soul contract. Like, if we consented to being born, why
Oh,
do
no, no, no.
why
No
do
more
parents
soul
have to
contract.
actually-
No
why
more.
do we need parents
No,
to
I don't want
have
to do it.
sex?
No. I don't want to. No.
Wait, I want to hear his question. What are you asking?
Why do parents have to procreate if we just created ourselves? Like, what do you? You're acting like parents had no role in it. Like, you just chose to be brought into existence.
Sounds like she said that she believed that. Earlier it seemed like she said she believed that, and then when she was like questioned on it, she's like, "Oh, I don't know."
Who is she? Me?
Yeah.
SB?
Yeah.
Like, I made my I stated my perspective, and then LA said no, and then he challenged it, and then I clarified to him. I said, I'm not saying this is for everyone. This is based on me learning about dark matter, dark energy, and then other forms of science, and quantum physics and so forth. I mentioned
that's true. You believe it's true, right?
I think it's an interesting thought. Like, I'm still learning, is what I said. I don't have all the answers. Yeah,
So
I'm a parent, but I don't have all the answers.
You don't necessarily believe that then.
I think there is something in regards to like the soul and spirit. I do think it exists, in my opinion.
Why?
Right. Because I do think gamma rays exist. I think plasma exists. I think there's
What does
something
that have to do with a soul?
Well, I'm speaking about what I'm speaking about, right? If
Yeah, but
you
I
don't
don't
have to,
understand how that proves the existence of a soul.
right? But like, I'm not gonna break it down all the way. I'm just sharing little tidbits, even if it doesn't make sense.
Right, but I'm not asking about the whole thing. I'm just only asking about the so-called
soul contract.
Well,
Yes.
I'm asking about the whole thing.
Noodles, you're being spicy. Noodles is being spicy again.
Caliente.
Caliente. Noodles likes being spicy when women are around.
But I still don't understand. Like, have you seen some way in which we can actually
One second.
measure the soul?
No, the soul, it's not going to be possible because the soul is supposed to be something immaterial, right? So you can't measure something immaterial.
Yeah, you're not
How do you even, where's your evidence for the soul?
I'm not going to have evidence for you, Noodles.
Oh, so then why? I don't understand. Like you're saying all these, because of this, because of that, but if you don't even have any evidence, what's the point of even?
It's not gonna be a lot. This is not a logical conversation.
You're
This
right.
evidence thing, it's not going to be logical. This type of conversation spans beyond 3-dimensional, right? This conversation that you want to have is very like it spans beyond 3-dimensional. There's not going to be proof that it exists. We just have books written by the ancients, right? Books written by the ancients.
Why
Right?
does it
That
matter that
discusses
they're-
this information.
Why does it matter how, like, when they existed? Like, I mean, like, why? Yeah, well, like, just because somebody wrote a book a few thousand years ago,
right?
Why does that make it any more like believable than someone writing a book now?
In my opinion, I just think I want to think there is something beyond my blood, flesh, and bones.
So it's what you hope is true and doesn't actually mean that there's anything really behind it.
All I can do is read, and read.
Right. I don't want to
have
put you on the
dreams.
spot, but it just seems
And-
like out of nowhere, all these people believe it. And if they were Hindu or something, I could understand it. But out of nowhere, all these people believe that this soul engaged in a contract. And it's not like a minority. I mean, it's a minority group, but it's like a growing minority. Like, where are you guys getting this information?
I didn't even say the word contract. I just said I think personally, I think I chose my mom. Like,
right,
something happened.
You didn't say
in
contract,
the
but you did say that we
other
choose
world.
our parents.
No, I think I chose my mom. Right? I think I chose to be born through my mother, but not everybody. It's not just for everybody. That's just me. That's what I think. And I don't think there's a contract. I wish I had more answers. Like I think it sucks that I'm in this blood, flesh, bones frame, and like we're just having this like philosophical-esque conversation.
I guess my question is, where did you get your information?
Wait a second. Before she answers that,
I read online. I read like physical books, and then throughout the years, like I could pull information that I've read over the years to the information that I've read now, and then in a little bit of it is the Hinduism. I'm not Hindu, obviously. I clarified I'm not a religious person, so I think the whole reincarnation thing is interesting. Like whatever we are, we just keep somehow returning back to Earth, even if there's no truth in it, right? If we're going to go back to this logical 3-dimensional thinking, I know it sounds so silly and there's no foundation and it's just stupid. And like, we're all adults. Like, why can't you just make sense? You're a mom. Like, you should make better sense than what you're saying on the internet.
Wait a second. Before anyone continues, Noodles, Earthdogs just asked if you can join the chat.
He might be backstage.
I was very explicitly told not to let anyone join. So if that is Earthdogs, it's not that I'm discriminating against you. It's just that DNW told me not to let anyone join.
No corn potential corn experiences.
I would like to let Earthdogs on. I just okay. Wait, let me do this. Earthdogs, if it's really you, I don't know. I was gonna do the thing. I put someone else's thing up as the full screen. So but I don't know. That doesn't necessarily. Okay, wait. This is how I'll do it. Ready? Watch this. All right, I'm gonna put Brother Marcus's face.
Oh my god!
Right. Earthdogs, join now, and then I'll hear you speak, and I'll know it's you.
New Zealand accent.
Yeah.
I don't think he's joining. Okay, wait. So let's see.
This is myself.
Okay, it's really
Oh,
him.
there you go.
It's the Kiwi.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Hey,
Speak a
yes.
little more.
Thanks, mate. Oody, 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 oody.
The intonation sounds off.
Oh, the accent's off. I'll have to fake it better. Hang on a minute. Let me just try something else.
Okay, well, that's a little better.
Thanks, man. I appreciate you doing that. There's no need. But even if you'd said no, it would have been no hassle. Good on you, mate.
Uh-huh. So yeah, SB, what are you saying? You said that you I forgot what you were saying before you we were talking with Life Abolitionist. SB, you there?
SB looks muted.
Yeah. Oh well, yeah, maybe she's away from keyboard, but yeah. So what's up, Yerf Dogs?
Man, I'm rocking. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm chill. Nothing much going on. But I think Life Abolitionist wanted to ask you something a bit earlier, or was it Brother Marcus? I'm not sure.
I don't have any questions.
It was about the E word.
Oh, the dreaded word, atheism.
No, let's not do that. Let's do something different. Marcus, how's your illness, mate?
No, it's bad.
Dude.
Like I have a fever, I'm dizzy, I can't keep anything down, sweating, and I'm very weak. And
Wow.
I got it too, Marcus. I got it too.
I don't know if it's COVID or not, but like I've lost my taste and smell, so maybe it's the same.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Are you going to go to the doctor at all?
I thought about calling an ambulance. Like it was really bad.
An
last
ambulance,
night.
yeah. You said that.
I'm functional right now, so I'm just gonna ride it out because I'm stubborn.
You remind me of a doctor. I saw it on a clip once where a doctor says if a farmer comes in and says something's wrong, he says he preps surgery straight away. Yeah, that kind of mentality.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, mate, I hope you do get better. I hope that's not a... Yeah, and really fast, because that sounds nasty. Really fucking nasty.
Yeah, time. That's all it takes. I wish there was a fast forward button.
And hydration, mate. Get that hydration in you. That's the key. Your mother got some things right, I'll tell you now.
Yeah.
So anyway, SB, you were talking, I think. You guys, I don't know, I don't want to... I hope I haven't caused a... Yeah, stop the flow.
I don't think she's by her phone right now.
Were you guys
SB, you
talking?
there?
She has to reboot.
Okay.
Yeah.
And recalibrate her AI bot.
Oh, that's right. She's a bot. Yeah, that's the whole thing. The bot's glitching.
Yep.
Let's see if I won the lottery or not.
How much is the prize?
875 million.
Whoa! Damn.
Yeah, you should all buy Powerball tickets.
If you win, I'll go vegan if you give me a mill of that.
If you would actually go, how do I know that you actually would be vegan?
Well, how do I know you are, Noodles?
Question. But like the thing is that I started out here. Like
yours is a different incentive. And I'm open to deals. Like maybe if it was like you did some like level of promotion of like veganism or some kind of like like something that helps spread the message.
No worries. Well, you win that Powerball, mate, and then we'll definitely have a chat then. Every man has a price.
Let's see. Well, it looks like it's not being called. They'll be called in 2 hours and 47 minutes. We'll see.
But we all of us should get a slice of the money, okay, Noodles?
What?
I said all of us should get a slice of the money.
What's yours is mine.
How do you get a
what's mine
slice
is
of the
mine.
money?
No, I said we all should get a slice. For having to put up with you.
You guys hear about the earthquake in Japan last night?
No.
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
Up north. I was in bed, and the room. You kind of get a seasick feeling just before it begins. You know, you think, oh, I know what that is. I know it's coming. I wonder how bad it's going to be this time. And it was a bit of a sway, but it was. But then I clicked online. Up north, apparently, it was a 7.2 or a 7.6.
So did anybody get hurt?
I haven't checked the details yet. But I would imagine there'll be a handful of bad outcomes for sure. A quake that size, yeah. But that place has been in the last decade or so. It's been fairly rocky up there. So just waiting for Tokyo to get the shakes and for Fuji to blow up.
There goes Tokyo, go go Godzilla. So I missed I only caught part of the bit where you were live last night and Vegan Games was on there or listening. Most of it.
Yeah, I was surprised to see him jump on. It was a bit of an unexpected. look who's in the chat.
I wonder what his audience thought of him watching you.
Yeah, I noticed that he did stream it, didn't he? Which I thought, well, go for it. But it was just kind of like, really, is that good?
I think it's because someone shared it.
Yeah, but like, is that entertaining? Like, no offense. Like, I mean, I watched.
No. I agree with you.
Like, it sounds like we were talking nerdy stuff. You know what I mean?
we were just kind of wanking on. Yeah, it was just shooting just back and forth with nothing really.
Yeah,
amazing.
It doesn't sound
So,
anyway.
I don't think he spent much time on it, did he?
Say that again, sorry?
He didn't spend much time on it.
I think
no, he was there for a bit, about I'd say 40 minutes to an hour even.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he was like talking. He was talking about. I caught a part where he was saying like, "Oh, like if you talk to most people, they like say they're glad they were born or something, or like if you could hypothetically like talk to someone before they're born and ask them their future self. I don't remember what the scenario was.
It was a future machine. If you could go forward in the future,
okay,
and ask your growing children, are they happy that you brought them into existence? It was something like that. And then if they said yes, then that might. I think he saw that as destroying the consent argument.
I see.
Yeah, if you can get consent, that's. I don't understand the gotcha in that.
No, I don't even think it's a I just think I don't see what you would do with it anyway. Like, okay, like if I say, for example, let's say we could get consent from people before they were born, Okay, well, that's an okay. Sure, that could be an interesting discussion over a couple of beers, but in terms of reality, you can't do anything with it.
Right. Yeah.
Right, but that doesn't say anything about the people who are here now who don't want to be here, and we're not consenting to anything, and yet
Well,
they still don't
yeah,
respect
okay.
our rights. So they don't care about consent.
Well, you are consenting to stay alive. That's okay.
No, I'm not.
No. Actually, let me not say. I'm going to walk that back because I don't want to get into that subject here. But it's not about whether or not people are enjoying their lives. It's purely a technical discussion about whether or not consent applies or not. That's all it is. It's really narrow.
Okay, but I'm saying right now that I don't consent. I don't want to say it on his channel. It's so hard to have these discussions.
You didn't consent to being born. Is that what you want to say?
No, I don't consent to being here now.
Okay. Well, yeah, probably best not have that discussion here then.
Is Louis the only person that's commented so far?
I think so. Yeah. Yeah. Even that was. I mean, I don't know. I suggested we talk about it. I don't know if I'll set anything up. He's welcome to join it if whatever, if and when I do it again, which obviously I will, but I don't know when I. But that was. I mean, when the conversation gets to a point where someone's saying, "Well, what if a human being was to reproduce and the being that came out wasn't human?" I think you've kind of, you've entered a realm of discussion that I don't think is relevant to anything personally, but
Well, the problem is that these discussions are always hypothetical, but when there is an actual tangible person saying that they don't want to exist, the whole argument, there is no response to it. What are they going to say?
I think there are two different discussions there. I'm not talking about, again, it's just technical. All I'm doing is my entire approach or focus with regards to these arguments is just whether or not they're sound deductive arguments. That's all. That's all it is.
No,
that's my interest. I understand. Even if I could find a million perfect arguments that were incontestable, or no, I don't know how to say it. Even if my position was 100% correct and you couldn't get to antinatalism, yada yada yada. Even if, and I'm not certain that it is. I know that there are people in your position, and no argumentation is going to get us away from that.
I disagree with him because he's saying that because most people would say that they still would rather exist. I would say that you should err on the side of caution so that you prevent that one person who doesn't want to exist.
Okay, and why don't you couldn't a vegan come back at you and say the same thing? Why don't you err on the side of caution?
Because it's like death row. Like if you're not absolutely sure that the person committed murder, you don't execute them because you could be wrong. So you're gonna, even if you let the murderer go, you did not execute an innocent person. But it's the same thing. Like, okay, all these people wanted to be brought into existence, but does that justify the few who don't want to exist?
That's a relevant question. And the thing with if you were to have two arbitrary groups of antinatalists and pronatalists, the pronatalists are basically thinking at a population level, whereas the antinatalists are thinking at the level of the individual. They're coming at it from two very different perspectives. And so, like someone like Elon Musk, I guess he would bite the bullet that, intolerable or severe or horrific suffering experienced by a few is worth, that's a price worth the advancement of the human species.
Well, that's why I don't want to, it's so hard. That's why you have incidents like that whole fertility claim, because of people like that. And they feel like nobody's listening to them and nobody actually cares.
But maybe the bottom line is argumentation doesn't actually matter in the bigger picture. It's not about argumentation's never going to win or change people's minds on this.
Right, we do feel that way, that they just don't care. They're just going to keep doing it. So, like, what option do you do? Like, I understand why people would resort to like more drastic measures because they do feel that people are not listening.
But that comes from a point of view, in my opinion anyway, of certainty that their position is certainly correct and there's no way to refute it, that's the danger. Once you believe that you are 100% certain about that particular position, then that will take you down dark roads. I think one of the dangers in antinatalism, and I'm guilty of this, absolutely 100%, is being really certain that it's an unassailable position to hold. And that always grated me that I felt that way. And I'm really, really happy that I sort of fucking pulled myself out of that.
What did you say on what?
Unassailable. It's impossible to counter.
Oh.
Well, I just think that those people are doing that stuff because they feel ignored. And if they do something like that, then people will have no choice but to pay attention to them and actually respond to it. But the problem is that they still ignore them. They still just pathologize them and say, we don't care, you're just crazy. Like, there's really nothing that's going to change their minds.
And I hope more people would take that and more people would listen to that on this side of the fence. You will be ignored no matter how dumb you act. You know, I mean, even the antinatalist communities decided to forget about it as well. So, you know.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not clutching my pearls because I do think that the pro-natalist position is fundamentally based on violence. It's violence against the person who is brought into existence, and is violence which is maintaining their involuntary existence. So I'm not going to clutch my pearls. If people want to, I'm not going to be extreme, but if other people want to do that, I'm not going to stand in the way.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like that kind of language that it's violence, like that people are like making someone exist as some form of violence. That kind of rhetoric isn't necessary. And it's rhetoric. It's not philosophically beneficial. It's just rhetoric. And I think the more we move away from rhetoric, it's like that whole idea, procreation is murder. Yeah, that's a nice slogan, and you know, but if you actually want to analyze it for rigor, it just fails. So,
Life, abolition. Because you said you're open to people examining your arguments, but from what I heard from like one or two videos a few weeks ago, it was like you didn't really want to focus on rigor. Is that right, or am I wrong?
Well, no. They were asking me like, do I really want to like go prime time and actually go? You know, it's like, no, I'm not really. Like I told you, I'm sort of in the middle. Like it's not. I don't think it's really all that rigorous, but I'm trying to be more. Also make appeals to emotion. But if it does resonate with people and actually does hold weight, then maybe I will go prime time and present it on a larger stage. But I'm not that confident yet. I really want to get some feedback before I actually start like trying to like go out and talk about it and you know and then have somebody just completely like destroy it. Like I haven't presented it to anybody yet. So once I release it and I get some comments and I'll see like I'm trying to see if there are any holes in my arguments. I don't think there are.
It sounded like you had disdain for philosophical rigor and academic philosophy.
No. I was talking again. That whole conversation was about gatekeeping. I think that anybody who wants to present literature or artwork to advocate for anti-natalism, I think they should be welcome. I don't think that rigor is necessarily like the barometer. Like I think that you have standing to articulate an anti-natalist position just by the fact that you exist. So because my content, like I said, I think my content is like somewhere in the middle. It's not. I don't think it's as rigorous as there has been a Minotaur, but it does have rigor.
What
The only thing
you just
I'm
said there?
worried
You
about,
just
I don't
said
want
that
any glaring
you
contradictions where somebody could just easily dismantle the entire argument. I don't think that there are any glaring contradictions, but I'm waiting
you
to see.
just said that you should be welcomed for promoting an antinatalist argument. Why do you think you should be welcomed?
Because I think that somebody else's lived experience is real. So
So if
if you
somebody doesn't welcome it, if somebody just ignores it and says it's just and dismisses it out of hand, is that wrong or?
Yeah, I do think that it's wrong. I think that it's wrong because it's basically saying that their suffering doesn't matter because they were not able to articulate it properly, or they were not able to structure their arguments like in a completely like rhetorically like precise manner. I think that is wrong.
But don't you think everyone has the right just to ignore whoever they want to ignore?
They have the right to do it. I'm just saying that I don't agree with it. Like, of course, they have a right to do it, but I'm just saying that if I'm going to push back for those who are doing it. I'm saying that you should not do that. Like, their suffering matters, and they can express it however they want to express it.
Sure, I don't. Yeah, my take on it is if you want to publish, not you, specifically you in the generic sense. If people want to publish stuff, have at it. But that doesn't mean anyone needs to listen to you or accept what you say or agree with you or care about it. You know.
I don't know. I guess I'm questioning what people's motives are for being an anti-natalist. Like, why? Like, why would you be why would you want to silence anybody? Like, I would
Who's
want
trying
to
to silence you? That's the word you use. You give me the impression you think people are trying to silence you.
No, what I'm saying is, why would you discourage somebody for putting out their perspective, even if it isn't like
Well,
rigorous?
let me put it this way: do you dismiss antinatalists who argue for procreation to reduce wild animal suffering?
I don't
You
agree
dismiss,
with that position, but I mean, of
right?
course, they have a right to say it. I don't agree with it.
Okay, but there's plenty of. I was just using that as an exemplar for like really bad arguments, right? That you will miss and actually kind of mock. In
I'm not saying that rigor doesn't have like its place. Like I think rigor like it's rigor is foundational, but I think that once you get the foundation like established, then people can sort of take it and run with it. Like they don't have to. I the reason why I'm saying this is because there is a lot of gatekeeping, and I think that it would be nice if people understood it. Like I probably should read Cabrera. Like I read some of it, but um, you know, at the end of the day, I think people's lived experience holds more weight than the academic arguments.
I also
They
have
don't
a
care about the
very,
argument. They don't care about the academic arguments.
I have a very different perspective because I feel like there's no gatekeeping. I feel like it's way too open. That's why we have people arguing for procreation on antinatalism. And sperm donation.
So okay, not to be specific, but are you saying that those people lack rigor? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm just saying there's no gatekeeping. Like it's just way too open right now. There's no standards. There's no criteria pretty much. It's just like you have an opinion vented on YouTube and that's it.
Okay, then I don't think that has anything to do with rigor. They're just wrong. Like they're saying
Well,
certain
I meant the gatekeeping part. I don't think there's gatekeeping in antinatalism.
I think this is the new radio.
You're right. You're right. I agree with you. They're like a lot of people are calling themselves anti-natalist and they're not.
Right. SB's back.
Yes,
The
I am.
AI bot.
When do you guys think I'm a bot?
I have no idea. I'm just riffing on it. I have no idea.
No, I've read a few times, not even in just like today's chat, but like the previous chat, and a couple of you guys think I'm a bot. Is it because of my voice, or you don't think I have an original thought?
Ooh.
Oh yeah.
Like I say, so I'm just exiting back just very slowly now because it's nothing to do with me.
I was just riffing off of the chat.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I think that's very astute of you.
Excuse me, Spicy? Did Spicy say something?
Do you guys need to get a room?
It's all, hopefully it's all
Add me on
good
Instagram.
fun. Hopefully it's all good fun. I would hope. You know. I'm hoping. Do I want to reincarnate? Somebody mentioned that I like life so much that I want to reincarnate. No, I mentioned I don't.
You said you want to be a cat.
No, I was adding to the conversation, and I said if I was to put myself through that level of hell again, I'd be a black cat. And like if I was to not be a human, I'd be a black cat because why not?
So you're not AI, but you are a witch.
Ooh. I wouldn't say I'm a witch. That means like I'm casting spells and I do incantations. I just light candles and I'm just a woman with a womb.
You're
And I can feel my intuition active. You know.
Go on, Noodles. Make your move, mate. Put your best foot forward.
Mr. Noodles. Yeah, that's really the long and the short of it. Yeah, but no, I don't want to reincarnate. I've mentioned it a few times, the word itself, but no, I'm just clarifying that part.
Yeah, I don't mean to be offensive, but I call vaginas hell portals. Like I don't like.
Jesus.
I have such an aversion to vaginas because the potential of them giving life. Like I'm just not going to come with the 10-foot pole.
Besides my addition to the earth, LA, my thing is like talking to other women. Like I spoke to an 18-year-old young lady today and I said like this is no joke. Like don't I do not romanticize, or what's another word? I don't fantasize about like motherhood. And like she just kept listening and I just kept communicating with her and I just gave her some information and she asked me if I was going to be there the next day. I said no, I will not. So she's listening, but it's up to her. It's going to be up to her. I can share what I know, but it's up to this younger generation to decide if they think what we know is serious enough for them to impart it within their life, if they choose to reproduce. But my thing is just like, what am I trying to say? Just to impart the right information to the younger generation is really what I'm trying to get out there.
What's the right information?
For women?
Oh, I didn't. I didn't know that's who you were specifically talking about.
Yeah, specifically to women. Just not lead with our hearts. I told her not to lead with her heart. I told her to be strategic about every move that she makes. I encouraged her to marry well, just in case he wants a child. And I just gave her some more information pertaining to courtship.
What about only marry, date, and only sleep with someone that has a vasectomy?
Oh, I didn't get into that. I tried to steer her towards the strategy aspect of being a woman instead of like leading with her heart, because that's what women tend to do.
Part of strategy, like
leading, like women tend to lead with their hearts. Oh
So,
my
yeah.
gosh, this happened. No, it didn't happen. You're leading with your heart. You're not leading with your mind.
So use your mind and only sleep with someone that has a vasectomy if you're going to sleep with someone.
I didn't tell her that part, Mr.
Well,
Spicy Noodle.
that's something to put on the list there, SB.
I think a lot of women are actually hypergamous. Like they're actually trying to find someone to improve their quality of life.
Well, I mean, LA, I mean,
So
we
am
know
I.
what's going on out here. It's not a game. Like these women are birthing children into squalor in the West. Like I think I understand like the part of like, okay, SB don't have no more kids, or like, are you gonna have any more kids? And I said no, but for this new generation that they don't have a lot of the information that I haven't even scratched the surface with you guys in regards to this topic, but like the amount of women that are just birthing children into subsidized housing, into like insane levels of poverty in the West, like it's not funny. Like I don't get it.
Are
Everybody,
you
like,
antinatalist,
I
SB?
don't get it. Sorry, go ahead. I'm listening.
Are you antinatalist? I don't know what your position is on that.
Antinatalist. So
Well, let me ask the question in a more pointed way. Do you think procreation is always unethical?
unethical, like meaning like women really
It's always wrong to bring someone into existence.
I think this is a rich person's game.
Okay.
I think this is a rich person's game because, like, I don't know.
But I'm just asking you personally. Like, what's your position on that?
I think wealthy people should have children.
Okay,
like
what
people
about
that really like children? People that like children.
That would be a no.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, she has 2 children already, and I asked her earlier what she had. She said no.
I got you.
Oh right, your dogs. Forgot. Like you and brother Marcus, yourself and brother Marcus. Okay. I guess we're filling in the blanks.
Finish that sentence. Where was that going?
No, I was just saying like too many women are birthing children into like subsidized housing and.
Well, you and brother Marcus. Sorry, I mean because I'm backing off from the antinatalist position. If that's where you were heading with that.
Oh no, I was just talking. I was kind of like talking about women that are birthing children into poverty in the West, and I just feel like, girl, you don't have to do that. Just because you had relations with the man, it's okay. Like you could have went to the clinic, but mind you, in Canada, our clinics are free. We can take care of whatever we need to take care of, like the day after. I'm not talking about
before you go down this road. When you mentioned both our names, where was that going?
Yeah.
Oh no, I mentioned both your names because you guys stepped into the conversation after myself, LA, Noodles.
Oh, you're just saying you showed up late to the party.
Showed up late to the party. Okay, I'll use that next time. Yeah, that's basically all I was saying. I wasn't getting at like anything rude or anything like that. So yeah.
Okay, no, I think I heard what Steve was probably thinking of, like Mark and like they're anti-natalist or something, but
yeah, that was a conversation that you guys they were having earlier. But yeah, my stance on reproduction, I hope I clarified what I was trying to share from a woman and mother's point of view.
So it basically sounds like your position is that women should have access to reproductive rights, basically.
Is it safe to say I'm kind of into modern day eugenics? Is that like a dark, deep road, but like a modern day? Because I'm black, so it's a bit touchy. That's like a modern day variation of eugenics.
Eugenics isn't explicitly like racist. It just means that you think like certain people should be allowed to procreate over others, or certain people shouldn't be allowed to procreate based on genetic factors.
I think we need to 2025 and beyond it. Like I think we need to like I don't think everybody should reproduce.
I have a question though, because you're putting it back on the parents, but you're basically saying that our souls chose to exist. So is it the soul or is it the parents? Who created whom?
Like, girl, damn it, I'm gonna question the out of you.
I mean, it sounds like you don't really believe that the soul actually decided to create themselves. Like the parents actually created them.
I do think at one point we were plasma, and then
Plasma, there it is
something.
again.
Yes, the word plasma is coming
Why
up
with plasma?
in the jello. Yeah. So
Was that
yeah.
a Bill Cosby
Yeah,
impersonation?
I did a Bill Cosby reference because it kind of sounded like it started to sound like Jello. So I kind of.
So you're saying that you're a fan of Bill Cosby?
Oh my god! Gremlin noodles is at it again. Gremlin noodles.
No, but why are you obsessed with plasma and Bill Cosby?
No, I'm just talking about like before we, came into our parents, so to
What?
speak. Like before we sorry.
What?
No. Okay.
What kind of eugenics are you talking about?
Before we birthed onto the planet. That's what I meant to say. I'm so sorry for making it sound yucky. So yeah, before we were birthed onto the planet, I do, in my perspective, I think I chose my mom. And maybe in other cases, many were not chosen. Many didn't have a choice. That's also a perspective, even if it doesn't make sense.
She's going on vibes, folks. She's going.
No, I'm not a bad person. I'm not like,
you
two hands in the air, like we
You
don't
actually
care.
said earlier that
I'm not doing the peace sign. Like you're
you
giving
already
me.
said that it's not logical. So you're going on vibes.
I'm not doing the two hands in the air, like we don't care type of peace sign thing. No, I'm just giving you guys my perspective, even if it doesn't make sense to the logical male mind. Like why can't we hypothesize? Why can't
Hypothesize is different than saying that you believe something or that you know that that's what happened for you.
No, I think, and then maybe the son chose otherwise.
But I'm still trying to understand, if their parents chose them, then why would you be telling women to be responsible in procreation?
Because like I know how I was raised, and I felt like I'm gonna go down this road. I felt like a foster child growing up in my mother's home. Like she just did her duty. I wasn't raised in squalor, but it was just kind of like pulling teeth.
But you chose that, right? So it's your fault, right? That's how the argument is playing out.
Well, she didn't say that she knew what the future would be like for that parent.
Yeah, like I didn't. Like I'm okay. If I knew, as people say, which is cliche, if I knew then what I know now, I'm talking about when I was 11 or 12, what choices would I have made? I would have made like I would have studied. I would have studied better. I would have learned how to study. Right? And I would try to make a better way for myself. But it doesn't matter. It's like we're here having this conversation and we're all adults.
But you made the choice before you existed. So do you think that your soul should have studied also?
I wish I could remember. Like I really wish I could remember really where I was prior to me being born. Like I think it sucks that in the books they say, oh, your memories were erased before you were born. Whatever that means. Like, oh well, we're here.
I don't really have a problem with people saying that they would believe. What do I? I believe X is different from saying that it's factual. It's a truth.
Yeah, I
because I have heard you say before, SB, that you acknowledge you don't have any logical reasoning behind your beliefs.
Yeah, there's not going to be a logic because I don't have any proof.
Right.
Like, at least I'm honest about it. So if it sounds stupid to the male logical brain, then fine.
Might sound stupid to a female logical brain too.
I could imagine maybe a person that might feel the same exact way. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It might sound stupid to a non-binary logical brain.
Fair enough. Are you non-binary, Noodles?
I'm just saying it might sound stupid to almost anyone's logical brain.
Fair enough. So it doesn't matter what I think, really.
Noodles will be whoever you need him to be.
He's very spicy today. Actually, he's the first time I've spoken to you, and I can banter.
You kind of like it, right?
Fairly well, right?
Kind of like it, right? Jesus, I feel like I'm in a pub and the two people next to me are kind of nigging each other.
Yeah.
You can't be so. You can't be so like tightly wound. You have to learn to laugh at yourself.
We lost you for like a whole 2 minutes or whatever.
A whole few minutes?
I mean, like at least 1 or 2 minutes.
What do you mean?
You cut out.
Oh,
No, she didn't.
Oh, well, maybe it did on my end. I don't know what happened
there. Yeah. What's brewing in LA's brain? Because I feel like he has a question.
Working on his book.
I do have questions, but I don't want to direct them to you. There are other people who believe in that soul contract mythology, and I really would like to push back against it, but I don't really want to put that all on you.
Fair enough, because I don't think it's a contract. It's just a perspective that I've read, and then I decided to share based on the little bit that I've read, and I just thought I'd put it out there. But I see what you're saying, LA, as well. Like this ish is like has been hell. It's whack, like with the F, right? So no, like you're gonna be like, no, why are you saying this?
I do think that you can't tell women that basically should exercise restraint over procreation, and then also say that the soul decided to exist. Like either the soul created itself or the parents created the child.
But why I share what I share in regards to speaking to younger ladies about making a decision to choose like a well-to-do suitor, who can advance her quality of life while she's also generating income, it's because I feel like I don't want to go down this road because like it gets a little too personal, and it's like what if, and then what if, and then what if, like, so why not just talk to women? Because I see so many, like I see even my friends. I can talk your ears off. Like if they had known what they could have known, they would not have they might not have chosen the guy that they ended up like marrying and having babies with. Like,
do you think money fixes all problems though?
It doesn't, but I do think there's something to simplifying your life, especially as a woman. Like there's so much on our shoulders. Like we have the babies, they're gorgeous, and then they get older and they start talking. I could keep going, but like I'm not like it's man.
What did you say was gorgeous?
The babies.
That is no. No. Babies
You
are
sound
not.
like a coworker of mine. He's like, ew, they look like old people. They're ugly.
Oh, they just look weird.
Yeah, that's what he said. He was like, babies are not cute, especially when they're born. He's like, they're funny looking.
SB, I just put it in the private chat, in the studio chat. There's a link there to a PDF that you might like to read.
A PDF?
It's written by a guy called Fumihiko Ida, and he writes about people coming, like it's a kind of, not a reincarnation thing, or it is a reincarnation thing.
Okay, I clicked the link. I'm gonna
So,
save it.
Yeah,
You
that's
gotta
for anyone
save
as
it.
well. I read it. I don't necessarily believe it, but I loved reading it and I thought it was really interesting. And it did change a few. I might reread it again actually. So anyway, it's there for
Yeah.
anyone.
Yeah, I'm gonna save it on my desktop.
But it's about people who claim to have past lives, and he tried to make it empirical. So anyway, it's there. Take it or leave it if you will.
Appreciate that.
Up to you,
Thank
whatever.
you. It's on my. It's opened on another tab of mine. So thank you. I appreciate you sharing.
No worries.
Nobody's lost, B. Thank you.
Well, do you think 80-year-olds are cute? I mean, I'm just asking, like, as a general question.
They tend. I think a lot of older people, like, they are decomposing in front of our very eyes.
Right. So that's my point. Like, when you create a baby, you're not just creating a cute baby. You're actually creating an 80-year-old who's decaying.
Not only if they make it to 80.
Yeah, melted blobs of flesh. Yeah, that's what they look like. But
Sounds
you know,
like
after.
song.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sounds like a metal song.
No, I'm reading Gaya's message. Yeah, they're weird. Like both my little boys, they were kind of odd looking when they were freshly born, but as they got a little older, like as the weeks progressed, their faces formed, and I was considering putting them in modeling, and then I remembered what the industry really is like for children, and I said no. So I'm keeping them in the regular world and protecting them as much as I can. So yeah.
I think every mother's tried to put their kids into modeling or baby competitions or baby photo competitions.
I see too many babies on Instagram and social media. Like,
Yeah, I agree with that.
I'm like, you really think your kid's that gorgeous? Like, some of them are cute, but like sometimes I'm just like, oh my god, lady, like, come on, get your
I reckon people
child
should
off
stop
of the
posting their
internet.
kids on social media.
I
Stop posting it.
I honestly hate that so much. Like, I can't, like, it's so stupid when somebody just has like their page filled with pictures of their kid.
It's really dangerous too these days.
It is very dangerous.
It's horrifically dangerous, and I can't believe people do it. It's
Gross
so
and
reckless.
stupid.
It's validation. Going back to validation, a lot of these moms, they were never chosen to be in the image world. Like nobody looked at them, and I'm not coming after every single woman, right? I'm just saying, like a lot of these women, like no one looked at them and said, "Hey, you look like somebody I'd like to take pictures of." And so they lived their whole entire lives being invisible, and then they have these children and they're like, oh, my children are cute enough to be in modeling now, so they have them on social media, and I'm thinking, what are you doing? Like, you don't know nothing about the industry, right? You don't know how deep this ish goes. It's sad. It's really sad.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the industry. I'm talking about other things.
Oh
Just
no,
the whole AI thing. It's we all know where that conversation goes. Like just people who put their kids online is
like
it's insane.
Yeah.
That dude just got 136 years in prison, or 138 years in prison, or something.
What for?
For the AI stuff involving kids.
Ooh, that's
And
nasty.
that was in Florida.
I didn't hear about that. Okay.
It was like a preschool, or it's either like preschool or kindergarten or elementary. It was, he was a school teacher for small children, and he had pictures of their faces, and he put them. He used AI to make stuff, images with them, and he was sharing it to his network. He had a network of other.
Oh, that's
Men?
so bad. It's fucking
Other
bad.
men?
I mean, I would imagine it was probably other men, as you don't really find many women in that circle, but
No, you not naturally.
that you hear about anyway.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean.
But yeah, he got they gave. I'm sure he probably thought, oh, since it's because he pled no contest.
Mm-hmm.
When they caught him, So yeah, he pled no contest in 100. Yeah, I think it's like 138 years.
That's a nice scapegoat. Imagine all the others that are working behind the scenes. It's very interesting. They always have that one person like, "Oh, we're gonna get you. We got you," and then there's people actually behind the scenes that are doing all of this
I'm ending
stuff.
the class for today.
Okay, it was 135 years if I've got the same case.
Oh yeah. But hopefully that hopefully that shit works and it sends a message, and it's like, on the one hand you think, okay, this should like hopefully deter people. I don't know. I wonder what the ratio is of actually deterring people versus like just making them try to be sneakier or something.
I think they're just trying to deter the common society, but the people that actually do the trafficking, it's unfortunately going to continue until something intervenes and says, "Stop with this foolishness. The children are the innocents of the planet." Like, I hope something intervenes, like with the black market and
Well,
the
honestly, like they have to start putting people to death, I think.
Yep, I've heard somebody mention that as well. Like, they really need to take that seriously. Let's go back to
Yeah,
French.
I don't think that
Renaissance.
would make a material difference. I'm not sure the death penalty achieves what people think it does. But I'm just laughing. I'm laughing here at this article I'm reading. Check out this sentence. This is so funny. Well, it's funny in a very dark way. During the sentencing, the judge said that the offender, he sentenced him, and he said he made sure he would not be allowed to own any animals once his 135-year prison sentence is completed.
Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, that's because some of the
Yeah, I
folks
know. One of the charges, yeah.
was like,
Wow, that's insane, eh? That's fucking insane.
Yeah, I think he was just a scapegoat.
Does deterrence work?
You mean criminalization?
That's what
Yeah,
I was
because like then why don't they like put max sentences on everybody?
Because there's people on the inside that are still doing all these things. They just need a "I gotcha" for one of the commoners.
Well, I think that it depends also on who the judge is, and Florida is a conservative state, so now that's why probably they got like a harsher sentence there. Like if that was in Massachusetts, they probably would have like given that guy like 5 years with the the ability for probation or something. Like Massachusetts is a fucking joke. I from what I've heard, on the one hand, it's weird because I've also heard, well, I know that like people here seem very, very like they think it's like a very strict thing, like that Massachusetts would be hard on it. But from what I've heard from other people, it's that they get away with shit here. Although, so I actually sat on a jury once for a guy who like molested his nephew, and they said it was the fastest deliberation in that court's history. So I didn't know, but I didn't stay for the sentencing, so I don't know what he got, but I just think I think maybe because of the judge's conservative that has something to do with it.
I think there's always going to be somebody birthed onto this planet who's going to suffer, and then I it's been happening for thousands of years, unfortunately. It sounds like we've all read like history, ancient history, and what happened with the little boys and children in general. So, like, this isn't anything new. It's always in like the higher echelons of society. This seems to go on.
It happens, but it happens in every part of, like, think
Yeah.
about like all this stuff. So especially like what I heard about, like, for example, in Massachusetts again,
Mm-hmm.
told by some guy who was in the foster care system, 70%, something like 70% of children in the foster care system here are are molested.
My nail tech works in a foster care home, and she said that yeah, majority of the children that are brought into the home have been molested, is what she's mentioned.
So it's not like upper echelons, right? If anything, I would say it's maybe, I don't know. It's probably more prevalent in in
The day to day.
less educated areas.
I was gonna mention that. Like I know I'm just ostracizing the upper echelon, but like yeah, different. Not just the upper echelon, but like in day to day society. Like as you mentioned that the teacher got 136 years.
135.
35 years. Yeah. Yeah, it's been yeah. It's like I wish children were more revered and taken care of, so we can not have to hear about people, um, you know, dealing with children in this manner that they shouldn't ever have to experience. Like it's really sad, and I'm yeah. Anyways,
Yeah, well, I mean, I think parents absolutely need to be vetted, and like I said, I'm a eugenicist, so like, and well, I wouldn't say I'm a eugen. I would say if I were to lean towards something, it would be eugenics, and I think it seems like a lot of personality stuff is genetic.
yeah.
So you can kind of screen for a lot of these behaviors. And yeah, just fucking genetics. Like we need to like just fucking breed this shit out.
I don't think they're going to do any of this stuff. Maybe after we're all long gone, because like I've like in a different stream, like a different like channel, I've mentioned like all the homeless people on the streets. I've mentioned to the individual, I said they can clear all these streets and eradicate homelessness. And then he said, oh, this is what makes the beauty of this city. And I was like, I don't know about beauty, but like if the government really wanted to like clamp down on evolving the society, like just take all the homeless people off the streets. Not as extreme as Dubai, because Dubai has like a
Thing is,
poverty.
a lot of the people that are on the street are meant like
Drugged out.
they have mental health issues that prevent them from being able to like live in a civilized manner within in a home or within. They'd have to be cared for, which is why like I saw Dr. Avi was posting a thing about like bringing back asylums, and it seemed like a reasonable idea. He was saying that basically like a lot of the people that are in prison, that like the prison system is taking on a lot of the people that otherwise would have been in an asylum back in the day. And then like a lot of people are on the street right now because we don't have any more asylums. So
yeah, I've read about all of what you're saying.
I have a different opinion on this, which I also addressed in my book.
we can't really hear you. Can you speak into the mic more?
1 second, let me turn my mic up.
LA, we
Yeah,
can't hear
sorry,
you. Okay, you're
I turned
better
my
now.
mic down.
Yeah, you're
Okay,
better now.
I addressed this in my book. As and as an anarchist, we don't believe in property rights. We believe that those who make productive use of property are the rightful owners. But under statism, they create this whole concept of capitalism, which is basically illegitimate property rights based on legal title. And so there actually is an abundance of property, but because the so-called capitalists monopolize property, that is what creates homelessness. There's a lot of vacant homes, unused property, but they're not able to use it because if they were to use it, they would be considered trespassing, and then state violence would be deployed to prevent them from acquiring that property. So we don't believe in property. We don't believe in like I don't know. We don't believe in like real property. Like if you're using it, then fine, that's yours. But if you're just if the property is vacant, then that is not legitimate. That is not something that the state should be enforcing. Like unoccupied property, that is completely illegitimate.
Yeah, I looked into that too. Like, there's a lot of land and there's a lot of buildings that they can. Yeah, a lot. I don't know. Like, yeah, continue, LA. I'm listening. Yeah, I looked into what you're talking about as well. I'm just like, this is ridiculous.
Well, the problem is that the state has a monopoly on all property, so on all real property, excuse me. And so basically, when you go down to the county clerk's office, you file a deed, and then that's basically just an artificial correction of a property right, and it doesn't exist in nature. And there basically is no place where you can go that isn't that isn't within the domain of the state. So there is no place where you can go to acquire property and actually live without having to pay rent or to pay for the use of property, which is supposed to actually be owned by the collective. So it is a system of enslavement because you have to work just to exist.
So, can I add something? Okay, so the people that work within the shelter system, apparently I've heard, especially out here in Toronto, they've tried to house the homeless. And what the homeless have done is, not every situation, but they'll trash those units. So those shelter workers or the individuals that are part of the I guess the non-for-profit or the non-profit organizations, they end up like, folding.
That's
Like
what I'm
folding
saying.
hands. Yeah.
That those people are not mentally fit, and which is why, like, if you had a, subsidized asylum situation, you could like basically that would take care of these people. If they were having like mental breakdowns and stuff, there would be staff to help manage that.
But that's what Donald Trump is doing. Trump is taking people off the streets and forcing them into mental health facilities.
I didn't know he was doing that, and I've heard nothing. I didn't know there was facilities to accommodate all of that.
He passed an executive order that authorizes federal agents to just basically take these people and forcibly put them in mental health facilities.
Can you share a link to that information?
Yeah, I didn't know about this either.
I can share the link to the executive order.
Yeah, just share it in the chat if you can.
And Gaia, I wasn't pointing just like at any woman in regards to our conversation regarding children and social media. No, I wasn't just like willy-nilly talking about every single mom. I know not every mom is like out to like exploit their children or have their children modeling. So I just wanted to put that out there. So there's, thought I'd mention that part because look, I seen your message, but the conversation adjusted. Yeah, it's like, is it like altruism and utopianism? Like, we want elements of that to occur, but the way our system is set up in the West, like it's only gonna get doses of that happening. Like the the food banks and like the soup kitchens, where we help people, but it's just doses of help that is occurring within our society. Mm-hmm.
I just posted the link.
Hold on. Where? In the private chat?
Okay, now I'll do it privately. Just 1 second. I did it on a live chat, but
I didn't see it show up.
Probably can't post links in the live chat.
Only an hour and 47 minutes until I am a millionaire.
Apparently, somebody in England won the lottery, like back to back, like family, like a whole family. They just kept winning the lottery. I think they lived in a small town. Might have been the UK in general. I don't know if you guys have heard of that story, especially Yerf dogs. I don't know if you've heard that story.
I'm not a Pom. I'm a Kiwi. I'm from New Zealand.
Oh, look at that! You sound like you're from the UK. I wasn't sure what country. I was trying to make out your accent.
Sounds like
I'll take the UK, but if you call me Australian, I'll call you racist.
Sounds like Flight of the
I love
Conchords.
it. Okay,
yeah, those
enough.
lads, they're good boys.
Yeah, okay, so before I had my boys, I was considering moving out of Canada, and I was between like Holland, the UK, and New Zealand. Yep, that's my little story that never manifested. Fun times.
Okay, I want to answer your question. Nibbles says, what gives them the right to think they have dominion over the land? There's enough land for each individual in the world to have 2 acres of land in the Americas and Europe alone. Well, what gives them the right is that they have sovereignty. And so under this whole concept, like you don't have, well, and I explained it before that under the Rousseauan social contract theory, you don't actually have rights independent of the state sovereignty. So Rousseau did not believe in pre-political rights, and that is the way that the Constitution is being interpreted, that the state has dominion over all. Well, actually, the social contract says the sovereign has dominion over all property. You don't actually have property independent of the state because property rights are basically privileges that are recognized by the state, backed by the threat of violence. So that is the reason why you don't have rights, and under their interpretation of the Constitution, you don't have natural rights. You have privileges that are granted to you by the state. No, that's not how.
By the way, you still haven't posted the link.
I
just posted it. I did it in the private chat.
The name of the executive order. It's executive order.
I posted the link in the private chat.
I tried to. Executive order 14321.
All right. So would anybody like to help me read this? I can read. I'll read the first paragraph.
No, you don't need to read the whole thing. You can just jump through them. It looks like in section.
Tell me where to go.
Yeah, section 2.1. Hang on a minute. Yeah, section 2. Subsection 1. The hang on, let me just read the section appropriate cases. Yeah, so an appropriate case is to basically non-voluntary commitment to appropriate facilities for appropriate periods of time.
I mean, I think that
again, my understanding of American law, I don't think there needs to be, and maybe I don't know. I mean, you already have the laws for this kind of stuff. It's it's just a matter of
I thought
enforcement.
that was already there. It's just the thing is that it's just like the cops don't do anything. You know, like these people will like attack someone, or they'll just, you know, jerking off or shitting in the middle of the street in public or whatever, and they just kind of get brushed aside. You know, they might get arrested, right? And they spend, I don't know, a little bit of time. They spend some time in jail, and they're just put back. You know, they're just put back out.
Yeah, I'm never. I don't know. I never know why. I mean, cops need to make decisions based on a whole lot of factors and inputs. So, whatever.
No,
Maybe
I just
this
want
is.
to clarify though. This like states under their interpretation, states have general police powers. This was never a federal issue. Donald Trump does not have any constitutional authority to pass his executive order. Executive orders only apply to state actors, but he can't just like this is effectively a criminal code. They're criminalizing homelessness, and he does not have the authority to do that. This is a backdoor way to penalize people who don't have sufficient housing. So, but the courts are not going to do anything. They're not going to actually check him for his ultra vires usurping of constitutional authority. He doesn't have this authority. But the Supreme Court is just going to rubber stamp anything that he does. And they've already done it, because there was another Supreme Court case where they were challenging a local, I think it was an ordinance criminalizing homelessness. And I mean, there was a debate back and forth. It was so performative, but they still upheld it. So basically, the sovereign can do whatever they want because they're the state. They're protecting the common good, the general will. And so the individual does not matter. What matters is that what benefits the majority.
Yeah, he's talking about the way that discretionary grants get used. I mean, look, I'd have to read it in full, and you may be right, LA. You know, he could be acting beyond his authority. I don't know, but it could just be a political nothing. It could just be, you know, look at me and I'm doing something, but I'm not actually doing anything at all. I don't know. I'm not sure it's a backdoor for criminalizing people. I don't know if I'd go that far.
If you can, no, under the Fourth, I'm not sure how the legal system works in other countries. Under the Fourth Amendment, there's unreasonable search to seizures. And so it is technically a seizure. When you're detaining people, when you are using physical force to put people in mental health facilities against their consent, that is a seizure, which implicates the Fourth Amendment. But because they don't classify it as criminal, you're not entitled to an attorney. So you have to retain your own private attorney, not a court-appointed attorney. And basically, they can detain you. There's some type of due process, but the initial holding is completely arbitrary. Like the probable cause determination is made after the fact.
Okay, I mean, I'll submit to your knowledge on that. It'd be better than mine. I don't know. Like I said, I'd have to read it through and get the full context of it. But it could just be political showboating. That's all. That's literally all it could be.
Yeah, I don't think it means that's what's gonna happen. Like, I'm just saying, and also like it doesn't seem like America has the facilities for this anymore. Like all the major asylums are basically gone.
No, what happened is they were putting people in these mental health facilities and saying that they had to stay there. And then if they went back to being homeless, because like you said, they do have mental health issues. Some of these people have drug addictions, and they would go back on the streets, they would get fined for it. So you're basically finding people who don't have any money. And then if they don't pay the fine, then they're going to be arrested again.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, people don't really care about homelessness beyond the way it makes their environment look.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly just I don't care if people like want to live on the street, just as long as they're not like shitting everywhere and like attacking people and fucking, I don't know, turning places into like very, very bad shitholes.
Yeah, but that requires government resources. I mean,
Yeah.
it goes down a deep rabbit hole, doesn't it? How did they get there? Why are they there? Yada yada yada.
Yep. And of course it seems to be the worst in liberal states. It seems to be.
You mean the grubbiness of it, or the homeless problem itself?
The homeless problem and how fucked up the areas are. I mean, like, Republicans suck, but they are tougher on crime. Like, they're tougher on these sorts of things. The sad thing is that they might keep their streets cleaner, but they're probably way more harsh on people that need help rather than and not getting them like the help they should get.
Do
It's
you
like,
think? Sorry for cutting you guys off. Do you guys think that there are any like pharmaceuticals that might be able to help these individuals, or they're too far gone?
there is something called ibogaine, which has which is reported to have pretty good effects on opiate addiction. Although it's hard to say, because I think that with the amount of the potency of the drugs people are using now, like that stuff worked for heroin addicts, but people aren't really using heroin anymore. They're using fentanyl. They're using crystal meth, shit that just like gives you brain damage.
Yep. This is sad.
They're using something called crank,
Oh, Marcus, you've bailed. I hope you're going to be okay, mate. Take care of yourself.
Wait, what happened?
Marcus has left.
Oh,
Take care, Marcus. Have a good evening. Go ahead, Noodle.
Oh yeah, there's this stuff called crank, which is like, it's like got fentanyl in it, but it's cut with some, I think it's called like thylazine or something like that. It's I guess it like fucking rots people's skin.
Sounds like some hospital, like flesh-eating situation that they have to treat.
It's like
dead sore kind of thing.
I think it's some kind of medicine that's used in veterinary care, but when used in like high doses consistently, the side effect on humans is that it like fucks up their skin.
The skin, like a flesh-eating bacteria through the use of these.
I don't know.
Drugs.
I don't know. Look up thylazine and see.
Thylazine. Give me a second.
But this is why procreation is so unethical. They're not just creating babies; they're creating adults who may end up homeless, on drugs, or this flesh-eating bacteria you're talking about. Like, they don't think about that. It's just right now, this baby looks cute. It's going to validate my existence.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. If someone was gonna have a kid, they should have the resources to tend and take care of that person for their person's entire life.
Thank you. So that means you actually agree with me. You will love my book.
Thylazine, I don't know if I'm spelling it right. Thylazine is coming up as an animal. A marsupial?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Thylacine. THYLACINE. Ylazine. It's coming up as an animal. Tasmanian wolf.
Yeah, the one that went extinct about 100 years ago, 150 years ago.
No, I don't think that's what I meant to say, but I don't know what. I probably said the name of the drug wrong, so I don't know. But
I'll add drug. I'll continue.
look up crank
Oh,
drug.
okay, I've heard of that. Okay, I'll do that.
I mean, this is the difference between Schopenhauer and Benatar, because Schopenhauer was based on like lived experience. Like he just observed all the misery on the planet, and that was his whole pessimistic philosophy. Whereas Benatar is really going based on a hypothetical non-entity, and a lot of people have been able to dismiss it. I think I'll lean more into Schopenhauer than Benatar. Benatar is just way. I'm sorry, Schopenhauer is much more comprehensive.
I don't think Benatar, he was very clear in his book. He wasn't talking about non-existent, non-entities. He's talking about different states, not different beings.
Right, but I'm talking specifically about the asymmetry argument. That is about a non-entity.
No, it's not. It's about two states, one which an entity exists and one which an entity doesn't exist.
Right. The entity that doesn't exist is a non-entity.
Yeah, he's not talking about the entities. He's talking about the states.
I'm sorry, but I'm just listening to the responses that people are saying, and they're saying that it doesn't matter because the person doesn't exist and they can't consent. That this is the reason why a lot of people have dismissed antinatalism.
LA, you're gonna have to talk to women. I don't know if you're gonna get through to women about this, anti-reproduction topic, but it's the women you're gonna need to talk to. I'm gonna be honest with you.
No, I think it's both. I think people are inherently selfish, and you basically have to appeal to their motivations. Women have different motivations from men. Men have their own interests in this also. They don't want to pay child support. They don't want to be beholden. They don't actually want to. A lot of them don't actually want a family, and
That's
they
true.
impregnate
I agree
women
with you.
accidentally.
I agree with you. A lot of like the stories I've heard over the years, especially when I was like 18, 19, I would hear a lot of these different stories of the guy didn't want the baby, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay. Fast forward. In my case, it's different, but no, I'm listening. I know what you're talking about.
No, it's the problem even in the anti-natalist community, because a lot of them they don't want to get a vasectomy. They don't want to use protection. They want a raw dog and then put all the responsibility on a woman, which I don't understand. Like, how are you the anti-natalist when it's the woman's responsibility to ensure that no pregnancy actually comes to term?
Yeah,
Only spoilers use condoms, baby.
I know a couple nymphs.
You do?
Yeah.
Well,
I'm like,
you have.
like how, like.
You wanna pass my info along, or?
No, I'm talking about male nymphs.
Oh, okay. You want to pass? You want to pass LA's info along?
The lady nymph. The lady nymph info to Mr. Spicy. Okay, let me behave
Wait
myself.
a minute.
I'm on a live call, live stream. I'm going to behave myself and use the right appropriate words. I was going to say something.
You're right, Brother Marcus. If, this is what he said. If most anti-natalists don't read, wouldn't it be more effective to create a video series instead of a book? I'm thinking that might be the next step, but I really have to get the philosophy laid out first. I may want to do that. I'm not good with graphics, but I can learn. I don't know. I need to see how interested people are in it before I actually invest in time and money.
Honestly, LA, like you can push this like view because like I know I sound contradictory, but like I think we do have too much babies on the planet. I'm a walking contradiction. I get it, but like I look at my personal situation and I'm just like, man, how are these women just continuously doing this? 3, 4, 5, 6 kids in, 7 kids in. I'm like,
well, they're sending mixed messages. It's not entirely their fault. They're basically saying, like, the state is decidedly pro-life. Society is decidedly pro-life. Well, they're pro birth, I would say, and then once you're here, then it's basically every man for himself.
Hey, what's a good movie to watch?
regarding what?
Just in general.
Let's look up the list. Un momento, por favor. Let's see. I have Alien Earth. I think that's a series. Alien Romulus. Oh, that already came out. Let's see what else there is.
Have you seen The Killing Room, Noodles?
No.
Have a look at that. It's actually free on YouTube if you want to nosy around. That's a good one. I really enjoyed that. The Fifth Element is always a classic.
I love The Fifth Element. I love that movie.
Oh, I've seen that a lot, though.
It's great. Yeah, so have I.
Okay, did you watch the list of movies that are coming out and the movies that are out right now? Like, I know you want a suggestion, but I watched those.
Like old movies, like, you know, like
old movies. Okay.
like 90s and earlier.
Okay, let me just.
Even like in the like 40s, 50s, 60s era.
What about Black Mirror? Even though you want a movie, what about Black Mirror?
I've watched most of those, I think.
You watched? Okay, you went through that.
Yeah.
Anything with Audrey Hepburn, mate, like Roman Holiday, those movies are fantastic.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that one. That's a good one.
Citizen Kane, all that kind of stuff.
Actually, I've seen that a lot, but I also watched it again recently.
Yeah, movies from back then, some of them are wonderful, aren't they? Really just great stories.
See, The Killing Room. Paul and 3 others are accepted as test subjects by the mysterious Dr. Phillips. Initially, they are asked only to work on a survey, but things take a sudden, violent turn when one of the subjects is executed. It's soon revealed that the remaining participants' lives depend on how they respond to various situations. But as the subject's desperation grows, Philip's colleague, psychologist Emily, debates ending the sick test.
Don't read anything else about it, but if you're going to watch it, don't look at anything because it'll spoil the ending.
Oh,
if you don't know what's coming.
How the overview like gives away so much of the movie nowadays.
Yeah, that one you're safe, but just go to the movie. I'll see if I can find it because it's on YouTube. I'll link it in the private chat again. I don't know. I thought it was great. Very well done. Hang on.
I use a website called ev01.to that you can get almost any movie on.
I have a website too. So what's your website?
ev01.to.
01.to. Yeah, I feel like most people have a streaming site that we can all go to.
In the chat, Noodles.
Oh, thanks.
Love it. What about Doctor Strange? Are you kind of like no for the sci-fi films?
Doctor Strange.
Yeah, Doctor Strange.
I've seen that.
Okay, fair enough.
Oh well, someone's pushing Romper Stomper in the chat. My goodness, that's
okay. I probably
That's a
should
great
not
one.
be admitting this, but I've seen that movie way too many times.
And what does that say about you, Mr. Noodles?
I'm gonna look up this movie because
Who's the villain in your eyes? No, that's a great flick. Really good movie.
Yeah, I mean, come on, Davey was a goddamn race trader. No, I think so when I was a kid, I was really obsessed with the skinhead image, and we watched a lot of I watched a lot of different skinhead exploitation films, and you know, I was really, but obviously I liked, you know, I liked reggae and I liked the traditional aspect of it. But one thing that like everyone, at least in my scene, would talk about was like, well, even though we like think that those people are fucked up and we hate Nazis, they got the clothing really good in that movie.
What movie?
Romper Stomper.
Oh,
So it actually is based on these real neo-Nazi criminals that were in Australia, and they were just like complete psychopaths. So they, but the thing is, the real life, the real life neo-Nazis dressed way way
cooler.
no way worse than what like they made the ones in the movies. They dressed them like a lot better than what we call the neo-Nazis boneheads in real life.
Gotcha.
Because whoever was making the film, what I'm pretty sure they did was they were like looking up books about skinhead subculture, and there was really only a few books at the time that had good photographs, and one of them was Skinhead by Nick Knight, right? And the other one was Skins by Gavin Watson. And this is my hypothesis. I don't know that they looked at those books, but I'd imagine that they were just looking at a lot of images of that because, and all of those skinheads were not, most of the photographs were not of neo-Nazi skinheads. They were like of traditional, like English skinheads, you know, that listen to like reggae and two-tone and stuff like that, you know, like the Specials and whatnot. So they probably were influenced to dress the characters in the film better than what actual like neo-Nazis in real life would wear.
That's art for you, right?
That's what's
To
funny.
improve on the real thing. Like, okay, we don't like the way these guys dress. Like, let's make it artful and let's make it the way we want.
Well, I think that part of it was that they just weren't. They didn't. Whoever was making the film wasn't differentiating on like the subtle nuances of like for example. So I was part of the skinhead scene in Boston when I was a teenager, and you know we were very adamantly anti-racist, anti-Nazi. If any of those people would show up at shows or whatever, we would, you know, make sure they left really quickly.
What, straight edge skinheads?
No, we were not straight edge. Just like we called ourselves traditional, right? But we hated Nazis.
I didn't know that was a thing. I thought the skinheads were a part of like the undercurrent of what Nazism was all about.
No, it started out as a subculture that actually really embraced Jamaican cultures. Like they were English kids, there were Jamaican kids and English kids that basically were, you know, they had it was a clothing and music subculture. But not to say there weren't racist kids in England that were into that, but that wasn't what was central to the subculture. It wasn't like a politically based thing. Just happened. So, and there's like a whole story behind how it became that, but I won't get into that now. The point is that I think that the people who were making that film probably were not hyper fixated on the fact that like there's this real difference you can notice in real life. What I was saying was when I was a kid going to shows and stuff, you know, generally there was this particular style that we all wore, right? And when a Nazi showed up, you could tell they stuck out like a sore thumb because they never dressed as cool or as good as like any of us did, you know? You could tell they looked like what we called a bonehead. And that was pretty it's a weird phenomenon, but that's pretty like universal in the
The
skin
culture.
movement. Yeah, in the culture, at least back then it was, because, and like, you know, with the exception of maybe some parts of Europe, but yeah, like you could they always, everywhere in the world, they dressed worse than traditional. So what I'm saying is, like, the people that were doing the costumes for that film, they probably were not differentiating. They were probably just like, all right, let's like look at some pictures of skinheads and what they dress like, and then just put them in like that kind of clothing. And you can totally tell that they must, if you look at like any of the books that were available then, you're like, oh, they must have been looking at those books, because yeah, it was just that they put too decent of clothes on some of those guys to make them look like
Realistic.
Yeah.
All right, Yerf dogs.
Oh, Yerf's is
Have
gone.
a good.
Okay.
I think, is it morning or evening for you guys? You're like, what's? Yeah. Well, have a good one, as you said. Yes. You take care of yourself. This has been a very extended live. And look, LA's gone. I think I'm gonna head out.
All right. Good night.
All right, night night. You guys take care of yourselves.
Hit me up on Instagram.